Well, here we are. Happy XFL draft day. I have been waiting to wear my authentic XFL showcase players jersey. Had another time in mind, but it hasn't happened yet. So we are here today. XFL draft authentic. I'm player 108. We have the professor Andrew Murray here. How are you doing?
I I'm so happy we're finally here, man. This is about time. I almost wore my XFL hoodie, by the way. I thought about it, and I just I'm too formed into the professor role. Like I just have to maintain my appearance when it comes to that. But I'm glad that you got your jersey out.
Well, I think it's going to be a lot of sweating today. So I think we're going to be good. I'm going the long haul to set you guys all up. We are here 15 minutes before the XFL draft. We're ready to go. We have everything ready on here. Andy and I will be here all day, or well, not all day. I will be here all day. Andy will be here for a while. I have a cavalcade of guests stopping by. John Vogel, if you watched our show yesterday, we have Cody Main stopping by, Eric Eager. We have Vince with Alt Football Scout on Twitter. You saw him on the USFL draft. Greg Parks is going to pop in. I have a couple surprise guests. They're traveling. They're going to try to pop in. Also, if you are a player, if you get drafted today, front of the line, call in. We did that back in the USFL draft. Andy was on, and that was great. So we'll take listener calls today. We'll take comments where everybody's on here. Yes, we have a cavalcade of guests. So, Andy, how do you feel about the show that I have concocted today for the day one of the XFL draft?
Honestly, I'm impressed. Like you've gotten so many people in your wheelhouse, and you're able to collect so many of these people. Also, I want to say this. I think. Well, it's not an anniversary, but this is the second draft we've done together. And I believe the USFL draft was the first thing we ever did together, if I'm not mistaken.
It was. It really is full circle on here. That was very exciting. This, I think, will be exciting today. Lots of interest and attention on this. People already, draft day. Kyle's on here. We got Renegade, Andrew Raymond. So put your comments on here. We'll get Andy's thoughts. We did the quarterback selections yesterday. That was exciting. I'll pull that up. Andy, how did day one of XFL draft week go for you?
I think the presentation was great because it was quick, it was succinct, and they got to the point. They got everything out that they needed to. I was really excited by some of the picks. Now, obviously, some of that information had kind of come through the pipeline already about some of the pre-assignments as far as some of the quarterbacks, but I also was pleasantly surprised by some of the picks. Now, I know Mike Mitchell, obviously the soothsayer himself, had already predicted a lot of things going on, including, potentially the movement of one Kyle Slaughter, which still kind of surprised me because I just didn't know about whether the USFL contract situation or whatever pre-agreement he had come to with that league, if he was going to be able to get out of it. Same thing with Luis Perez. The AJ McCarron pick was shocking. I didn't realize that he was going to be part of this league. I texted one of my other podcast mates who we do an NFL podcast together. I said, well, I guess he's off our list for this weekly award we have where we're surprised somebody's still in the league. And he went, wait, he's still playing football? Like he had no idea that he was still even in the fold. For me, it was a surprise, but it was just overall, it was just a really good presentation. It was really, again, it was just quick and to the point. I love how you covered it yesterday and what kind of the discussion that went around it. It's just really exciting. Just a really great, just appetizer to what we're going to have today and the next day. I was very impressed with it yesterday.
Well, and that's the thing, and I don't want to besmirch, we cover everything on the show, USFL as well, long history of that. And I know there's a lot of XFL focused podcasts, USFL focus, CFL. And I think, yesterday proves we don't live in this vacuum where you have players jumping back and forth and what's going on here. And I thought it was a good spot. I thought John was great. Excited to have him come back on here in a little bit. Big exciting news. Always, seeing Brandon Silvers again was exciting. Luis Perez as well. You wonder, is this kind of the last giddy up and go for the Cowboy there? What do you make of Luis here sticking around, not going back to USFL, where he did get, I know he signed, with the Rams for a hot second, but, seemed like he had success in the USFL.
He did, and he was so accurate last year. I mean, he had his highest completion percentage ever. He was really good in that offense. I mean, he worked so well in tandem with DeAndre Johnson in that offense with Mike Riley's system. I thought it was the perfect fit for him. He wasn't called upon to do too much, and I thought he could have easily come back and made another run with that team, possibly towards maybe, who knows, maybe another title run. But, it just tells me that he seems to really believe in the quality of the product that is the XFL. Not saying that the USFL didn't offer a lot too, but I think he's just, I mean, obviously he's been here with some form of the league, not this exact form of it, but he's been in it before. And he's obviously shown to be, adaptable. I mean, he's a Swiss Army knife when it comes to all these systems and these different places. I've seen, I've watched him in person play in the AAF. I've watched him in person play in the USFL. He was in the Spring League. He was in the XFL 2 years ago. He's so multi-purpose. He clearly seems to be okay with bouncing around. He's gotten used to it. It's a lifestyle for him at this point. But if there's anybody who I give the benefit of the doubt to in terms of bouncing around and being able to adjust, it's definitely him as far as the signal caller goes.
Yeah, exciting. It was a weird day. We wake up and it's again, it's like the 5 a.m. Hey, we're getting we're getting USFL expanding cities. We have a press conference. We had the XFL football yesterday. What are your thoughts on? Because I got thoughts. What are your thoughts on the XFL football?
I mean, it's Danny and Garcia's imprint on the league. Now, I know it's not as colorful or flashy as the original XFL ball, and I kind of missed that design, to be honest. But am I surprised by the direction they went in? Absolutely not, because it's kind of more corporate and multi-form and single form as opposed to trying to be more experimental with the colors. Do we maybe get some of those designs down the road? I think we do. I do think we're going to have more variety as far as the pigskin goes going down the road, maybe for decoration or maybe in terms of like selling the fans. It doesn't appear to me that they're interested in using that in the games themselves, which again, from a visual standpoint, I kind of miss. I kind of miss seeing that spiral of that color scheme kind of whizzing through the air in like slow motion video form. I really missed watching that from the old league. So we'll see if they maybe add new design. But am I surprised by the way they went? No.
I will say, I thought it was, and I love our chairwoman. I love everything, and I love the XFL. I don't say anything wrong ever. Like by like the 87th tweet last night, I was like, we got it. Like we got like, and it was, and I know we're working shoestring and social media. I think the people that I know that are running the accounts right now are really like truly doing God's work, just because we have multiple people. We have people running multiple social media accounts. And if you could imagine how stressful that would be, just running your own social media on draft day, let alone, half a league or whatever. But I just thought like, and here with the coaches, like we were talking on our group chat, like, let's hear what the DPPs have to say with the ball. Let's see what the assistant video manager with the Arlington team has to say. But it was good. I think it's great. I love that her signature is on there. I just wish that we would have, yes, like you said, we did a lot of innovation in 2020 and then we got rid of all that. I should have my Dragon's ball. I'll go grab it at some point.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's a collector's item now, obviously, and I think it's I guess now a bit nostalgic for what happened 2 years ago. But again, I understand as far as making their imprint on the league, as far as their messaging, and as far as the signature. I mean, the signature is really cool. I will say that's not something that I'm used to. I'm used to having the signature after the fact that you have your own football and you go get someone to sign it, not being imprinted on the ball itself. That's definitely a first. But I do think that they can maybe experiment around and maybe have some more, I don't know, maybe again, a little more of a color scheme with the ball going forward. And we'll see if they end up going back that way. But certainly as far as like collector's items go, you definitely have something very valuable.
Yeah, here we go. It's cool, and we finally know what's in the box. That we have the questions. Kyle wants the ball before Thanksgiving. Yes, for months, what was in the box? I had heard it was the team names and logos in the box. Danny, remember, posted on Instagram. Now we know it was the football. Here we're showing the photos. I think it's cool. I think it looks snazzy. I wish. Keep this, but do the X. Like we worked all this time and getting the perfect pebble grip and all that stuff, or the non-pebble grip. I thought that would have been cool, but I think it's great. I think it's a really important moment for history. And I thought the video they had of like the animated ball spinning on the field, like I like seeing some of this production value that it doesn't look like I could do on by myself. Like I thought that looked really good in the presentation of it. I thought was really great.
Let me ask you a quick question, Reed. Do you think would you have liked to have seen maybe like, they talked about the intersecting of the X, right? The two parts. Do you think you would have put that on the ends of the ball? Maybe they could have tried doing that, or maybe they thought about doing that.
I like that. I actually like the idea. Did you know the X in XFL stands for the intersection between dreams and opportunities? That is what we know.
No, I never heard of that.
Doesn't stand for extreme. But I would have liked that. Like you said, it's just safe. It's fine. It's like, what can we do? This looks like a football. We don't want to be too gimmicky. I talked with Russ Brandon down in Arlington. He said, when it comes to the rules, we want it to some resemble the NFL game. We don't want all that. And I think they thought that probably felt a little gimmicky. And, the colors on the balls and matching the teams. Yeah, I'll be curious. Like, do we get hues of different colors, like for the Arlington team? Remember, you would have that, like when they were on the field, the home balls. I don't know if that matters, but I did. It was cool. I don't know if I would have released it yesterday though.
No, I do think it got a little bit caught up in all the noise. Now, I wonder if they did that because maybe they didn't want people talking about it as a standalone. I always wonder sometimes about like press releases or when they choose to release information and in conjunction with other things. I know. And I think that's why it was a little surprising to me because it was almost all the information at once after, I don't know, months of not getting anything whatsoever, which is something that we went on and on and on and ad nauseum about. So it was just kind of interesting that they decided yesterday was the time they were going to just drop it out of the sky. Now, I mean, they could have done that today too, but it probably would have had about the same effect. So I don't know. It is something maybe they could have held on to, maybe perhaps like closer to game time or closer to camp when you were actually going to be able to see them in action. But that's on them.
Max had a good point here. Max, considering they have the NFL partnership, it does need to be a pretty similar ball. That would actually make sense. That's probably a really good point to put out. The last, I just had to throw it in here. Carson Wentz, sticking with Heineke. That's good. If that just came out, I don't think Carson Wentz should ever step foot on an NFL field for the Washington Commanders. He can go, go down to, Tennessee doesn't need someone. Go to Atlanta next year, figure out Mariota or whatever. But your boy, but I don't know. I'm happy with that. Last question before we get to the draft here, because we're very close. Surprised Vegas Town Hall, nothing came out last night.
Yeah, I just wonder if they just really prepped Rod Woodson on that and told him, hey, look, all these questions might come. Here's what you're gonna do. Like maybe they just briefed him on that as far as PR. I mean, look, I kind of wish they would have one announced by the time that they had the draft, especially considering it's in Vegas. That's kind of the biggest irony in all of this, right? It's all of these events and all these things that are going on in Vegas, but they don't have the venue for this city or this team compared to all the other teams. That part just is a little bit mystifying to me, but maybe it's just, I mean, the venue deal, we've gone on about it, and we've also talked about it in reports. It seems to be just very complicated, and there doesn't seem to be really a straight answer, no matter which source or which kind of person you talk to. Even the people who are plugged into Vegas, who you've talked to on your show, like there just doesn't seem to be a consensus on really where this is going. So I find it, I mean, it's a bold strategy. It's good. I mean, they clearly wanted to get it in before the draft, but I think that I feel a little bit for Mr. Woodson and having to kind of, be the buffer for that, for what inevitably was going to be questions about that.
So guys, we're here. We're getting ready. We're a minute away from the draft. Lock in here all day. We got the same XFL. They're going to have, going to the website. We're pulling it up. You get commentary on here. That's kind of what I figure. It's a value add. You're going to be following along anyway. Like I said, tons of great voices today. John Vogel's coming on. Cody Main, Eric Eager. We've got Vince, all football scout, Paul Reese, USFL historian of our Sports Central, coming on. We have Greg Park stopping by. Supposedly some other guests. And, if you want to call in later, let me know. We'll put up the calls for that. And then especially if you are a player drafted, the carte blanche, come on in today. We did that during the USFL. We got Matt Mangle on. We had Sean Brown, I think, was on. I think he was one of the ones that called in for the show. He was part of the NFL Alumni Academy. So we're going to do that. Yeah. Do you think we're getting running back first? Who do you think? Who's the first pick of the draft here? We got DC's on the clock here at about 30. Right now, who do you think DC goes with, Andy?
I mean, wouldn't it be funny if it was Rashad Ross? Like the guy who's been imploring to get himself back into the league this entire time. I believe Rashard Davis was the guy who got in the first time, if I'm not mistaken, and he didn't even playing for the league. So it would be funny if it was Ross. I don't think it's going to be. I don't know, because it almost feels like, in my opinion, I know this, I don't want to make this sound like kind of degrading the first round, but it almost feels like a bit of a crapshoot as far as like the first few rounds anyways. Again, these are players that presumably some of them will stay around, obviously, but not all of them are going to stay around. Some of them might end up going continuing to do contracts in the NFL. Some of them might be, going back into other leagues. Some of them are still going to, maybe some time it's going to be waiting for the supplemental draft. So I don't know. It's kind of remains to be seen. I'm really not sure. There's no name that comes to mind. There's not really a name that really pops out to me because they already did all the quarterbacks. So with that out of the way, then it's really up to the team depending on identity wise. Now, if I were DC, I mean, I think as far as supporting Eric Dungy, if that's going to be their quarterback, or Derek King, if he ends up coming back, I would think they would go receiver, but it really depends on the identity of the offensive scheme.
Yeah, it's exciting here. I thought it was cool. More quarterbacks will most likely be going in the supplemental or the second day of the open draft tomorrow. We will be traveling to Canada. We have a great show coming up on Saturday from Grey Cup. So, check to the draft board that day. I wish I could do both days. We got to get up there. Ambrosi is doing the State of the Media address on Friday morning. You want to be there for that. A lot of questions here. Kyle wants to know, curious if a Canadian gets drafted. Kyle, one of our Montreal friends. Mike hinted DC is going to be run oriented. I like that. Richard says wide receiver going first. A lot of people think it's going to be a receiver. Thornbush here says that. Eli says that. Who do you see? Well, it's actually kind of cool because even yesterday we thought we kind of knew some of the quarterbacks that were going to be in there, had surprises. Any receiver names at the top of your mind that you're curious where they wind up?
I know there's been names like, for example, Martavis Bryant, who played in the FCF. He's flying around. Now, I know he has a bit more of a, let's just say, checkered past. And I don't know if he's going to be involved there. Josh Gordon, I see that name going down there. Eli Joseph saying that. That would be funny, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think, I don't know, you might get somebody like, well, I know Mohamed Sanu's in the draft. I heard that he's a part of this situation, veteran wide receiver from the NFL. You have Reese Horn, you have Dontez Bird, veterans of the league. You have, again, like I mentioned, Ross, maybe someone like Terrence Williams, another FCF player. But there's not really, it's hard. It's really hard to put down a name. I would guess it would either be someone like Bryant or Sanu or Ross, like guys who've been around for a while and have like that veteran leadership. But I don't really have a name.
Who is I should know this, but I was not in the media at the time. First pick in the 2020 XFL draft. Who is that? It was one of the guys who didn't play, right? He went back to the NFL.
Yeah,
Max will know that.
It was Rashad Davis, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. I think that's a good trivia factoid for you. And Drew coming on the show yesterday, first quarterback pick there. It's good here. So we have Scott Bailey says the Brahmins are getting Reed Sinnett. That is exciting. And then we have Abram Smith on here. A couple other suggestions. I assume the clock has started. You think they would have a rundown on here? I assume this will just pop up. Emilia James says, my brother's getting drafted. Emily, if your brother gets drafted, he needs to call into the show. Bring him on. We did it last time. USFL, great fun that way. We see another couple here. Antonio Brown will be the first picked in his mind. Yeah, Josh Johnson. First of all, yeah, but was that through the quarter? The quarterbacks were separate, right? From that, I didn't have my media hat on back in XFL 2020. Pick one was Rashad Davis for the DC.
Rashard Davis was pick 1. Connor Cook was pick 2 by the Houston Roughnecks. So again, you didn't have the pre-assignments. You had some of the quarterbacks being drafted. Now, of course, Cook famously did not end up starting for the Roughnecks. He was overtaken by one Mr. PJ Walker. So that goes to show you, like I was saying about the whole crapshoot element of it. Sometimes even the first round may not end up being a part of the league. And that happens in the CFL draft too, right? There's guys that don't end up going into the league. They're just sort of had their rights held on to, but they don't end up actually playing in that league. I feel like something similar is going to end up happening here.
Do we have any discussion DC defenders getting the first pick in the 2020 draft and the 2023 draft? Did we talk about that? That's interesting.
Well, I mean, it's incredible luck. I think that that happens in the NBA draft lottery too. Remember the Orlando Magic that happened to them? They got like back-to-back number 1 picks back in the 90s. They got Shaq and Penny Hardaway. So it happens. Also, the Cavs, the Cleveland Cavaliers getting a bunch of number 1 picks overall. It just, it's luck of the draw. But you can have your conspiracy theories if you want to have that run rampant. Cam Phillips. Well, Cam Phillips is still with the Toronto Argonauts, so I'm not sure if he's going to be able to come back. I just saw that comment.
Yeah, Psycho Silver. Draft has started. We're here. We're on the thing. I assume defenders are on the clock, and this will populate here. Draft is going from Vegas, 8:30 a.m. Pacific. We wanted to do it at 8:30 a.m. Pacific. We're here. So presumably DC is on the clock right now, and we're making our pick. Yeah, Cam Phillips. A lot of like that's one of those things like. Other football, like if you don't watch this, you're like, what? Where's Cam? Oh yeah, he's playing in the Grey Cup this weekend.
Yeah, but it's still very important, my friends.
Are you hyped for Grey Cup? Are we hyped for Grey Cup?
I am. I really look. I'm just gonna show my colors right now. I very much wanted to see the BC Lions get in there just for the fact of having Nathan Rourke and having that offense in that game. But I mean, look, it's still very intriguing to see the possibility of a dynasty in the Winnipeg Blue Bombers continuing to just completely dominate and be able to win 3 in a row. I mean, that in this day and age, with how many CFL players go running around and how they don't really stay in for long periods of time, for them to keep their kind of central core and to continue doing what they do is really amazing. I do think it's very spicy that we're getting Andrew Harris on the Toronto Argonauts playing against his former team. That's something that, one, I didn't think was going to happen because of his injury, and two, like, I know Mike Mitchell covers the Argonauts, but there wasn't always a consistent amount of confidence in them, even as the East Division winners back-to-back years. But it's very cool to see them kind of get to that game and be able to kind of have this full rebuild. I mean, they were completely decimated 3 years ago. They were not a good team, and for them to come all this way to be able to become a great Cup team is kind of a cool story. But yeah, I mean, I'm excited. It's good. It's the Grey Cup. It's still, there's a lot of pageantry, a lot of tradition. I'm very jealous that you get to go. I know you're going to be freezing your butt off. That part I am not jealous of, but I'm very happy for you that you're going to be part of the festivities, and hopefully there'll be more people too this time. It won't be as restricted or limited as it was when you went last year.
Yeah, as you know, CFL people are a little fickly bunch, and so you really got to work your way in. And so even now this year, I've said, "Oh, this was my second Grey Cup." They're like, well, that wasn't a real Grey Cup last year. It was COVID.
Oh, no.
I'm like, okay. We got a lot of questions to have, so we're still here. We're waiting on the first draft. I think once they come in, I think it'll be fast and furious here. Curious if they're trying to figure out getting this all online or whatever. Mr. Downtown, I'll talk your football redesign here in a second. We hit that a little bit at the top. The fitted hats, surprised those weren't available to purchase. I know they had them for the quarterbacks. Like I saw Coach Beck have one. That would have been something I would have had, especially like we're taking the shop down. We're redoing everything. We have Danny and the Rock. We have all the powers that be in the history of the world working on this league. But I think we're going to get hats soon. They look like they're Under Armour, which is like my XFL showcase player jersey here, but could be exciting. I'm ready for some good XFL merch. I need some good XFL merch.
As do I, and I agree with you. I'm not really a trucker mesh guy. That's not my thing. So I'm not planning to support that. But yeah, I'm very excited for that stuff. By the way, I'm not sure. I know they were involved with the USFL for a variety of reasons. Do you think Royal Retros is going to get on this too? Like, are they going to be involved in this? Have you heard anything about that?
Dustin had a lot of issues with Fox. I know that back and forth and with the trademark stuff. I do not see XFL playing nicely with that at all. Just my 2 cents. I think they say we can handle we got it. We can handle this from here. Although now that I say that, Dustin does do the jerseys for the NFL Alumni Academy. So that's like XFL tangent. Yeah, Max. I know. It's like we're same mind here. But I don't see like official XFL merch. Royal Retro's doing that. Yeah, I don't see anything like that. But that would be nice. Here we got it. Wow, we got. If you want to do the super chat, we don't get too much of that. Isaac James Gray, #1 DB Vegas. There you go. If you want to, throw a tip jar away, getting ready for that. QBs will be drafted tomorrow. So these are the skill positions today. We're going to do specialists and quarterbacks tomorrow. Any other ones of that? Andy, were you surprised maybe of any quarterbacks that are still available, that aren't under contract with USFL, that did not go yesterday?
Yeah, well, not surprised, but some names that I'm still looking forward to. I think all the names that got taken, I'm not surprised by at all. But as far as names that I'm still looking out for, I'm still looking at guys like Khalil Tate. Obviously, everyone and their mom no, well, not everyone and their mom, but a lot of people are talking about Carson Strong. Carson Strong is another one. I look at someone we talked about, for example, Kelly Bryant. He's an FCF player. Maybe he gets to end up in the league again. Your guy Cardale Jones, I think he's going to pop up again. I think it's going to happen. I think he's going to find a way to flip back in. Now, I don't know if it'll be tomorrow necessarily, but I think he is going to try and get himself weaseled in, because like you just need camp bodies and you need people in there. So he could make his glorious return. And the curse of Sonic the Hedgehog movie is broken now, so he's off the schneid.
Yeah, Burkhardt. Yeah, we have a lot of questions about Kurt Becker. He just was released from the 49ers. Again, we're doing the draft today. We're doing the day 2 tomorrow. We're going to do a supplemental draft in January. Teams, I believe, are also able to work out and sign players as they want kind of in the interim. So lots more players that are going on. This is fun here today, though, kind of tentpole item. Happy to be a part of this. And then, like I said, tomorrow we'll be traveling, but we'll do the supplemental draft in January, too. I think that's when you're going to get some like, my God, that's whoever's music. But yeah, Cardale, funny to me. Cardale famously blocked us on Twitter because he didn't want to have anything to do with the XFL anymore. That's what I was told. It was like, hey, it's not that he hates you. It's just that he doesn't want to deal with the XFL. Now here we're back in the pool here. Daryl Johnson, Andrew is in the pool. Hopes he comes to San Antonio. Have a question here. Jamie Newman making an appearance in the XFL.
Jamie Newman. That's a good question. I don't know, with this regime, I'm not sure if he would necessarily make it. I think it's certainly possible. I'm not sure if he's really someone that's going to end up here. I think I need to double check. I believe, but the problem is he's signed with the Ticats, though. His rights are already given over to the Ticats, so I don't think that would really. I don't think that's going to transpire. I know they just made some huge moves for Bo Levi Mitchell. Obviously, that was a huge thing, which got kind of buried this week. But I do think that is something to keep in mind of in the future. But in this case, no, I don't believe so.
Yeah, I'll tell you, there was a lot of questions. Oh, and I never thought like, oh, is Bo Levi Mitchell, like, is he going to the XFL? I never thought that. I never expected that. But him going to the Ticats, big. I have a question. Yeah, son is as good a draft. He can't get a call, and he's at the FFL. It depends in the session they're in. So session 1 and 2 players are eligible today. Session 3 and 4 players will be available in the January supplemental draft. So if you're with the NFL Alumni Academy, we've had Charlie Boots on the show. Andy and I did a big deep dive about the Alumni Academy, their work with the XFL, but they're working on that. And I think that that's a great way to stay in game shape, be ready for the NFL, and then also get picked up in the XFL. When Chad Kelly was Chad Kelly in the XFL, there talks of him going to the USFL as well, but obviously up in the CFL. Are you surprised? And now with McLeod Bethel Thompson killing it for the Argos, do you think we see Chad Kelly anytime soon?
No, because two reasons. One, I think he's put in a lot of development time in the CFL, and I'm not sure if you watched the last game of the Toronto Argonauts season against the Alouettes, actually, in the last week 21, but he looked pretty good. I liked what I saw from him, and I think he's just kind of integrated with that system in Ryan Dinwiddie's system. I think he becomes a commodity now in the CFL. Now, whether McLeod Bethel Thompson ends up, staying with the Argos, if he ends up moving on, do they kind of make Chad Kelly the heir apparent, or do they kind of use him as a trade piece? I don't really see him moving off from the CFL. I think he's kind of put in the work and he's gotten integrated in that league. So it would be nice, but I think at this point he's kind of played his card, and I think he's shown enough that he's going to continue sticking around in that league, at least for a while.
I got a lot of questions here, Daryl. Damn, how long are they on the clock? Yeah, you tell us. We're here waiting to go. I assume if the website was broken, someone would have let us know in the comments. I mean, I'm refreshing it here and working on it. Scooby Wright, didn't he? I think he committed back to the USFL again. I think it was contemplating retirement. I think Scooby signed back up with that. Andy, Max wants to know: were you surprised by Dormady on Monday?
Dormady? Oh, yes. I did not see that name at all. In fact, I didn't really have. I mean, I wouldn't say I had him on my list, but like that was kind of out of left field. I was a little surprised just based on where he ended up. I didn't think he was going to be going with the Guardians. Now, Francois, I was not surprised by at all, of course, but Dormady was really interesting. I like his skill set, but I'm not sure how he's going to factor in with this offense. I mean, as far as competition goes, I did not honestly. He was not on my radar though. No.
Exciting. That was, I will tell you, that was one of the fun moments of my life yesterday, seeing some of those quarterbacks walk out. Thorne, Scooby's retired wrestler. I've heard I've heard him talk about going to the WWE. I do think he's committed again to go back though to the Stallions, even as just like kind of like a player coach kind of thing. But maybe I'm wrong. Happy to be proven wrong about that. Mark Brennan, let's go football team. I assume you mean the Washington football team, Washington Commanders. Highlight of my life on Monday, Andy. Did you enjoy the Monday Night Football stomping of the Eagles by the Washington Commanders?
Oh, it was delightful. I loved every minute of it. Look, I think the game plan from Washington was fantastic. Their ball control. They had the ball over 40 minutes, which is unheard of. Now, I've seen a game where somebody had the ball for 40 minutes and didn't turn the ball over. That was the New York Jets against the New England Patriots, and that was unfortunately a game with Geno Smith involved, and they did not end up winning that game. So I still kind of had flashbacks to that at points, thinking like this still could go south. But the Eagles shot themselves in the foot. They turned the ball over a lot. Washington just played hard. I really was impressed by their overall energy. Look, Taylor Heineke, I mean, this is the thing. You can talk about his decision making. You can talk about a lot of different aspects to him. But one thing he does have, he has moxie. That guy just does not quit. And I think that's something that just really permeates in the team. Like that energy level is something that is immeasurable, and you can't really assess that for other guys. Like it's hard to see it unless you see it on the field and you see it in person. And I really think that team has gotten behind them. I have to think that they just continue riding this train.
This is a question, XFL Extra Points. Do you think that any of the USFL quarterbacks that jump ship to the XFL will regret giving up starting jobs to possibly be on the bench in the XFL?
That's a good question. No, because I think that the reason they're going over may not necessarily be to be the starter initially, maybe to be the starter down the road, or at least just to get development down the road. Now, I think in terms of reps and in terms of tape, sure, of course, you're potentially risking not having that. But I would think the reason that they're doing it is not just because, I mean, one, it's betting on yourself, right? So it's thinking that you can get playing time. That's what every player will tell themselves and what other players will tell you. But I do think that there is an angle of what sort of development could they get from the league? What kind of style could they get? Now, mind you, also keep in mind with Kyle Sloter, and I'm not sure if this was premeditated or what the decision was. I'd be curious when it happened, but he has a new coach now with the Breakers. John DeFilippo is obviously there. Maybe that's someone that he wasn't necessarily planning to work with again. I don't know. I want to know what the timing was with that decision. That's kind of what I want to know. When did he know? When did they know that he wasn't going to be back with the USFL or he's going to get drafted by the XFL? And when did they know that DeFilippo was going to be there? That part I'm interested in because maybe that changing dynamic was there. As far as Perez goes, I mean, look, he wasn't the starter all the time, right? He was playing, matchmaker with DeAndre Johnson. He was kind of getting in and out and in and out. And maybe he wanted to say, hey, I want to have an actual chance to maybe be the guy, the starter, which he's been before in other teams. So no, that's the thing as far as those two go. But as far as other USFL quarterbacks, yeah, it might be a coin flip.
Interesting. Yeah, people still asking, when's this thing start? It was supposed to start at 8:30. We're here. I'm glad I have Andy on here. Andy and I can banter all day with this. Totally fine talking CFL and USFL quarterbacks. The thing that interested me was Kyle Sloter was not at the event, right? So that tells me that this happened very recently. I was always under the assumption that they brought in DeFilippo to kind of coax Sloter back to the USFL. That's someone, obviously history, whatever. Like that surprised me. And I have to imagine that USFL is not pleased to have both Perez and Sloter at a minimum. And I mean, we got December 31st here with Brian Scott and everybody else, but I have to imagine that did not go over well in Birmingham. What do you think the reaction was there? Was this like, in WCW when Tammy walked out and like dropped the WWE women's title in the trash can and was like, I'm in WCW. I mean, that was like a heel. That was like a Wolfpack coming into WCW. What did you make of that?
Yeah, there was definitely some territorial storming there. Like that to me was such an aggressive move in terms of just saying, hey, look, this is our guy now. Deal with it. It was really interesting as far as how sort of forward it was. I was almost kind of, again, the presentation was so quick, but it was so succinct and just like, oh, here they are. And it was really, I mean, it was a good surprise. I'll say that. Like the league did a really good job of setting up that surprise. For once, a lot of other stuff we've had in the past were not as surprising because we had so much information backlogged. And look, I know Mike Mitchell did talk about it and on Mark Perry's show on Monday about the possibility of that happening, but it still surprised me because it was still like, wow, they're really going to like commandeer and take those two guys, aren't they? And it really just surprised me from that standpoint. I wonder again, are we going to see more of that? And I think from the USFL side, I mean, I think they believe that they could recruit and get more players, but it's still, as far as building off of last year and their pageantry and sort of be able to use the same footage. Well, now they're going to have to get creative.
We have Coach Craig here. Yeah, what's up, fellas? Coach Craig's going to be stopping by later as well. Again, cavalcade of people today taking calls. We're here. Andy has shifted a lot of his important meetings today. We're doing this. Other people coming on, like I said, Greg Parks is going to be stopping by here, calling it. I have a lot of people joining at 9. So maybe we're just like, the XFL knows, okay, Reed's having all the guests right at 9. We're going to have a lot of people hop on. I think we're going to be pretty heavy for the first hour or two, Andy, and then we'll kind of see how it goes from there. And then Paul Reese is calling in later. And I've set out a couple like bat signals to like some big reaches, hoping that we can get some people like that on there. I think you would be surprised if any of those people come on. See here. Are we doing okay, Max? Is that a good viewership or not? I don't know. Is that okay? Oh wow, this is oh no, I can't put that comment up there. USFL has themselves to blame. Should have had the contract revisions in from day one. Yeah, what do you make of that? Because so much like players that were signed initially, including the quarterbacks, only had the 1 year. If they went to the NFL, then that reverted back, and then everyone that came in after, like, was that a mistake? Was that an oversight on the USFL?
On one hand, I would say yes, because as far as knowing, if they knew enough to say that they were confident that the XFL was coming back, then yes, they probably should have tried to lock them down maybe into a 2-year contract. But look, we were dealing with a lot of unknowns at that time. There was no official word on if the XFL was going to be able to make it by that point. Right now, they said that they were going to be back in 2023. There was still no official confirmation of that, right? And that's the thing. I still don't know if that's necessarily on them. Now, I do say like maybe they got a little too cute in some of the wording as far as like letting them go. And I think they could have just put their foot down and say, no, we believe in this. We think you should stay around for the long haul. And this is what we're offering you right now. It's up to you. So I think in that regard, maybe, yes, they could have been a little more forward. But again, there was just so many unknowns at that point. I mean, there was the concept of having 2 leagues at the same time, but the reality of it, you could have debated it either way.
So I'm hearing Abram Smith just got drafted. I'm refreshing. I'm also on. I don't see that, so I don't want to be the guy that's behind the mark here. But all we see is the quarterbacks from last night. I don't see anything on here yet. So let me know. You guys are our eyes and ears too. I'm doing the best to keep up on that. Max also said, where are we seeing that? Because I don't see that on the website. So if someone wants to let me know, Max, don't swear in the chat, please. DC. So there, we'll go with this. It looks like DC drafted Adrian Smith, running back. I can't speak this morning. Thoughts on that, Andy? And I'm still trying to figure out why it's not up or how people are seeing that. Just because, like I said, I'm up on the XFL Twitter as well. Are you seeing something I'm missing?
I'm not. I'm still trying to collect that information at the moment. There doesn't seem to be a lot of info as far as that goes. I'm still trying to hunt it down.
Yeah, no, I mean,
because I also want confirmation of which college and all of that to make sure that it's the right Adrian Smith. That's the thing.
Clear cookie, open up an okay, let's try this. Why don't you preface for just a second, Andy, and I'm going to get a new tab here. This is weird. Let's we're going to clear data here. We're going to go XFL.com. And no, I'm not seeing anything. That's very weird.
Well, apparently Evan Wilsmore has said that it's Abram Smith from Baylor. So I guess I don't know where he's seeing that necessarily, but I am trying to confirm that or trying to find that myself.
Yeah, if anyone wants to help me on that, running back from Oregon.
Well, Abram Smith, this one is from Baylor.
It's showing. I'm seeing Adrian Smith. I'm seeing Abram Smith. I'm seeing lots. I'm seeing lots of Smiths here. Very odd. Yeah, Jordan said, yeah, well, I don't see anything on my end either. I'm going to close out of this stuff. Wonderful podcasting. It's just so odd. Yeah, Smith is from Baylor. We do have that confirmation on that. Yeah, nothing showing on mine. If someone is getting share screen here.
Yeah. I'm seeing the same reports from our beat reporters. I'm not seeing the same thing.
What browser are you using?
Well, I'm on Edge at the moment. I'm going to go back to Chrome because I was having trouble with that too. Let's see. This is bizarre. It seems to be a multifaceted issue. Like there's not going on every side.
Yeah, people are getting 404 errors. Stick with us here, guys. Here we go. All right. Can I share this? Stop share.
Okay, please. I got it. Okay, I got it on Chrome, so I have it here.
Okay, get going on here. I'm going to pull up this. Here we go. All right, guys.
Goodness gracious.
God, that was, yeah, guys. Sorry, guys. I'm sitting here. Andy's getting the same thing. Abram Smith, running back, Baylor. Marcel Atman, wide receiver, Oklahoma.
Okay, so finally. We have some interesting players here. So Abram Smith was on the Baylor Bears last year. So he set the basically the single season rushing record or the school record for rushing yards. He had over 1,600 yards. He had 9 100-yard rushing games. Really aggressive running back. I do remember him in that system. That was a team that I believe ended up winning the Sugar Bowl. And they were more of a kind of a run-oriented team because they had a lot of different things going on at quarterback. So they were able to sort of lean on him and be able to have him as an aggressive runner. So obviously it shows to me that I think DC is trying to make sure that there is a aggressive running attack, that they're able to kind of keep that going for Eric Dungey. Now, again, I'm curious to see how they're going to build around Eric Dungey as far as like his skill set, if he's going to be able to throw to other players and what kinds of receivers they're going to give him. But clearly they've made their stamp right now. They've said, we're going to have an aggressive running attack with Abram Smith, presuming he goes along with them. That's at least my first impression of Abram Smith.
Yeah, taking the running back makes sense to me, right? Spring football, trying to, let's focus on the running game. Maybe we don't have as much timing early on to get all that going on that. We're still figuring out the other quarterback situation in DC, but it makes sense to me. Obviously, that's a name that popped in your head. Is that someone, public perception, they hear the number one draft pick for the XFL is Abram Smith? Is that something that stands out?
I don't think so, because I think he was relatively, even though he had a lot of rushing yards, he wasn't really relatively well known on that Baylor team, because the identity of that team was a lot more on defense. So I don't think that name's going to stand out necessarily. Now, he is relatively young. I believe he's 24 years old, if I'm not mistaken. Let me double check his age, because he's relatively young. Like I said, his senior year was last year, so he's not that old of a player. Now, Marcel Atman, on the other hand, has been around for a while, so he's actually a veteran of
Here we go. Jacques Patrick, Florida State running back, another running back off the board.
Jacques Patrick, that was the guy who was on the Orlando Vipers, or the Tampa Bay Vipers.
Oh, wow.
That's already. See how quickly I forget. No, he was on that Viper squad, and I remember him pretty well. A little scat back, he was pretty good. I think they could have used him more. They were still trying to figure out their offense. I remember there was a lot of kind of going on as far as what they were going to do in that offense with him. I think this means to me, so if he's going to the Brahmas, I guess that means they're going to do a lot of run pass option with him and Juwan Pass, I would think, if Juwan Pass ends up getting the job, obviously. But I think that's going to be the idea here with Jacquez Patrick. But to go back on Aitman for a second, if I may, so because we didn't have time on him, he was a guy that was a veteran in the NFL. He didn't really play very much. He's from Oklahoma State. He was drafted in 2018. So he didn't get really that much burn. He has like 5 career receptions. So a guy that was in the NFL, kind of stuck around, bounced around a bunch of teams, didn't really stick. And he's kind of a guy that maybe is trying to get his footing beneath him with the Battlehawks. So we'll see how Coach Anthony Becht ends up incorporating him into the offense. But I do think it's interesting that we've gone running back heavy so far in this draft.
Max says Patrick Greeneye with his OC from Tampa, Jamie Elizondo, former Edmonton Elks. Edmonton Elks on that. Good. This looks like the site's working now on this. So any other thoughts on Patrick here? I'm putting out a tweet real quick just so we have all this.
No, I'm glad that we have Jacquez Patrick back in the league. Clearly, he seemed to be interested, and I think a good point in that he gets reunited with Elizondo, who maybe wish that he stuck around the CFL a little bit longer, but obviously he's back in the XFL. So yeah, they'll be able to use him in multiple run sets. I do think that having that ability to use him as sort of maybe a pass catching running back as well is really key in this offense. So I think this is going to be really good for him that he has so much familiarity.
Looks like they finally got this all up. That's good. Daryl's happy. Horns forward. Here we go. Giving AJ McCarron the weapon there. Are we talking for the Battlehawks, right? I got to pull up the quarterback list too here.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's a good point. It is somebody that McCarron could throw to again, presuming he wins the job. But wow. Look, I'm not going to say that some party, like I said, Connor Cook got drafted 2nd overall by the Houston Roughnecks, and look what happened. So I'm not going to go ahead and say that somebody or one or person or the other is going to necessarily win the job right now. Camp hasn't happened yet.
Any of the quarterback dilemmas, and I'm going to pull that up. Any of the quarterback struggles or the quarterback competitions you're looking forward to?
Oh man, like I think there's some that I don't think are going to be necessarily competitions. For example, like in Vegas, I think there was a point being made on your show yesterday about how Jalen McClendon and Luis Perez could not be two more different quarterbacks, which I agree with as far as like their physical tools. But some of these other ones, I mean, look, I think McCarron and Ryan Willis is really going to be a neck and neck competition with the Battlehawks. I think that's going to come down to the wire. I personally think that Ryan Willis has a very good shot to win that job. I know McCarron has been really solid in that system. I know he's been really steady as far as like a spot starter in the NFL. I think that Willis has a good shot to win that job. I really do. I believe in his skill set. As far as the Brahmas go, look, Juwan Pass and Anthony Russo. Russo's interesting, man. I think he's got some skills to him. I think that his name is not as pronounced as Pass, but I think he's got somebody. That is also another competition that I'm really interested in as well. Those two, I would say the Brahmas and the Battlehawks are really two names that I'm looking at really closely because I think that's a lot going on. But I really like a lot of the names overall, like a lot of the names across the board. I don't think this is going to necessarily be so straight line for some of these starters as far as getting playing time. I think it's really going to be a lot of camp battles.
It's funny. We have a lot of comments about DiNucci that we're still waiting. I think we're good to go now. It seemed like this populated last time on here. Yeah. So we're good to go. My friends last night texted me, we are season ticket holders up here, Michael and Paul, they go, man, like DiNucci is a beast. Like we're really excited for Ben DiNucci because I didn't know like how's that going to go over. Like he was with the Cowboys, got released. He was a locker room favorite there. I think he had all the time on Hard Knocks, but that's someone that at least for my small sample size really excited people. We have another wonderful guest joining us here. I think he's ready to go. We finally have. John has survived all the website issues. Now we seem to be ready to go. By God, that's John Vogelstein.
Hey guys, how's it going today?
Good. Welcome back.
How are you doing, sir?
Oh, good. Oh, dang. Okay. I just got finished up with lunch and settling over here on I guess you could say the east side of the country. And Abram Smith is the first guy off the board. Beautiful. That's absolutely beautiful. Oh, okay. So I loved Abram. I got to know his dad a little bit too last year before the draft. I heard about Abram talking with some NFL, couple NFL different scouts, and they told me that he went from being a undrafted linebacker to a potentially draftable running back in 2021 that year. That was about halfway through the season, I think. Abram he's awesome. Downhill, physical. He's not a great receiver or anything, but he's just classic running back. He's awesome.
Question here: how long do we expect the draft to take today? I was told about 8 hours. But we've also started an hour late, so it could be 8 p.m. here. How do you feel? We're 3 picks in here, and it's been about 35 minutes.
Well, they just popped up with a 5th pick, and 4 didn't go for some reason. Charleston Rambo, he's another good one. I'm surprised he's not in the NFL right now.
Thoughts on Charleston, and then let's get. It looks like Orlando I forfeited. Did they take too long?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's possible.
Yeah. What thoughts on Charleston Rambo?
So, you can go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Of course. Well, thank you. Charleston Rambo. Yeah, I agree with you. I think he's somebody that I thought would probably stick in the NFL, especially he started off at Oklahoma and had a bit of a rough transition as far as getting incorporated on that offense.
Oh, they moved it up. Look, Orlando. That's crazy. So they didn't skip up. That's the website. That's not on my end, guys.
That's a website. We'll blame them. It's fine.
Okay, so there we go. Orlando Guardians get Charleston Rambo. Does that change your thoughts, Andy?
Well, I do think it is another target for I presume to be the starter to be DeAndre Francois. But for him, I mean, look, that's closer to where he ended up going, which I was about to get into, which was Miami, because he ended up transferring down there. So as far as familiarity with the area, yes, that ends up working well for him. But I think he could have stuck in the NFL. I think he could have had a chance to be maybe on a practice squad, or at least be maybe the 5th receiver on a team, or maybe working on special teams. So it's good to see him in here. I mean, look, again, a guy that's really young. He's only 23 years old. So he's somebody that could definitely stick if he ends up playing well in the XFL and maybe getting his way up. So he's another one of these young prospects, a guy like Abram Smith, who I think has a chance to maybe kind of get more tape in there and be able to get on to the next level.
This was funny though when they and now they fixed it. They said Guardians lost their city and their pick, but we got that revenue there. That was just funny though. It just kind of moved up there. Yeah, does the Orlando Miami thing, does that matter when you're living in Arlington? I don't know, but I mean, I guess it's close playing. Family can come out and see him play.
I think it does. I think there's an aspect to it. I think it's familiarity, maybe friends, family, other people. I know he's going to be practicing in Arlington, but he's still playing down there, and that's the most important part. Your family's not going to come out and watch you practice necessarily. So I think that's a good aspect for it. So it's familiarity. I think it's scheme fit, and I also think it's him being able to have another chance to really get incorporated in an offense that hopefully will actually take advantage of his skill sets.
It seems like we're clicking here. Top 4 picks in. Any general thoughts here, John? I know you kind of came in the mix of it here, but seeing how 4 have lined up out of 8.
Well, Chuck Patrick he's a nice power runner as well. I like him a lot. I liked him when he was coming out of Florida State. Just a really downhill kind of guy. Again, not a great receiver. He's capable, I think, but not really in anything outside of the backfield, quick little screen, whatever you're going to set up for him like that. But I think he's interesting. And then Rambo, just to touch on all that stuff, Rambo, it looked like last year at Miami, played really well out of the slot when he was asked to, and was okay on the boundary. And I think that's kind of the issue with him, is the slot is a really difficult position to stick at with the NFL right now, because there's so many different things that are changing with that position. So it used to be your slot guy was, think Wes Welker, and those types of little guys that were quick, get in and out of their breaks, get matched up on linebackers. Now 65% of the snaps in the NFL are being played out of the nickel. And so people are adjusting to take away that slot guy. And then you have guys like, Chase Claypool that come along and play out of the slot that are basically big tight ends. So there's a lot of change in that position overall in the league right now. And that's probably why Rambo's here. But he just needs to show that he can be a Z. Like a number 2, basically. And I think if he can do that in this league, he's got a really good shot.
No, someone says here, this is why the XFL should have been live streaming this week. So this is exactly why they should not have been live streaming this week. Hey, walk before or crawl before you can walk around this. But no, I think we're going on this. We have a question. No, we had a question here. Do you think taking a running back in the first round is better for these kind of leagues? I think so, just because you get offenses going. Curious Andy's thoughts, and then we'll get John. Running back number 1.
I think as far as stability goes, yes. I think, and especially if you know what your scheme's going to be, absolutely. I think it's something that is crucial in terms of setting a foundation. I know, like, we want to see big passing offenses, we want to see big receivers, we want to see big touchdowns. I get it, but I do think that there is something to be said about having somebody that you already know in your system. For example, like John Fitzpatrick having familiarity with Jamie Elizondo, being able to have him be incorporated in that system and knowing that familiarity as far as establishing a strong running game. I know that's something, I think that's something all the USFL teams kind of did last year too. They were more in sort of trying to make sure that the run was established first before anything else. I think that's something that is crucial, especially as a team that has so many new pieces suddenly come forward. I think a run game is just, it's foundational, and it's something that helps the team kind of move forward offensively first.
John, what do you think?
And to bounce off of that a little bit too, a lot of teams set up the run to throw, right? And then with an abbreviated training camp, when you only have a few weeks to get a system down, what is going to be the majority of your base? It's going to be the run. You're going to be establishing the run and getting that set up before you work into the passing game. So, yeah, running back's really important in these kind of leagues. And
there we go.
There we go.
There we go. Yeah, there he is.
There he is.
You guys are excited. John, finish your thought, and then we'll get Andy thoughts on Martavius.
Yeah, no, just running backs are really important just because that's the number one part of your base install package that you're going to run when you get into camp. And so, you want to have that position solid, if any of them, to begin with.
Andy, what do you think of Martavius?
Wow, what a big target. I mean, this is the guy that I really had my eyes on because, I mean, he's probably one of the most familiar names in this entire draft. So this is a guy who obviously he's about to turn 31. So this guy is just probably one of his last runs here. This is for Martavis Bryant, obviously veteran in the league of the NFL, played in the FCF, has been bouncing around since his Steeler days. I think for him, like, this is kind of his last hurrah. I'm very curious to see how he factors into this offense. Is he going to be the X? I'm not sure. I mean, he's still 6'4". He's a guy that you could throw jump balls to, either from McClendon or Perez. This is going to be really interesting. I'm really curious to see how he factors in the offense. My thing with him is I hope he can get through the Vegas lifestyle all right, because that's another thing to consider here as well. So given some of his past, let's just say, I'm curious to see how he factors in here. But again, this is going to be really interesting. I'm a little bit surprised he actually came off the board this early. I thought he might be a little bit later. This is really, I mean, this is one of the biggest names in the draft, I think.
Any other thoughts on that, John?
Yeah, like he said, he just has to fit in. You want him to play the X because he has a little bit of size to his game, right? And you typically want your X guy to be a bigger guy that you put on the boundary, and then you're going to send him on your deeper routes. He's going to be a reliable guy. And Bryant is kind of that tweener between being an X and being a Z. And so there was a great point that you had there where you don't know if he's going to be the X because, he's getting old. First off, like you said, he's almost 31. And you want that athletic ability on that side. Hopefully he'll step up into that role and that works out great. Otherwise, he's going to be a good Z.
We got another guest stopping by here, and I'm going to pull off the draft. I think I can get it back on Chrome now. It seems like it's working. It's the Royal Rumble here. But God, that's Greg Parks' music. Greg, how are you doing? Coming from school.
I am. Don't tell my bosses I'm here doing this. But this is my lunch period, so I am available. Thanks for having me, Reed. Really great to jump on in the middle of the draft. Certainly wish I had as much time as I can give.
That's good. Greg's connection is a little spotty here. We'll give it a shot. Thoughts on the draft so far? Martavius Bryant here coming in, or anything else here? Let's see how your connection holds up.
Yeah, just interesting to me. Obviously, the first pick being Abram Smith, coming from a wide open offense in Baylor, going to the DC Defenders, who are probably going to have a wide open offense based on Eric Dungy and potentially Derek King, who obviously Carolina Panthers practice squads. He's unavailable to them right now. but if he's able to become free, be a defender. So you can kind of see the offense that's shaping up there under Reggie Barlow in DC. And then, great to see Jacquez Patrick back. I covered the Orlando team, or the Tampa team rather, for XFL Board in 2020. Patrick played a big role along with Devion Smith as the two-headed monster at running back. Patrick's had some NFL opportunities with the Cincinnati Bengals since then, has been on their practice squad, really performed very well in preseason games over the last couple of years. So it's good to see him back in the XFL as well.
I would say the drafts are looking more exciting than the whole USFL draft was. I don't know about that. John, thoughts, or Andy, anyone? I think the USFL draft held up well.
No, it did. But I think the point more, I think, that's trying to be made with that is the fact that, when they had the USFL draft, there weren't a lot of these well-known names that were popping up. Like we're talking about right here, right now. Abram Smith, this was a guy we talked about a lot in the draft process last year. Charleston Rambo the same way. Bryant popping up like that. He's, a very familiar name with this kind of thing. Jacquez Patrick, he's a guy we talked about a couple of years ago. Aitman, same way. So just from the initial first picks, you're getting a good blend of veterans and youth. And I don't think the USFL quite had that. Now, I enjoyed the USFL draft personally. Back earlier this year, I thought that was great. But again, this is a lot of younger, fresher names. And I think that's what makes it a little bit more exciting.
Andy, thoughts on that?
Yeah, I really want to get the analytics page on the average age of the league after this is all said and done. I'm really curious to see how across the board, what kind of age groups you're going to have, especially with teams too. Especially, I want to see if you're going to have more veterans in here or not. We got another name.
Another wide receiver off. Kevin Shaw, a wide receiver out of Liberty, going to the Sea Dragons, a weapon for Ben DiNucci. Did anyone have thoughts on that? Or also we tossed to Greg and seeing DiNucci pop up, and now obviously presuming QB number 1 and having Kevin as a target for him?
Yeah. Free agent in 2022 with the Chicago Bears. So that's one of those 2022 players that more than 700, according to Doug Whaley, that are going to be in this draft. So, you're going to see guys probably early who were in training camps with NFL teams or signed as undrafted free agents. They're going to be the guys that go early. And Kevin Shea is one of them here playing for Liberty and Seattle. June Jones has a very distinct offense, right? In Houston. So we're not necessarily sure about the offenses and what they're going to look like, but you can for sure picture in your mind the Seattle offense and the Houston offense. So when these guys get drafted, you can kind of picture them in that offense. I'm not sure how many teams we can really do that for, but certainly for Seattle and Houston, I think they have a pretty clear offensive system that these players are going to go into.
Yeah, John, Kevin going with June Jones, up here in Seattle with DiNucci, everything else up there. Jim Haslett said, I have no interest in talking about offense. I'll leave that to Coach Jones. Thoughts about Kevin going up there?
It's a good fit. If I remember Shea correctly, he played, I want to say the first year Malik Willis was at Liberty. Am I getting that right?
I'm double checking that.
Yeah, because I'm thinking that's what it was. So Willis is sort of, I guess you can call it breakout year. I'm pretty sure Shea was on that roster. He came off. And he was sort of that deep threat guy that was able to stretch the field a little bit. He's going to probably be more reliable underneath. But because that's where they like to, it was either he was going very deep or he was running a short route. So it's going to be, it's going to fit what Seattle wants from what we understand. With Randy Bueller is the director of personnel up there for that team. And he typically likes the old style West Coast sort of thing, which is why I think he went with DiNucci and then Montez a little bit too. But so he's going to kind of run that West Coast thing. Shea's a really good fit for that.
Yeah, I am surprised DiNucci didn't they didn't, just with the Arlingtonness of it coming off the count, but maybe they don't care about that. I heard someone was going to hop in. Who did I cut off? No, Andy. I'll toss to Andy then. I thought I cut someone off. Sorry.
Yeah, as Vogel mentioned, as obviously if there's kind of a quick passing game, if you're getting the West Coast offense, Shea's the perfect fit. I mean, he's listed at 5'10", 170. I mean, he's not exactly packing on pounds. He's more, I hate to use the cliche, but I mean, he's more in that Julian Edelman mode, that Wes Welker mold where he's just going to get the pass quick, get up the field, yards after the catch. Like that's exactly what he's going to be in this offense. I think he's a great fit. I'm not shocked at all that they went a receiver first. Like that's, if there's one team I would have thought they were going to take a receiver first in the first round, it was definitely the Dragons.
Go for it. I will say we had someone here hoping they have a prayer they get drafted. You get drafted today, you call into the show. We're here all day. We did it with the USFL draft, and it was great. I think John had something to say, and then we'll toss to Greg.
No, pardon me in the background as I'm logging the rosters as we speak.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Greg, thoughts here? We're six picks into the draft.
Well, just by count, you got 4 wide receivers, 2 running backs. A little surprised that a running back overall, but you got to remember this is probably not a deep running back class. So if you have designs in your offense to utilize a running back at all, you probably want to take one early. So it's kind of the same principle of fantasy football drafting, right? Attack the positions that are weak early, or the positions that have the running back position in fantasy football. There are very few bell cows anymore. So you want to get those guys who are going to get 20 carries very early on in fantasy. And I think that's kind of the same principle here at this draft, is you want to get the guys who are going to perform well and stick them into your offense very early on. What we haven't seen yet, and we've got 2 more picks left in the first round, is a tight end. The Bay Vipers famously took a tight end in the first round of the skill position draft in 2020. Seattle... And I don't think June Jones he doesn't utilize in Seattle. So it'll be interesting to see if AJ Smith takes any in Houston. But tight ends could be another area, maybe in the second or third round, where you start seeing some of the top guys get taken.
John, I have a question for you, because I've seen both on here. Like, it's dumb to take a running back early. We just had Greg talk, the attack the weak position. I mean, both sides of the coin. What do you make of that? I tend to agree. Like, attack the position. Then we'll talk Sal Cannella, as Greg just talked about.
Sal, yeah.
I love Sal, but finish your thought, and then we'll talk Sal, because I think this is an important discussion.
Yeah, so we just talked about this a little bit ago, right? Where we mentioned, when we were bouncing back and forth with over there, talking about why the running backs could be taken early and stuff like that. It just really goes back to base package install, right? When you are setting up your offense and you get to training camp and you get into practice and you're like, here's our base offense, here's our base 10, 15, whatever those plays are that you're going to work on installing the first couple days. Most of those are going to be runs, because that's what you're going to go back on, right? Most of your audibles, when you go to the line of scrimmage, you're audibling out of a pass into a run because you like a fit that you see, something at the line of scrimmage. So that's why the run game is so important. And it's always nice to have, a guy that can get downhill. And in this league, that's going to be physicality is going to be important. And both of these guys that came off the board early are physical, big guys that, they'll take on defenders with relative ease. So I think that it's smart too. And just it all goes back to scheme, obviously, too, because if you're going to go out here and run an air raid, well, you need wide receivers, right? If you're going to run a spread, you probably need wide receivers. But if you're going to run, a heavy run package, you want to go traditional under center, I formation sets, whatever you're going to do with that, you want a really good running back.
I see here they just added some new merch to the shop. We might have to get that. I want to get Andy's thoughts in a minute, but I'm going to toss back to Greg because I know his time is more limited. Greg, you're just talking about bringing tight ends. I love Sal Cannella, spring league guy, was on, I think, the Packers practice squad here. What do you make of Sal coming on here? Really excited, and obviously a USFL guy.
Yeah, he's kind of a He's kind of a tight end wide receiver hybrid. So there's a lot that Arlington could do with him in terms of lining him up across the formation. And you got to remember who's the new offensive coordinator for Arlington, who's worked with tight ends much of his NFL career. So if there's anyone who could spot a good tight end, it's probably Jonathan Hayes.
Andy, what do you make of Sal? I mean, this is someone that, the life of the podcast. He was on the, God, who the heck was he on with the first? But I've tracked him since November, whatever.
I love this pick for the Renegades. And because look, I think Sal Cannella's skill set is tremendous. I think it was unfortunate with him ending up in camp with the Packers. I don't think he had really much of a chance to work his way up that depth chart. I talked to my Packer friends and they said he's interesting, but he's not going to make it. Like I kind of had extended conversation with them during camp. And as far as Canelo goes, I think this is the perfect fit for him. I think co-offensive coordinators Tim Lewis and Jonathan Hayes are definitely going to use him in run-heavy sets and opportunities to use him in pass play action. I think they're going to get him running seam routes. I think this is great for this offense. This is maybe my favorite pick so far in the draft. I really do like this a lot. I really am a big believer in Canelo's skill set, and I just think this fits really well with the Renegades.
Yeah, and reunited with Kyle Sloter, his Breakers guy. Kyle was in the ear saying, "Get my voice out." I'm excited. My knowledge is minuscule compared to you guys and who you know with all this. So if someone pops my radar, I'm excited for that. Friend of the show that way. John, we'll toss to you. We're waiting on the next pick here. People are chiming in the chat. The 2020 champions are drafting. I just saw. Well, it didn't pop up on Adrian Killens. Just popped up. From Central Florida, running back for Houston. It hasn't popped up on the Chrome tab yet. Adrian Killens, running back, Central Florida.
Ooh. Okay, yeah. There he is right there. Adrian Killens is a quick guy. He's very fast, very quick. Probably, I don't think he did the combine. I think he ran a 4.3 something at his pro day. I remember his speed popping off, and I think if I'm remembering, if this is the same guy I'm thinking, which I'm having to double check because you know how it is when you're tracking 4,500 different guys in a year. I think he's a little bit on the smaller side.
5'8"
Yeah, that sounds right. Okay, good. I'm on the same page here. 5'8", yep, about a 190. But he's very fast. He's a good receiver. So this is the first running back we've seen go that's a decent receiver out of the backfield. And you can utilize him as a slot guy if you want as well. He's just going to be probably a mismatch weapon.
We have a comment here. He's crazy fast. He's happy house. So what we've had three running backs go, right? 1, 2, 3, a couple wide receivers, tight end. It's good. A good mix. Andy, thoughts? We have completed round number 1.
A lot of fascinating names coming off the board. Just to add on to Killian, I think this is another nice pick for the Roughnecks. Just a really nice scat back. I'm really excited to see his speed get out there. I watched a decent amount of Central Florida games, and he, to me, seemed like one of the fastest guys on the field every single time he took the field. I just think he just needs another guy that I think just needs more reps, quite honestly.
Well, I appreciate the comment. Killing it in views because the content is always legit. I appreciate that. Greg, thoughts? We've completed round 1 of the draft.
Yeah, just to add on to, again, he's going to an offense. AJ Smith is going to be run and shoot. They're going to throw the ball a lot. So what do you want out of your running back? You want a running back who can catch passes. You want a running back who can be deadly in space, which is what Killens can do with his speed. They had James Butler in Houston in 2020 under AJ Smith and June Jones. So, Butler caught a lot of passes out of the backfield there as well. So, it's an offensive fit. So when you see the pick, when you see what the skill set is, what the size is, what he does best, and you see that fit, it all starts to come to sense as to why he's his choice here first round.
We have a comment here. Any other recognizable tight ends out there? John, anyone else that is striking your fancy that we should keep an eye on?
Not that I'm tracking at the moment, because I honestly, I'll be straight with you. I haven't looked at I don't have a lot of access to the draft pool. So a lot of these names are just popping up and they're still kind of new. But as soon as I see them, it's kind of like, oh yeah, I remember that guy. I watched him, doing whatever.
It's the pro and cons of that. Yeah, I think XFL, but it's weird because you're drafting players now. They don't have to sign until December. Anyone pops up. I guess the USFL could pull with that. I mean, Andy, what do you make of that? Like, we're drafting these players today. They have till December 26th. I guess USFL could sign them, right, if they wanted to. What do you make of that?
I understand. I think you've had a conversation about this yesterday, just about being secretive and not trying to keep it close to the vest. I think it was nice that they released all the names 3 years ago, but again, as the point was being made, I think on yesterday's show, like, very different era. There was no competition. There was no AAF. There was no anymore. There was no USFL construction. There wasn't even an FCF. We didn't even have that. Mm-hmm. We had no other really spring leagues. I don't even think we had ELF at that time. We didn't have the European League. So I think we had a lot less going on at that time. And I think they were allowed to just say, hey, these are the players. No one else is going to compete with us. I think at this time it's a very different ball game. So I completely understand it from that standpoint. But as researchers, it's annoying because because now we have to go tracking down names and thinking, well, I think that guy's in the pool. I'm pretty sure I've heard rumblings, but there's nothing concrete. It's not like the NFL draft.
Well, good morning, Noah. I'm glad Noah's finally woke up. We've been going. Andy and I have been on here for a while now. Greg, back-to-back picks here with Houston. Where do you see them go next?
You have to imagine a wide receiver potentially here. They got their running back. They go with a wide receiver. Unless there's another running back they like, they could double up on that. The extra running back is another wide receiver. And again, this is going to be if you have running backs with similar skill set to Adrian Killens, you could actually line one up in the slot and have him play a slot receiver and just create those mismatches against line or nickel corners and be able to take advantage of those. Then you could see him double up on a running back. But, again, with the snake draft, and again, I'm comparing this to fantasy because I've never drafted a professional a fantasy football team in a very similar way. So usually if you get the running back you like at the end of the round and you have another pick back to back, and we're limited here on what positions we can pick. It's either running back, wide receiver, or tight end. And given AJ Smith's offense and its likely similarities to June Jones' offense, you can probably rule out a tight end here. And of course they'll probably draft a tight end and make me look silly, but that kind of leaves wide receiver as the one you would imagine them taking next.
Daryl, Greg's calling in from his lunch break teaching at school. We are going to forgive a little bit of a buffering connection here. Let's just be happy Greg's on. I so value Greg's contributions to this show and my life. I want Greg here. So if you don't want to deal with it, but I appreciate that. John, here we go. Garrett Owens, tight end.
Well, there you go.
and just as Max says, AJ doesn't use tight ends. There you go. Initial thoughts on that, John?
I'm pulling him up to make sure that I am tracking that he is the guy I'm thinking he is, because the Duquesne's thrown me off a little bit. So give me like 15 seconds. No, this is the guy I was thinking is, and he's
okay. We're excited here, John. Why are we so excited?
Oh, okay. So no, because it's interesting. He's listed as a tight end because this guy played running back at Duquesne last year. Okay. I scouted him last year as a running back. He went to the College Gridiron Showcase. He's came out about 6'2", 230. So it looks like that they've gotten themselves an H-back, fullback. They're calling him a tight end, but that's really what he's going to be, is more of that, a mismatch piece. Basically, he's a good receiver. So it makes sense why he'd be moved to quote unquote tight end. But yeah, no, that's really interesting. That's going to help. Now you got a lead blocker for Adrian Killens. He's a guy who plays running back as well. You can move him around the formation. So that means that they're going to try to spread out. They're going to play probably a lot of 12 personnel or 21 personnel. I like that a lot. That's really interesting.
Yeah, Max says, and that's interesting to me too, because when we were talking to, can't remember if it was Woodson. One of the coaches when we were down at the Arizona Showcase said that like the key to the spring football, finding players that maybe can play outside their normal position, can play a couple different positions that way. Andy, what do you make of this as kind of this tight end, running back, whatever, that with Garrett Owens?
This just tells me that this is like the most chessboard offense so far in the draft, as far as what AJ Smith is trying to set up. Like you said, he's trying to set up mismatches, and I think this guy Garrett Owens kind of reminds me a lot of the fullback / tight end that played for the Chargers last year. His name was Steven Anderson. He was a smaller guy. He wasn't really a traditional tight end, but they used him in all different kinds of formations. They used him in the backfield. They used him at tight end. They used him in, they ran sail routes with him, wheel routes. They did all kinds of different things with him in the formation. I could see the exact same thing happening with Owens here. And so, yeah, it is very interesting to see him paired with Killens. This is definitely a team that schematically is going to probably be really difficult to prepare for in the traditional sense, just based on the physical types of these players, and also what offensive coordinator AJ Smith is going to end up using them for.
We have here Adrian Killens, a fitting name for a team called the Rednecks. Coming up next, Renegades, Bob Stoops back on the clock. We're still talking the Vegas thing, the Nevada Vipers. I hope they get the Vegas thing figured out here. Where do you think Arlington goes next? Sal Cannella with that exciting pick. Where do you think Bob Stoops goes? Let's go to John.
They're going to go back to a wide receiver, I think, right here. Because I think the thing with Sal Cannella that makes him such a valuable weapon, especially in these kind of leagues, is that he's not just, a blocker. He's gotten better as a blocker over the last few years, because when he first came into spring leagues, that was not something he did very well. But he's a guy that you can flex out and put into the slot and play as a big slot. And so he's got that guy now. I think they're going to try to go probably wide receiver here, and they're going to try to get somebody that they can extend and push down the field and try to push the safety beyond so the safety's not over Sal.
Greg, Bob Stoops here. Has he learned in his time off coming back here? What do you make of Bob in Arlington and everything happening?
Few teams where you can actually look back to 2020, kind of get a gauge of what they might want to do, although a defensive guy and he has a different offense now. No Hal Mummy here to run Hal's offense. So but Jonathan Hayes being his one of his offensive coordinators, you can kind of go back to the Battlehawks and see what they did along with Chuck Long there. So it'll be interesting. Hayes being a former tight end, they got their tight end. Do running back here and maybe have more of a punting style than some of the other teams? Do they go wide receiver? It's going to be interesting to see, and it's going to be interesting to done with this phase, and you start counting up how many positions each team has. You can kind of get a look of either what they felt the draft pool was strong in versus what they felt the draft pool was weak in, but also get a sense of how they want to use their offense. If they walk away here with 5 running backs or something like that, it's going to be a heavy running back rotation. They're going to use a lot of guys. So it's just going to be fun to see once this phase wraps up exactly how many players by position each team is going to end up with too.
Heath Happy, shout out to the Pacific Northwest. Yes, we are a front row, 50-yard line. I hacked. I don't know if you guys all know the story. While we wait for the next pick here, I can add my contributions to this because I don't know anything else. Hacking the XFL website to get our tickets before they even went on. Well, I didn't hack it, but the thing was open. Yeah, we're front row, 50-yard line, going to be exciting. We keep talking about Jarrett Stern. Max really wants him to go to Houston. John nodding his head on this. What are we missing in Jarrett Stern that we need to get?
Jarrett Stern was a wide receiver last year for Bailey Zappi at Western Kentucky U. He's a slot guy, 5'8", 165. He was his most reliable receiver there, I think. If he's in this draft class, then I think he's going to be going really soon. But he's going to be pretty much a slot because of his size. He's limited there, but very quick, good in the open field. He can make a lot of people miss.
Yeah, Noah wants the specialist. That's tomorrow. We're gonna do that. I have to travel tomorrow. I wish I could podcast tomorrow because I know like our most of our friends at the show are special teams guys. But Andy, thoughts so far? We're waiting on the Arlington Renegades still. I have both browsers open, so we're not gonna miss it.
I'm going to go ahead and say that I think the Renegades are going to take a running back here. And I think just because of the offensive system they have this time around, I did look back at the 2020 draft. They took receivers in both the first rounds and first and the second round. They took Jeff Badette, and then they also took Tommy Lee Lewis. So that obviously being with the Hal Mummy scheme and the air raid, I think they're going to go a little bit of a zig here, and they're actually going to go running back and tight end. That's just I don't know why, but I just get that feeling. But maybe, who knows? We'll see how my gut does on this one.
Yeah, Dantes Bird, friend of the show, former XFL Dragons. You go into the Guardians here. No, defense is coming up here. We've got a lot.
Oh, we just got back-to-back picks.
We got 2 picks.
Oh,
there we go. So let's go to John, then we'll go to Greg here. Thoughts on the Renegades and then the Sea Dragons with TJ Hammonds?
Yeah, no, Seattle, I think, is going to definitely be a heavy run team anyways. They're going to there's going to be their establishment at the beginning of a game is getting that run game going. So it makes sense that they're going to go Hammonds. He's if I remember him correctly, because of Arkansas, he's a little bit older compared to some of the running backs we've seen come off the board. But again, fits in that between the tackles runner. And then Tuggle was a good running back at Ohio, played in the MAC, had a couple really good games up there with them. But I believe he was in a split backfield when he played. So I think that says a lot about what Arlington's looking to do with their running backs.
Let's toss to Greg here. I know your time's running out. What do you make of the picks, 10 and 11?
Yeah, and again, we're seeing a lot of running backs who are dual threats, right? They can receive out of the backfield, create those mismatches. Jacquez Patrick is really the only quote-unquote traditional running back, I think, that we've seen go. Heavy-duty bruiser so far. Abram Smith, a little bit of that too, but, he played in that Baylor offense. So, TJ Hammonds, he's spent some time in Canada with the CFL, was listed as a wide receiver there. So that gives you an impression of skill set. And Demontre Tuggle spent some time in Chicago Bears camp in the NFL, so he's got some experience at the highest level as well. So, really interesting to see as we progress through this draft how, if that changes. Do you go with the running backs who can play multiple positions, who can line up in the slot, who can catch passes out of the backfield? Do they go early, and maybe the guys who have more of a skill set that are more of a between the tackles runner, do they go a little later, or do they get mixed up throughout this phase of the draft?
I'm pulling up the comments here. Andy, thoughts on this? And let me see if there's any comments we can react to.
Yeah, just to bounce off of what Greg was saying, I remembered Hammonds being more borderline receiver in the CFL, and I could see based on his skill set why that's the case. So I think with the Dragons, I think they're going to be able to use him and just again really random sets as far as like maybe running him out of the slot sometimes, also as opposed and in addition to it, also running him out of the backfield. Tuggle, another guy that I think as was mentioned, I think he's also going to be kind of split out. I just have these multiple skill sets. I think that is kind of the trajectory that we're seeing here again, that is going on. It's all these different guys with different skill sets and different like ways of being incorporated in all these different offenses. So it's going to be interesting to see maybe the lack of tradition that's being done here as far as like which kind of guys are just bruising running backs and which receivers are just receivers. I think there's going to be I just see a lot of guys playing out of the slot. That's kind of how I see it. A lot of guys are going to be playing more in towards the line of scrimmage, are going to be running a lot of slant routes.
Greg, before you go, the comment here, they definitely do not have the same talent level they did in 2020 in the draft. What do you make of that?
My first impression is to agree slightly, not to knock the talent level here, but I mean, that was expected. When you have a league this XFL who's doing basically the same thing as you are, that's going to siphon off a lot of the talent that you had available, especially when the USFL gets a year head start on you. And they're able to take a lot of those players that may have gone in the first round or second round in this draft. So certainly, that's still not a lot of intriguing names that have gone so far and that'll still go. But I mean, just the fact that you have a lot of more competition this go around for the XFL than you did in 2020, I think that was to be expected.
John, thoughts on that here? And then I think Greg's got to hop off here pretty soon. Greg,
I got to go. Thanks for having me. Good talking to you guys, and enjoy the rest of the draft. I know I'll be following along with it.
And guys, check out Greg's stuff on xflboard.com. I'm sure Greg's going to have big write-ups on all this stuff. Really does a really deep, in-depth work on that. And I really appreciate you stopping by today, Greg. And good luck at school the rest of the day. Not as much fun as this.
No, definitely not. But I appreciate it. Thanks, Reed.
Awesome. Thanks, you.
Greg.
John, thoughts on talent level? Max is talking. I don't agree talent level is worse. There's some real strong names in the first round. We don't know a lot of the guys who were in 2020. I think that's one of those things. Like, they're not stars till we make them. But what do you make of this?
Well, first off, I do want to credit. Thank you for correcting me on Hammonds, because that you are indeed correct. I went ahead, pulled up his old Arkansas stuff, and as a redshirt senior in 2020, they've got first thing on his bio is played in 8 games, seeing time, both lined up at wide receiver and in the backfield. So great correction. Thank you on that. Yeah, I think talent-wise, yeah. Like Greg said, you got the USFL already, holding a bunch of these players somewhat hostage at this point is what it kind of looks like for a lot of these guys. But that's going to take away from some of the available talent, because that's what you're pulling off of. You're doing this right in the middle of the NFL season. NFL practice squads are loaded up. You're really just trying to. You got another website, or not. I said a website because that popped up.
Yeah, we have another pick coming. Vegas Vipers. John Lovett, running back, Penn State.
Yeah, and Lovett's good. Lovett's another good running back too. And he was just in this past draft class too, so he's still new. Another very young talent. But no, the talent level it's going to be drastically different, just because you have a whole nother league. You have the NFL, and you can't pull everybody that you pulled in the last draft. And I think 1,700 players is great. I think that when we get into the deeper level, the deeper parts of the draft, because of the talent that they're able to pull from, because we've had these super seniors the last couple of years in the NFL draft classes, it's going to be a deeper, there's going to be more even talent, right? I think so. I think that's going to be the difference. We'll see it deeper into the draft.
Yeah, we're still getting a lot of comments. People, I know I have 2 browsers open now, so they're kind of populated differently, but I have Safari open, and then this is Chrome that's showing on the screen. Andy, we've had 3 running backs in a row here, starting via the second round. What do you make of that, still pulling running backs right now?
Yeah, I think we talked about that at the top of the show. was that a lot of these teams are, if we're going to have a foundation, it's going to be having a running back first and foremost and be able to establish that. I think John mentioned that as well. And I think that's something that is clearly being permeated in the way that all these positions are going first. Now, with the exception of some teams, like, for example, you still had a tight end come off the board. You had a couple tight ends. But I think in the general, I think running back is going to be such a premium position. As Greg was mentioning, I think that doesn't surprise me. What is interesting, again, is kind of how just sort of similar a lot of the sizes are to all these running backs. A lot of them like 5'9", 5'10", 5'11", under 200 pounds. Again, a lot of like guys that would maybe be like scat backs or like, somebody that you would have in early passing downs. A lot of kind of similar molds to these running backs. But it doesn't surprise me that that's the first position that's kind of flying off the board here. And I just wonder if like maybe you start to see a run in tight ends at some point, or if everyone's going to start going receiver after all this.
It's just that, from my spring football is so different. It's such a hard ramp up. And I think I think you just kind of got to focus on the ground game a lot, just at least starting out. XFL trying to have a longer, training camp and kind of do some work ahead of time. John, what is it about spring football and that ramp up process that makes it harder than the NFL in terms of getting the offenses to click early on?
It's think about how long the NFL off season runs, because you have the draft, right? And then you have rookie mini camp. And that's in, May, very shortly thereafter the draft. It's a week or two. You bring in the rookies, you bring in a bunch of tryouts. This is where you start to get people familiar with. You start doing walkthroughs. After the rookie mini camp, you have a mandatory mini camp, and that's usually sometime in June. And so that's 3 months before the start of the season. That you're having a mandatory mini camp. Everybody's coming in. You have 90-man roster put together, and then you do that, and then you have some more. They're not mandatory, but you have some practices and stuff, and then you start training camp in July. And so if you think about it, there's a 3-month period there where before they even take the field, where players are getting familiar with the playbook, they're learning different stuff, they're working off of each other, they're going to the facilities, they're training together, they're getting to know each other. Whereas in spring football, a lot of times you have a month, maybe 2 at tops. And especially the USFL last year, you didn't even have that. So it was very quickly thrown together. And it's a bunch of guys that have done a bunch of different things. They're coming from all different walks of life. And they, some of them weren't playing football, a year or two ago. Some of them were, some of them were coming straight out of college. So it's like a motley crew, essentially, of people, that are coming together for these things. But I think that's what makes it a little bit more fun.
We're seeing here, it could just be, Max says, might just be there's an excess of receiver talent. I mean, you get either, but we're filling content as we go here with this. We'll be really curious to see when we start getting the run here, of receivers going. Benjamin says, after some thought, going to become a fan of the Sea Dragons. I still don't love the name, but I think we're going to go with that. Andy, are you a Sea Dragons guy? What are you with?
I'm still not sure yet. Now, I was told that it depends on where the players go and what players I fancy, that I'm going to end up picking my team, because, look, I have no affiliation with anybody. I don't even have a team in my state. So I don't really have a lot of affinity for anybody at this moment. So I'm still kind of humming and hawing. I mean, look, the USFL, I think my team technically was the Tampa Bay Bandits, and look what happened to them. So, look what luck I have. But the thing I want to say, though, about the Dragons, look, one guy I know hasn't been talked about a lot, because I think everyone really likes Ben DiNucci. I really like Steven Montez, man. I watched him a ton at Colorado. I think he has a chance to do something. I really hope he gets a shot. So if he ends up doing well, who knows? Maybe I end up being a Dragons fan.
Here we go. Andrew Jamil off the board. Wide receiver going to the Guardians. This has got to make the chat happy with this. John, Andrew Jamil, and then we'll toss back to Andy.
I'm actually not familiar with this guy. I'm getting familiar with him right now.
Andy, what do you make? Jamil's the big name.
He's a Glacier boy. He's a huge one. He's from the FCF, so he's the guy that got really incorporated with the FCF last year. He was also with the Sea Lions and the TSL as well. He had a stint there momentarily. Yep. So, but yeah, he's a big FCF guy. People really love him a lot. I think he's really exciting. He's kind of an exciting player to watch. He's again, not really huge. He's more somebody that you could see probably working out of the slot, but just has a ton of talent. I think this is a great pick for Orlando. Somebody that they can use And I would probably say at the Y slot, but he's someone that's really really going to get a lot of people going. So this is a great pick for the Guardians, and a lot of fanfare for him based on what he did in the FCF.
Yeah, it's the Glacier Boy. John, continue here, and then I'll hop in. Oh, see, so this is what I thought. So we have as John makes his microphone from there. We have Andrew Jamil, and then he's playing with Francois, right, with the Guardians. That's exciting, right? That's an FCF. I like this.
Go.
This is why like we do this show. It's because you get all these other connections and people know each other. What do you make of? We'll toss back to Andy, and then we'll go to John. Like just the FCF, like here, where it was like when they brought in Joe Burrow, right, and to the Bengals. They're like, okay, we got to get the guys he played with in college. Like, what do you make of this FCF connection?
It's so fascinating. It's kind of like in the old days when you had arena football league players get into the NFL, and you had those just like small contingency of people be like, hey, I've watched that guy because he was playing for my arena team. And it kind of feels that it has like that same camaraderie to it, where it's like the FCF, which has such like, it definitely has its niche, right? Like it has its fan base and it has its product. And I think that's a big thing. I mean, it really goes a long way in terms of incorporating those players and giving those players another chance to do something at a bigger level. I'm not saying I mean, like, I like the FCF a lot, but in terms of like, traditional football, being able to get them into this arena is a huge deal for them. I remember, and that happened with in the USFL, you had Madre London coming over, who had a huge season in Europe, right? Gigantic season. Then he ended up coming over to the USFL. And that was one of the big talking points about being on the Maulers. So yeah, this how do I put it? Cross-pollination, I guess it is, of all football fans you got going on. But it's exciting, though. Again, it's being in your element, knowing somebody, and then him going somewhere else and being able to tell other people about that player. I do that all the time with all my NFL friends. I mean, they don't know any of these guys, and I have to end up filling them in on this.
Yeah, comment here, Mark. FCF produces great talent, totally underrated. Mark has a comment. Talked a lot about the USFL being picked clean, but who the heck is going to play in the FCF? And that was a concern even last year. I thought Rio USFL and then FCF. I mean, they're really doing their own brand there, but I mean, you're still going to need guys that can play. I think they do a lot more like walk on, and we're going to communities and trying to find people, where XFL maybe is doing a little bit more like you got to work with agents to scout. John, what do you make? 3 competing leagues here, February through July, and all the talent, for the FCF as well.
No, I think we have 2,500 different guys that enter into the NFL draft process every year, and only 260 are selected. I think that talent will find itself, especially with these developmental leagues, because that's what they're designed for, is to pick up these guys that didn't get their NFL shot, or didn't get their, in this case, the USFL or XFL shot. And they go down there and they ball out, and then they get these opportunities. And so I think that's going to be part of it. I don't know what it's going to be as a watchable product. I think that the fan controlled football is going to figure that self out on it too, because that's what they've done. But you also you got to remember too, the IFL as well, who has that partnership now with the XFL, where they'll have a draft pulling, the top players out of that league into the XFL. So there's a lot of different options here. And it's another reason why, when I'm talking with, players that are coming out into this draft class specifically, and they're talking about what their options are because they're not going to get picked by the NFL or whatever. Hey, look, if you can get in with the XFL, that's great. But right now, your best chance is to go ILF or IFL and take that route, because that's going to open the door directly to the XFL.
Got a running back here, Calvin Turner, another running back from Hawaii. Was this part of that much criticized XFL Hawaii showcase? Why the heck was it? Like, why are they flying? I saw so many comments about this. Why are they wasting time? I mean, The Rock lives in Hawaii half the year. What do you make of this? Getting a Hawaii guy, Calvin Turner, running back, Andrew?
Well, I'm glad that Mr. Turner is able to get into this. He had a really productive career at Hawaii, had 40 touchdowns. He was a really kind of a fixture of that offense. He had a lot of playing time. I wonder if maybe there was some tread on the tires for him as far as when he came into the camp and tried to get involved with the NFL. But yeah, I mean, he obviously made an impression at the showcase, and he was able to kind of get himself in here. I am curious to see what he ends up doing as far as what his position is with the Brahmas, if he ends up playing running back or receiver. But I do think he's got a good skill set. I mean, again, relatively young. And that's, again, the trend I'm seeing across the board here is these guys are like all either 23, 24, under 25 years old. That's really seems to be the niche that this league is going for.
Yeah, Coach Craig, we have another, and Coach Craig's going to be hopping on later today. Another kind of dual position, running back, wide receiver. Seems like we're getting that right. The ability, smaller drafts and moving players around and all of that. They have another comment. Interesting. Some teams are bringing up 2 running backs as their first 2 picks. John, do you make anything of that? Like we said, we can kind of dual purpose these guys.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what they're trying to do. Because the 2 teams that have done that so far, San Antonio. We talked about them a little bit. They've got Jawan Pass and Anthony Russo at the quarterback position. They went Jacques Patrick and Calvin Turner, if I'm tracking that correctly right now. And so Turner, like he said, he can play slot wide receiver as well. So he's not just a running back. So that makes a lot of sense. You're going to try to probably get him. You're going to move him around. You're not going to just play him at one spot or the other. You're going to move him at both places. Which, yeah, very, very true there, Coach Craig. The NFL viewed him definitely more as a wide receiver because I was scouting him as a slot guy. The other team that went with 2 running backs, I'm trying to pull that one up. Oh, yeah, the Houston. We kind of talked about that too. Killins and Garrett Owens. And Owens is going to be more of an H-back. So they're doubling up on these guys because they're thinking getting creative schematically and doing a bunch of different things and giving the defense a bunch of different looks. So that makes sense. It might also be looking at, all these running backs keep coming off the board. And it's like, well, I can't wait another round to go get my guy. I got to get him now, before somebody else does. And so it looks like it's kind of created a run on the running backs, and the wide receivers have kind of been left behind.
Yeah, Max says here, Calvin was a alumni academy guy. We've been doing a lot of work with them and talking. So that's where the players that aren't, either come from the NFL trying to get back in, they do that and work with that. I think that's great. You want to have a couple of those stories that you can showcase that way. I have someone else messaging me coming on here in a minute. Andy, any other thoughts?
Well, I just think it's interesting that, again, the Brahmas we talked about earlier, having a more traditional running back in Jacques Patrick, and now you have Calvin Turner who can do both. So now they've kind of been able to cover both bases in their first 2 picks. So obviously, now, even though it says running back on both sides, obviously Turner being more hybrid, and probably as they mentioned, it's going to be like they're going to probably use him at wide receiver, honestly. So, but if they want to use him as a running back, they can.
Well, you think maybe they could potentially use him because we've been looking at San Antonio as basically, like we talked about on the live stream yesterday, it's basically the Pittsburgh Steelers. You've got an Anthony Russo type who's like Ben Roethlisberger, has that big body, can push the ball down the field sort of thing. And now you're getting, a big. So is this sort of like a Calvin Turner is going to somewhat play the Hines Ward role, and then, Patrick will play the Jerome Bettis role kind of thing? Like that's kind of what they're doing.
Maybe have him do, I don't know, some like Antoine Randall L stuff. Maybe move him all around even the field. Him too. Like that's something I was thinking about as well. There's so many possibilities of the Brahmas. I'm really not sure because I also see like run pass option in the offense. I see them like getting there's that. I'm really curious to see how Hines does it. I do agree with you that I bet he goes more the traditional sense with Russo and maybe has more of like that big passing offense down the field. So we'll see. We got another one.
We got here Jamarcus Bradley. John, hop on that. I'm tweeting something out here.
Yeah, I like Jamarcus Bradley. I watched him a lot last year. University of Louisiana. He was who's the quarterback there last year? Levi Lewis.
That's
Levi
right.
Lewis. This was his number 1 guy. Jamarcus Bradley. He's a lot of fun. Bigger body. I think he's around 6'2", in that 210, 215 size, and they're going to definitely want him to be their X, which St. Louis already had. Let's see. They took Marcel Aitman. So I think that tells us right there that Aitman's going to try to settle into a Z role, and they're going to try to use Jamarcus Bradley as the X. So interesting. You've got AJ McCarron, and now you're giving them wide receivers. And I mean, that's assuming McCarron starts. It might be Ryan Willis. We don't know at this point. But you're giving them weapons early. And so I think that St. Louis is looking to air the ball out a lot.
What do you make of that with Becht? And there's, Andy, there's been lots of like, what kind of offense is he putting together? And, tight ends coach, all that. What is this telling us about what Becht is going to be doing?
It seems a lot more aggressive. I mean, it really does. I think this is definitely not the Hayes Lewis offense. Like, I think this is going to be a much more down the field passing attack. And obviously, you got a guy like had Jordan Ta'amu last time, and he was much more intermediate, like between the hash marks, no more than 15 yards. Keep it, don't turn the ball over. Make sure that everything's like kept in front of you. Run the ball. It was much not conservative, but I think it was just not as aggressive. And clearly, Beck is saying no. I think there's going to be a lot more passing down the field. There's going to be a lot, regardless of whether it's Willis or McCarron, which funny enough, I feel like are not really the guys that I would think are going to be airing it out too much. Like that's not really I think of when I think of those two guys as far as like pushing the ball down the field. But I guess this spells a little bit differently though. This is definitely probably going to be a different Battlehawks offense than it was last time.
I think what they're looking to do is they're looking to run an air raid, and it's because if you look at what Ryan Willis did, this back in the spring league last year with I think it was the linemen, right? They they won a championship running that air raid offense, and he was really good at distributing the ball and making the right decision, and that's why they went and I believe he was the MVP as well. But I think that's what they're shooting for here is an air raid. And if you think about the most explosive, the most successful air raid offenses, the thing that they all had in common with each other was a very diverse group of wide receivers, because you're going to ask them to do different things, and it allows you to scheme differently, and add different concepts to it. So I think that's why they went with those guys, because you don't think airing it out, pushing the ball downfield with either one of them. Bradley, there's a comment that you had pulled up here earlier where they said he catches everything thrown at him. He literally does. I don't remember seeing him drop the ball much. I'm surprised he's not there. It is right there. Kyle, good job. I don't remember seeing him really drop footballs, and I'm really surprised that he's in this league. This is a guy, I think, out of all the people we've seen so far get picked, that has the best shot going up into the NFL next year.
We got another guest here hopping on in a minute. I'm going to let him get pulled up here. I have a comment, and then we'll bring in our next guest. Having a lot of questions about like where do we track this? And then we have the draft tracker. We have it up on here. It's the XFL site. Same thing. Like I said, we're just adding extra commentary on here. I appreciate, John and Andy, our next guest, hopping on. Greg Parks had just tweeted, who just left. Like, it's crazy to him that 20 years ago, we followed the XFL 01 draft with a draft tracker on the website. And now 20 years later, that's still what we're doing. We had a question here. I thought it was going to be live stream. You're watching the live stream. This is the live stream here. I'm so excited. We're bringing in our next guest from LSU. Came with me to the Arizona showcase. God friend here of the show, Evan Wilsmore. How are you doing?
What's up, Reed? How are you?
We're good. How is XFL Draft Day treating you?
It's been busy. Frantically going on Twitter, trying to put out as much information as possible. It's been a busy morning, and I think it's only going to get busier, but I'm loving every bit of it so far.
Initial thoughts. Who are you surprised to see? Andrew Chamil, we just had here going to the Guardians. We've tracked him. Like, who has stuck out to you so far that we've seen go?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's been a lot of great names, a lot of surprises. To me, so far, the one that has stuck out the most has definitely been Martavis Bryant. He had been talked about, being in the pool, and we weren't really sure what was going to happen to him because he's had, let's just say a few issues, trying to come back. He was with the CFL and the FCF, and hasn't played in the NFL in 5 years now or whatever. But now he's back, I guess, in the XFL. Rod Woodson's taken a chance on him. Obviously showed a lot when he was with the Steelers. A lot of production in the NFL. So excited to see what he can do when the time comes in February.
Matt, our friend of the show, Zach, hopping in. Who selected He Hate Me? Zach, He Hate Me. I should have worn my He Hate Me jersey, but I do have my XFL showcase one on today. Andy, you write. We all, with News Hub, you write with Evan. Any thoughts for Evan, and then we'll get John's thoughts because I'm sure we'll have another pick pop up here.
Yeah, no, I was saying earlier, actually, Evan, I was a little bit surprised that Martavis Bryant went in the first round. I wasn't sure where his position was going to be, if he was going to be later on. I thought he might have been more like mid-round pick, but he seems to have made an impression with the Vegas coaching staff, and he was going to be able to get on board immediately. So I do think that was a bit interesting that he went so early, but we've just been talking about all these different skill sets and how there's just been a run on running backs and like all these different multi-purpose running backs that are just going early and often. So we'll see if this continues, especially with the defenders. Here we go.
Oh, I love this guy. Oh, my God, I love this guy.
Let's get John on here. What do you make of this?
Oh, man. Okay, so I watched him a lot last year. Sam Houston State, Jaquez Hazard. I'm probably slaughtered his name. I'm so sorry, man. Jaquez. But dude, you want to talk about a fast, slot wide receiver who's a special teamers as well. He runs back kicks, he runs back punts. This guy's fun. Okay. He ran a 4.3 something as well. I believe at his pro day. He is fast. He's lightning. He has a ton of moves in his arsenal. I'm shocked that he is not in the NFL. That's the biggest surprise, the biggest takeaway with this draft so far is finding out how many of these guys I was scouting last year that are not in the NFL on a practice squad somewhere. And they're going to be playing in this league. So this is another guy. He's so much fun. He's got a really good shot at going somewhere.
Evan, thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, like John said, the name definitely rings a bell. Watched a bit of him. Yeah, very, very exciting player. One of those guys that, it's kind of like, he didn't latch on in the NFL for some reason. I was thinking the same about Charleston Rambo earlier. He went fourth to Orlando. I think he was a guy. It was a similar situation. A lot of speed, had been like a proven starter. And obviously that was at a bigger program in Oklahoma, then transferred to Miami, but never latched on the NFL. And this is the type of player that the XFL is targeting specifically, the sort of, I guess, younger cream of the crop, you'd say, guys that have just come out in 2021 or 2022. And Jaquez Zard is a great example of that, especially because he's from a smaller school too. Sam Houston State, well-known FCS program. They won the championship a few years back. Typically that would belong to North Dakota State. But that's a pick I like a lot as well.
Andy, what do you make? We did, like I said, we had the Hawaii thing here. We've had these showcases. We're doing the HBCU, all that stuff. We're trying to find all these guys. I've always said XFL is going to be the best played football. I just don't know everything else that involves in it. But what do you make? Seeing this guy come out, Sam Houston State.
I cannot wait to see him return kicks, and especially if the XFL kickoff stays intact. Like, oh my God, this guy is going to be lethal. He is lightning fast. I wonder. I'm not sure. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but if we're going to possibly see the next iteration of a Kevontae Turpin, like this might be one of those guys. I think he's definitely got the potential to do that. He is so quick. I really can't wait to see him factor in this offense, and I really can't wait to see him on special teams. I'm going to assume they're going to let him do special team stuff. They have to.
Yeah, and to add real quick, because Turpin had the personality issues, right? When he came out, like he got kicked out of TCU, so they had the question marks around that. So he legit had to go through 3-4 leagues just to get a chance. Played, spring league, played Europe, played in the USFL. This is a guy that doesn't have that. This is a guy that is just as explosive as Turpin is, but has a clean slate on the backside. This is a guy we could legit see in the NFL next year.
This is, you guys seem really high on this. Defenders back again. Is this a home run pick for them, Evan? And where do you think DC goes next year? Wide receiver, and we've had some of the other picks for DC off the board with a running back as well.
Yeah, in terms of where DC goes from here, it's hard to say. There's been a lot of, I guess, sort of uncertainty. Really everything's running back and wide receiver right now when you're talking about offensive skill position. If I'm looking back, I'm trying to think of their previous picks because they took Abram Smith first overall, right?
Abram Smith, and then they've got
this is their next pick.
Yeah. So then they'll go back to back here.
All right, yeah. So they've just got a running back and wide receiver. So I'd assume
there you go. KJ Cannon, Baylor. Anyone familiar?
All right.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with this guy.
That name does not ring a bell for me, but then again, I guess I'll let John talk about that while I go back on Twitter.
Yeah, so KD Cannon, this is a guy that played, I want to say 2015, 16, 17 at Baylor. So he's a little bit of an older guy. He bounced around the NFL a little bit, bigger guy. He's definitely going to be an X. This is one. Remember how we were talking yesterday about those 4A players that the XFL is going to kind of lean their hat on? This is one of them. All right. KD is not going to be playing in the NFL, I don't think, but he's an X. I just pull him up as I was talking. He's 6 foot, but he can play an X. He's sort of like that Stephon Diggs type without the explosive athleticism. So very interesting pick there. I like it. He's a guy that you want to be able to use to stretch the field, and that's what he did really well at Baylor.
John says, "Yeah, do you remember what we talked about yesterday?" I don't remember anything we talked about yesterday. I remember it was a really good time, and I remember a lot of information. But it was like, woo! Jalen Smith popping up here for St. Louis. It hasn't populated on the screen yet, but I see Jalen Smith here from Louisville, tight end. Anyone have thought? There we go. Just showed up.
His name is escaping me a little bit as far as what he did on this team. I have to look him up really quick.
I gotta be.
Yeah, I'm doing the same thing too, to be honest.
That's okay, but we have Coach Beck here, right? Tight ends coach, all that. Drafting him, scouting him out that way. Joining already, kind of a stat class we were talking about with Jamarcus Bradley here, wide receiver, and where was the other one? Marcus Atman from Oklahoma State. Max Smith was a receiver. Now they've got him slotted as a tight end. Interesting again, have another one of those kind of dual purpose guys.
Yeah, it looks like his last year was in 2018 with the University of Louisville. He was listed at 6'4", 220, which means he's probably about 6'3", and he might be around 230 now if he's switched over to tight end. But this is a guy who is decently productive. His junior year, he led the team receiving, 60 catches for 980 yards and 7 touchdowns. That's back. So he was back playing with Lamar Jackson. So he was one of his receivers back then. I vaguely remember him. I just don't remember. That was back when I was just starting to get into NFL draft scouting. Was that year 2017? I think he got hurt in 2018. That's probably why he's here right now.
Another name popped up here, Kendrick Rogers. Zach, comment. We'll get Andy's thoughts here next. Zach missed with it. America's, I don't know if it's St. Louis. I have to declare who America's team is. I haven't decided yet. We all know BC Lions are America's CFL team. And I think the Philadelphia Stars were America's USFL team just because of, land of liberty and all that stuff. Andy, what do you make of Kendrick Rogers here going San Antonio Brahmas again here? Exciting team building with Coach Ward.
A&M product. I know he made some spectacular catches at A&M. I think he's got some really interesting hands. It's cool to see that he's getting out here with the Brahmas. I again, another receiver that I think Hines Ward's going to be able to experiment with and be able to kind of put it in different positions around the field. I'm not sure if he's the X necessarily. He might be, but he is definitely somebody who has a really interesting set of hands.
Stephen Guidry, Orlando Guardians wide receiver, Mississippi State just popped up, and I think we're going to have to head over to the second page here. John, thoughts on either of the last two picks?
So Rogers is a guy that I thought was going to blow up in the spring league last year, and he didn't make the roster. He didn't. He played very little and sparingly throughout the league, which was a disappointment. So this is kind of like a bounce back for him. He is a big guy. You want him to be an X. But he might be better suited being a big slot, which is more of a tight end role. And then Guidry, I remember him a little bit at Mississippi State. I think he's been a year or two since he's been there. Probably, I'm gonna have to pull this up before I talk about him. Make sure I'm thinking the right guy.
That's okay. And so I've got the next page pulled up online here. So, because it's going to, I don't know if this will refresh, but I've got it popped up. We'll look over at that. Evan, any thoughts on the last three? Max had a comment. KD was with the Wildcats from 2020. So that's another guy coming back. Smith, we talked about the receiver. I'm just catching up on comments. Evan, any thoughts on the last couple?
Yeah, I mean, both the names ring a bell. I think Andy mentioned Rogers' hands. That's what I remember him for at A&M. Guidry, I don't remember as much of, but yeah, I think he might have been somewhere. I don't know. Again, it rings a bell, but I don't have too much analysis there.
All right, we have the next name popped up here. Brandon Dillon going to the Vipers. Another tight end, run on tight ends here. John, any thoughts on Brandon Dillon from Marion?
No, I need to pull him up too.
We're getting to that point.
The toughest part where it's like, I can tell you about Guidry though. He's a 6'4", 220 guy. Was on the practice squad of the Dallas Cowboys last year.
That's good. Yeah. And then Kendrick Rogers, like you said, surprised he didn't get, a shot, as much of a shot before as you were expecting here coming in. Brahmas, I think, are shaping up to be an exciting team, with Juwan Pass and Anthony Russo there. Andy, any talk? And then I'm going to pop over to the next page here. We're kind of riding the two lines here.
Yeah, so we talked about sort of hybrid positions earlier. Brandon Dillon is a traditional tight end. He's 6'5", he's 250. He's definitely got a lot more build to him. He was on the Vikings team. He played like a game or a couple and just mostly blocked for them about like 3 years in a row. So he's not somebody that I think is going to be looked to for his hands. I think he's definitely going to be used a lot more in like pass or run blocking sets. But I do think he is somebody that fits more of the traditional tight end mold. So if you're just looking to add bodies as far as blocking scheme, he's absolutely somebody that the Vegas Vipers are going to look at.
A lot of
and
comments.
If you think about that too, Lovett is more of a power running back anyways. He's not as much of a receiver, so that fits.
Is XFL draft recap coming up on ESPN Sports Center this year? Just make sure you stay tuned into the stream. Pull it up on your phone. You can go watch that, but stay through here. We've had you recap the whole time. Evan, we have here. We have a question. How come the Renegades get the next picks? Because it's like the snake draft. So like the Vipers, and it's moved around. They had the whole grid. They emailed it out. That never makes sense to me. I always just kind of go through like whatever they say is all checked out. Evan, any thoughts on draft order? Anything else here as we wait for the next pick coming down? Another back-to-back Vipers pick.
I mean, yeah, Brandon Dillon. We got 2 more picks, so I better hurry up. Brandon Dillon, yeah, he played in an NAIA school, Marion. I know Marion. I don't know if they're an NAIA powerhouse, but I do know someone from Marion that went on to play in the NFL. And NAIA is a pretty that's below NCAA, so that's a pretty remarkable achievement. Really goes to show that the XFL is branching out and really finding those sort of hidden gems, I guess we'd call them. And I'll leave it at that.
Juwan Green here coming up. We got 3 popping in here, back to back.
It's going quick.
John, react, and then we'll get Andy. Juwan Green, Lujan Willingham, and Cedric Bird from Hawaii going to the Roughnecks.
Not very familiar with Juwan Green or Winningham. Good. I'm glad that our friend over here knew about Winningham more than I did. But Cedric Bird is another Hawaii guy that did a really good job of what he does. He's, again, a slot kind of guy, quick. I think he kind of flunked out of the NFL because his speed wasn't as great in testing. I think he ran a 4.5, so that's probably why he's here. But they're going to use him more in a slot and probably try to extend him and use him as a mismatch weapon in space.
It's interesting. We had Steve Guerra on with the working with the analytics and kind of doing the testing with the XFL, trying to find these guys, like you said, maybe tested outside of what was normally expected, but they excel in other things. Curious to see, like you said, getting these guys up to speed, getting them used in other positions here. Someone like that maybe, like you said, was overlooked by the other scouts. Andy, do you have any thoughts on the last 3 picks that came in? They came in fast and furious.
They did. Mostly Cedric Bird. Again, it kind of shows, this byproduct of all these Hawaii players now starting to make their way over. That showcase clearly has showed its mark early in this draft. And I think for Bird, it's another good opportunity. Obviously, he didn't really have much as far as speed, as John was alluding to. He kind of had to sort of make his way as far as just being able to show that he has good hands. And I think in the Roughnecks offense, he has the potential to do that. Again, another different kind of receiver for AJ Smith to sort of experiment around with. So it doesn't surprise me that he's kind of more this like possession receiver that they're going to use here. But yeah. Oh man, these are coming fast.
Coming fast. I did just real quick. Yeah, we had a comment. 2 players from Hawaii. People wonder why they had a Hawaii showcase. There was a lot of criticism when they had that Hawaii one, and they said, how dare they? And they're spending all this money, and the USFL didn't have to waste any money on all this stuff. John, any reaction to these? And then we'll toss back to Evan.
Burnett's a good one. He's Houston, just adding their first 2 receivers to their roster after going, with the running back and the H-back. This is kind of showing what they want to do. These are guys that are going to be able to be effective in the short to intermediate routes, which means that it's probably going to end up being a more, traditional, some West Coast infused on the scheme. And that's kind of what they're kind of getting to, what they're trying to build.
Evan, thoughts on this? Getting the Hawaii guys, Washington State guy in there. That's exciting. We have now just Jacor Pearson coming in from Mississippi for the Sea Dragons, another Danucci weapon. Thoughts on any of the guys coming in?
Yeah, Pearson rings a bell, but I'm going to jump on the train here and talk about Cedric Bird.
Yep.
I know AJ Smith pretty well, and I can guarantee you he's probably wanted Cedric Bird for a long time. Hawaii historically has been a run and shoot team, pass first offense. That's what AJ Smith is looking to install. AJ's worked with June Jones before. He's worked with Hal Mummy. They're going to have the air raid system there. So Cedric Bird, I think, is going to fit perfectly into that system. It could honestly be the top option in that offense. Wouldn't surprise me at all if he goes for 1,000 yards. Not going to say he's the next Cam Phillips because that's a pretty bold statement, but I like Cedric Bird a lot. Happy for him. That's a great fit.
I really appreciate that insights, Evan. See, I love getting like this diverse collection of voices on here. And I think you guys have all done so well because I'm such an idiot when it comes to all this stuff. But I really appreciate the insights. Andy, any thoughts here? Sea Dragons, add another weapon?
Yeah, so now we're starting to get some Pac-12 guys, which I'm a little more familiar with. Deontay Burnett, I remember him on that USC team. I believe he was on the Rose Bowl team. He didn't do a ton. He had, he kind of didn't really get a lot of playing time. It was a really weird time for the USC program, so he didn't really get a lot of burn. He returned some kicks, kind of hung in there. But he's somebody that I think just, again, maybe just needs more playing time before I could get really more of an impression on him. He might be able to play probably more like the wide position for the Roughnecks. But again, just another receiver to mess around with.
Yeah, we're getting a defenders up here. Okay, so Vipers next on the clock. Yeah, they've been drafting a lot here. I mean, I know that this is all balanced out kind of however it does it, but Vipers coming up there. John, any idea where they go next or what you're looking for? Who else needs to get? Oh, there we go. Sean
it is.
Price, another tight end. Anyone have any thoughts on Sean Price?
I don't know if I remember Sean Price. I remember Ja'Cour Pearson now. Pearson played at the Hula Bowl last year. He's a slot receiver out of Ole Miss and he had some hand issues. And I think that's probably why he's not in the NFL, not very consistent with his hands. So I'm going to look up Sean Price and see what I can remember about him.
Yeah, but another tight end coming in, like we said, I think a lot of these guys are going to be dual purpose, right? I think we had another, was it like a running back tight end or whatever? One of them mixed up there. Mm-hmm. Andy, Guardians coming up next. How did we? Oh, I just thought they popped up there. Thoughts so far, Sean, or anything else that we are working on?
As far as the Guardians go, I am curious to see like what they're going to continue building their offense around. So far, I need to double check. They've been pretty receiver heavy so far in this draft, and I think they might need to start looking at running back because that's something that they haven't really focused on. They clearly seem to be more concerned about their passing attack at the moment. But again, if they're going to have any sort of foundation in the running game, they're going to need to start looking at that. But they've been really receiver heavy here so far. So I'd imagine that they're going to start going after a running back here very soon.
Yeah, I wish they didn't put this on separate pages. I wish we had this all on one page. I have it up here so I can look at it, but I can't, you know what I mean, in terms of streaming that. The Guardians, they picked Andrew Jamil, got the, and then Stephen Guidry coming in there. We have a comment. Yeah, Sean Price was at the Renegades back in 2020 as a blocking tight end. Chris says Sean Price is all right. Chris always on our YouTube chats. Appreciate that. And then, yes, DC grabbed KJ Cannon. Anyone else have any thoughts here while we wait for the next pick? The Orlando Guardians at pick 29.
I'll talk about Sean Price just briefly. Yeah. Sean Price has been an older guy. Last played at USF in 2015. I'm glad someone commented that he was on the Renegades because it was escaping me where he played and it was really bothering me. But traditional big blocking tight end, put up some nice numbers at USF, although that's been 7 years removed now. So, that's just and Jalen Tolliver just went off. That's one. I'll reserve myself from talking about that for the minute because that could go on for a while, but I'll let someone else take over there.
Go Andy, and then I want to hear Evan on this, but go.
I love having Jalen Tolliver back. Obviously, he was a Viper in the last league. I think his body type, his skill set's tremendous. I think he's just a big body to throw at it. And man, I'm really excited about this Brahmas receiver room. There's so much to do here. Obviously, Hines Ward is very, very interested in getting all these different kind of receiver bodies to kind of have either one of his quarterbacks to throw at. I'm really excited. I think I'm going to go off of what Nick said. I think there's going to be something going on with Russo and what he's going to be able to use in this offense because, man, there's so many different receivers and so many different kinds of receivers they've been targeting so far. But I love to see Tolliver back. this is really exciting. I'm actually really happy it ended up going to the Brahmas.
We have Mark here. Mark, new here. I'm an XFL fan. Welcome aboard, Mark. Make sure you like and subscribe. Lots of content today. We have a CFL Grey Cup pre-show coming up on Saturday. We do shows normally every Friday on here. Obviously, this week is a little nuts. John and I did all the quarterback assignments yesterday. Evan, let's get your thoughts on Jalen Tolliver.
Yeah, well, Jamie Elizondo, offensive coordinator for the Brahmas, briefly spoke with him this morning, told him to go get some good players. And if you haven't seen the trend here already, well, I hope you see it now, because Jacques Patrick went off the board earlier. He was with the Vipers in 2020. Very productive runner there with them. And now you have another former Viper player in Jalen Tolliver, who personally was one of my favorite receivers in the XFL. And I believed he was with Elizondo up in Edmonton last year too, in the CFL. So, definitely a trend there. And anytime Tolliver's with Elizondo, you know that's going to be a deadly combination. So beyond excited for that.
Yeah, we got people excited. Battlehawks back on the clock here. It's been exciting. Noah cheering for the Guardians, leaning towards the Brahmas. Evan, who are you covering for Hub? Who's your team?
The Roughnecks. Yeah, so that's why I got a bit excited with Cedric Bird. I do like a lot of our picks so far, especially Garrett Owens, I think was his name. I wasn't on the show when he got drafted, but he was at the CGS game. Shout out to Mike Riddleman. He's a very, very versatile player, and I know he played at DeKent's, I think. Hopefully I'm not butchering that name. Played at a Division II school before that, but he's going to do like 60 different things on that team, and that's going to be so much fun.
We just had Heath just subscribe. Yeah, give me a subscribe. I really appreciate it. I'll get John back on now that I've discovered him. Andy comes on a lot. We've had Evan on. I'm like, John was on yesterday. I'm like, I should have had you on like a year ago, but we finally have discovered each other in this. And but yeah, like and subscribe. Doing the Lord's work here. I had Kenny on Twitter talking about that. DC Double Tap coming up. Andy, any other thoughts? Any other calls to subscribe for our audience today? We have good viewership right now.
Subscribe early and often. If you haven't done it already, what are you doing?
That's good. Thoughts? We got Tolliver. John, did we get your thoughts on Tolliver?
No, and there's not much that I can add to what was already said about him, but I think that he's going to be a good productive guy. Now, I like what San Antonio's done with their roster at this point, because we've been saying it, the last 2 days, is it looks like Hines Ward's building this team to kind of be what the Pittsburgh Steelers used to be. You've got your big guys that have, big arms that can push the ball down the field. You've got a power running back, and now you've got, some bigger receivers. And Rodgers, you're hoping works out really well because he's got so much potential. If he could just catch the damn ball sometimes, he'd be great. And then Calvin Turner's because we talked a lot about him. So I like what they've done. San Antonio's got a really nice thing running here.
Ooh, Darius Shepard.
We just had
my God.
we just had a ton of names drop. So who wants to react first? We just had Mateo Durant to the Battlehawks, Jazz Ferguson to the Defenders, Briley Moore McKinney to the Defenders, and then Darius Shepard to the Battlehawks. Who was oohing and eyeing? Was that Evan?
Yeah, Darius Shepard. I'll briefly talk about him. I mentioned North Dakota State earlier, right? Being a powerhouse school in the FCS. Well, Darius Shepard played there. He was great, went undrafted in 2019, signed with the Packers, was there for a few seasons, didn't do a whole lot, bounced around with a bunch of teams in 2021. And this is another USFL guy. He was with the New Jersey Generals and then signed with the Broncos after that, but got cut. So, again, one of those guys that didn't really latch on, has been with a ton of teams now. But, man, I've loved him for a long time, and that's a really good pickup for the XFL that not enough people are going to talk about.
Golly, they are pouring these picks in now.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. So let me, it's almost too much to even catch up on. John, hop on any of these. We're going fast and furious here, and then we'll get Andy.
I got a couple here.
There we go.
First of all, Mateo Durant is a very solid running back. He's a 1,000-yard rusher at Duke. Quick inside the tackles kind of guy that, has the versatility to bounce to the outside. He's a little bit of a receiver. Jazz Ferguson started the season in the CFL. And this is a guy that he's big and he's physical, and he's been around the NFL. He's been a couple practice squads, Seattle. Most notably, I believe Detroit was the other team. And so you're just, again, hoping he can get the ball down the field. You want him to be an X. And then I guess the last guy I know these last two too. Dylan Parham was a really fun tight end at North Carolina State. receiver, blocker, and then Jermaine Martin. It bounced around. I believe he was in a couple All-Star games last year. I know he did the HBC Legacy Bowl last February. Talented running back at HBCU, and so probably the best HBCU guy that was coming out last year at the running back position outside of maybe Ezra Gray, but Martin's a more all-around player than Gray was.
We have the question is Dylan, Donald Parham's brother. Max says no, but he was with the Broncos camp recently. But there you go. Could have the next great XFL Parham tight end here. Andy, thoughts on the like 6 names that just popped up?
Yeah, Jazz Ferguson's the one that stood up already. Like, to me, just off the board immediately. I thought that like he has such an interesting like skill set. He's 6'5", his hands aren't that big, and I think he's somebody that just needs, I think, a good offense to be in. I think when he was at Northwestern State, he did a lot. When he was at LSU, he didn't really get much burn, and that's why he ended up transferring. And I think for him, this is a great opportunity to maybe do something in this DC Defenders offense. Man, he's so big. Like, I cannot wait to see him running down the field and maybe getting a chance to get some jump balls. As far as Parham goes, it's funny to have another Parham in this league. I hope he's as successful as Donald, because Donald Parham was a guy I was actually really I was really into. I actually really enjoyed watching him in the XFL, and when he ended up going to the Chargers, I thought that was great. And I think, who knows, maybe we'll have another one.
Has he come back full? I mean, I know he was really banged up. He's still kind of banged up?
He's had a couple issues. One, he had that nasty hit on him last year, and he got the concussion, which really sucked. This year, he's having hamstring issues. So he got it in camp. He was having a great camp. Then he got hamstring issues. He came back a little bit, and now he's having the same hamstring problem. He just can't stay healthy, which is really a shame, because I think the Chargers really want to use him in the offense, and they need to, because they have no receivers right now. But like they need Parham to come back, but he's just had a hard time staying on the field.
Toss back to Evan here. Any other continuing thoughts on this while we wait for the Vipers' next pick?
Yeah, Andy mentioned Jazz Ferguson. Shout out to LSU. Liked him a lot. And yeah, that name stood up a bit. I talked about Darius Shepard. The one that is really interesting that I completely forgot about was Jermaine Martin, and I'll thank John for kind of triggering my memory. Yeah, he was at a couple of the games last year, the All-Star games, and really turned some heads, including mine. I kind of just blanked on the name, but now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, that guy could really be something too.
Coach Craig still commenting on here. We're going to get him on in a little bit. Trying to catch up on any other comments. Max says Durant was on his running back watch list. Joel says Jazz Ferguson was from 2020. Shepard was in the USFL. Trying to make sure we're caught up on all the comments here. Really appreciate everyone doing that. David hopes DC goes for some big linemen soon. Yeah, I'll be curious to see here. We're flying through now. Already pick 37 coming up. Just general reactions, John, now that we've kind of seen, the almost top 40.
It's interesting because we were talking about Orlando needing a running back, and they waited and they got a good one, a guy that's going to fit what they want to do. The other thing that's interesting here is I didn't realize this yesterday, but Orlando's quarterback room is a little empty right now. So I think they're probably going to they might be adding somebody in January, especially with these wide receivers. You got Charleston, you got Jamil, you got Gildry, you got, tight end Ryan Becker. Martin is a receiver out of the backfield as well. This is a potentially really explosive offense. They're going to be fun to watch.
Juwan Green to Seattle. That happened, right? I'm trying to catch back up here. Yeah. Sea Dragons went pick number 22. Dylan Parham is 6'4". That is a big boy. Good luck to the DBs and the XFL guarding Birmingham receiving core. Shortest guy is Tolliver at 6'3". Yeah, John, thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I was kind of thinking. And Parham plays right into that too. I'm telling you, this is exactly, they are building this team just like the old Pittsburgh Steelers. I'm going to keep saying it. Parham fits that. He's the what was the tight end's name back in there? Heath Miller of this group. That's exactly what they're doing. They are going big, and they're going to be physical. They're going to be fun too.
Wow, you just got that. Why you keep hating on the Orlando quarterback? Because it's Francois like an FCF guy. I think he's gonna. I hope I hope that works well on that. Any thoughts? Do you want to go deeper in your thoughts about the Orlando quarterback?
Okay, so what I'm saying, basically, what I'm kind of pointing to is, yeah, Francois, he could be a really great quarterback, and we've seen it from time to time. But when I'm looking at like this group, Dormady and Francois don't have great arms. And these receivers that they're stacking up, they're looking like they want to be able to push the ball down the field. You know, Francois' effective range is probably about 30 yards. Dormandy's probably about 20. And so I'm kind of thinking out as I'm seeing some of this stuff going, yeah, but maybe, like you have a plans to add somebody. That might be the team that Mike yesterday was talking about has a fourth quarterback lined up.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see where that comes up. Andy, any thoughts here? We have XFL going to be lit in 2 months, and we're wondering where Brian Scott shows up.
So I want to make sure this is correct, but based on what the profile picture and what the name was, I believe that was the guy who made the Francois comment. That was Tommy Auger, the tight end from the Board 8 Yacht Club from the FCF. So I think he's just making sure that he stands up for his guy.
Oh, I'm sorry, man.
I was like, wait a minute, that looks familiar. I understand it. No, I'm a Francois guy too. I want him to do well. I thought he was going to do big things at FSU when he was going to take over for when he was going to try and take over for Jameis Winston. I really thought he was going to stick there, and obviously things didn't go that way, and he ended up transferring to Hampton. I still believe in him a lot. I want to see him get a shot. I really do.
Yeah, no, Tommy, I'm not sitting here trashing on guys, right? Like, because my job is I'm an analyst, and so I look at a guy and I watch his tape and I kind of factor in all these different things. Quarterback is a position I'm very critical of because it's the most important position on the field. And I want to know every single weakness that a guy has. And with Francois, and I very well may be wrong. I haven't seen him be able to push the ball very effectively since, maybe his sophomore year of college is the last time I really saw him doing it effectively, because I watched him in the spring league and it wasn't great at all. In fact, he was benched a couple times in that league. And so that's my concern with Francois is the consistency, and I don't see him really effective. And I say effectively, I mean hitting a 50%, completion percentage down the field.
Evan, any thoughts on Francois? You weren't part of our quarterback show yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I've been hearing more and more of him. I didn't really know much about his I didn't know much about his college experience up until recently, about him being at FSU and falling out, and then there was the whole thing at Hampton. And yeah, I saw a bit of him in the spring league. Didn't know a whole lot. His name started to get a bit more traction in the FCF. Yeah, I mean, again, I think John said it pretty well. Right now Orlando has guys with maybe better legs than arms, and I'm not saying they can't throw. Because if you can't throw, then why would you be a quarterback? But just compared to some of the other guys we're looking at in this league, some big body quarterbacks that are going to sling it to big body receivers. I'm talking about San Antonio here, if you haven't already guessed that. So yeah, I think it'll be interesting. And yeah, they're probably going to look to bring in someone else, as will every other team in terms of passers from what I've been hearing.
Tommy, Tommy's in the draft pool. If you get drafted, you better pop on the show here. I'm just saying that we did that back at the USFL draft. Before. Any player that gets drafted that's watching, God willing, come on the show here. Good luck. Yeah, Tommy, we're giving them luck on that. It's weird. We had like 7 picks in a row. Now we're hitting a little bit of a lull here. Andy, how are we feeling? We're biding a little bit of time here until it pops up.
Well, I'm just waiting for the spray of picks again, because that apparently what keeps happening is that we get 4 or 5 of these at the same time. So I'm just waiting for that.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of good. Yeah, Tommy is a fan friendly in there. Panthers store Derek King from DC, but it's temporarily. I mean, that's the whole thing with Derek King. I think he'll be back in that. Going to DC. The Panthers are not making. He might be back. He might be off the second PJ gets back on. I mean, PJ is just injured right now. Was it a high ankle sprain? What's going on with PJ Walker? He's out for the week, right?
Correct. Yeah. And I think in regards to King, I think it's just scout teaming for Lamar Jackson. That's the exact same thing that the Chiefs did when they played the Ravens a couple of years ago. They put Jordan Tarambo on their practice squad, and they just used them as a scout team for that game. I believe it was I can't remember if it was a Monday night. I think it was a Monday night game. So this is a common strategy that teams try to implement. I think King, I like, for his sake, I hope he sticks, but I have a feeling that this is what the ulterior motive is. And as soon as PJ's back on, he's probably going to be back off the roster.
Mark here wants to see Ben Holmes. I will say Ben Holmes in the 2.5-year, 119 episode history of our show, the only player that's ever stood me up for an interview and then blocked me on Twitter. So
oh my God.
I have,
This is true.
So I have no, I'm sorry. I have love for everybody. I have no love for Ben Holmes. I stood at my computer here for 3 hours waiting for him to come on. And then it was like my fault the next day. So I appreciate Ben. I wish him luck. And we just had a couple names pop up. They'll be on the Chrome here. We have Matt Jones going to the Vipers, Brendan Knox, and then Keith Ford here going to the Arlington Renegades. Evan, do you have any initial thoughts on these? And we'll let John and Andy figure out what's going on.
Well, Matt Jones rings a bell, and if I'm not mistaken, he was in the XFL in 2020.
Yes, he was.
Yeah, I think that's the right guy I'm thinking of. I couldn't tell you much outside of that because, again, there's a lot of names, and I'm looking at the other ones here. Brendan Knox from Marshall and Keith Ford from Texas A&M. Keith Ford rings a bell because he's an A&M guy in the SEC. I don't know about Brendan Knox, and another one just popped up, Justin Smith from Norfolk State. Yeah, I can't. I think that's about my limit there was Matt Jones.
John, let's get to you. We are Fast and Furious. We're excited. Matt Jones, let's go. Matt Jones was on the Battlehawks. And then I have the next page open, so I'll pop it over when it goes up here. But John, any initial thoughts on this?
Yeah, so Brendan Knox is a guy that came out, I believe it was last year, out of Marshall. He's sort of he's a little bit more of a power guy in between the tackles. I liked him. I believe he played at the Hula Bowl last year. Keith Ford definitely rings a bell. I'm trying to place him. I'm having trouble with that. Not too familiar with Justin Smith either, unfortunately. Not a guy I was too familiar with. But Knox and definitely Matt Jones, yeah.
Andy, thoughts here? And then, like I said, I do have the next page open, so we'll be able to transition over when we do it. Yeah, it's weird. Like certain browsers, like because people refresh your browser, certain guys, pop up earlier than others. Matt Jones also had a few solid games. My Commanders to beat the Eagles this week. That's exciting about that. Andy, thoughts on any of these guys?
Yeah, Matt Jones, he was a pretty significant part of the Battlehawks offense. He was used mostly as a runner, but also in pass catching downs as well. So I'm curious to see how he factors into this offense. I guess maybe, I'm not sure if he was a target for the Renegades this time around, obviously because Jonathan Hayes and Tim Lewis are very familiar with him, but he ended up going to the Vipers instead. So it's going to be interesting how they end up using him. But yeah, a veteran of the XFL there, another one off the board.
Ladarius Galloway, disrespect continues. Ladarius Galloway still in there. Kyle is excited. Familiar faces. Kyle's our Montreal Alouette super fan there. We'll get to the next. Any other general thoughts here as we complete? We're the top 40 picture now, John.
Out of the teams that I've seen so far, really the two that stand out to me is I really like what Orlando's doing out with the skill positions. And then obviously it's just really fun to watch what San Antonio keeps adding. I think that these are the two teams that I'm really going to enjoy watching this year.
Evan, are you happy with the Roughnecks so far here? Your team that you're covering?
Oh yeah, no, definitely. I mean, there's some picks I'm going to have to, do some, I guess, deeper dives into, but I could say that about a lot of the picks so far. It's been a real mixed bag of like guys I'm really excited about, guys that I've heard of before. And then the other end of the spectrum is like, guys that I don't really know much about because they, either came out this year or just didn't have that big of a college career. So, yeah, I mean, it's a pretty well-rounded group so far, I'd say.
Yeah, Jackson's asking what channel is the draft on. It's channel Markcast here. Kyle said it's not on. This is it. This is what you got. You got the draft tracker, same that we had in 2001. At least in 2020, we had the Zoom that you were able to follow along with that way. We have another comment here. Matt Jones, very good for us on the Battlehawks, but then we have slow 40 time but effective results.
Yeah, he's a bruiser.
Mm-hmm. And then we have a Cleo Glass. So that's going to be, they're doing the quarterbacks and stuff tomorrow. And then back in January, we had the selection show yesterday. I'm trying to think of any other. Crispy is excited on here. Any other thoughts? We're still waiting on pick 41. I have the next browser window open when that shows up. Evan, you have anything?
Not really, to be honest. I'm kind of just waiting to see. There's a few names that I'm waiting to see, maybe pop up. Someone mentioned Ladarius Galloway. I can remember when we did the USFL show back in, I think it was like February when we did that draft show. I was a bit stunned that Ladarius Galloway didn't get drafted, and I've really been pulling for him ever since he was with the Sea Lions in the Spring League, I believe it was. So yeah, that's a name. And then there's a couple of others that, you'll see, depending on my reaction, how I feel about them, if they happen, of course.
I have to say, Reed, you've got a lot of FCF people in your chat because it's all like FCF names. Because Ligarius Galloway was somebody who I believe was involved with the FCF, if I'm not mistaken. Oh no, sorry.
He was?
Oh yeah, he was.
Yeah.
He was.
I believe
involved with
it was the first season. It was the first year.
Yeah, the first year. Bryson Aline was another guy. I remember also you had LaMarcus Carradine. You still have several FCF players that are still floating out there. So you're gonna have the FCF people spamming the chat about that. I mean, we had an FCF player already, obviously, come out of the woodwork. So I think it's very interesting to see where they end up going if we start recruiting that talent. I don't know if there's any ELF guys, European League of Football, if there's any of those guys floating around. I haven't really. I tried to keep a couple of those names in my back pocket, but I haven't heard any so much on that so far. I'm curious to see if those end up getting drafted.
I will say in the retrospect of Reed's life, we were really hard on Fangatron football. I mean, even last year, they're like, "Hey, do you want to come out? Come to our show. Come, be a part of everything. Come to Atlanta." And I said, "No, we're gonna go. We're going to Birmingham. We're gonna go do the USFL. This is gonna be the big shebang. USFL wants nothing to do with anybody. FCF is begging people to come to their arena to cover their show." So I think in the retrospect, we've had Ray Austin on, we've had Greg at Mescal, their announcer on, and we've had their founder Patrick G. So we've had people on, but I think I should have steered more into the Fan Control football in my life. I think I would probably be less Reed as a hater if I would have just embraced the FCF. John, does Fan Control football equate to you at all in your life?
I watched it a little bit. I was a part owner this year with Marshawn Lynch and that team.
Okay.
So yeah, I got into it a little bit with that, but it's one. And the problem was there were a lot of guys that I couldn't take the time to prioritize it over the USFL with just the nature of my work. So I didn't get a lot of chances to watch it. And then especially where I live, typically we're in the middle of, I was going to use a bad word there and I decided not to. I live in the middle of nowhere in Tennessee. And so our internet out there is basically, DLS, which is 10 megabits per second. Everybody on the street is pulling from that.
Nice.
So until I can get some Starlink or something out there, I don't have a lot of access to a bunch of different stuff. But no, I enjoyed Fan Control football when I got the chance to watch it. It's really just a developmental thing. There's not much else you can really get out of it other than just developing players and just trying to get reps and working with other guys because it's a totally different sport. It really is.
It's hard. It's hard enough for me to I got to get Dorothy to watch NFL. Now I got to get her to watch CFL. And it's okay, now we got to go to USFL. And then we got to do the XFL. I mean, if I'm we're watching Fan Control football, I mean, I'm getting smacked outside the head. Like I said, I wish they would play not at the same time. I wish it kills me that it's we're going to be 8 hours on Saturday. And I'm I cannot watch that. It's the double headers. It's always competing with the USFL. Mike has a question. Well, we were talking Teamu. Teamu is definitely going to the XFL. Just that is XFL analyst posted that. And then the secondary logos are not official yet. That was weird. The XFL, when they had all those, Brandon was on our stream when they had that. ESPN posted all the secondary logos, then pulled them all back. While we're vamping here, waiting for pick 41, John, any thoughts on XFL, the team names, anything else? I'm just kind of vamping here as we get ready for the next pick.
No, I think that's when we talked about it a little bit on Twitter when these names dropped because the Brahmas was a real surprise to me. I was kind of I'm not sure why we're going with that, and then the Seattle Sea Dragons just feels, somewhat. What's the word I'm looking for? It's just kind of redundant. There you go. Thank you. But outside of that, no, I think the rest of it's fine. The Guardians switching up their color scheme has grown on me a little bit. Incorporating that green into it. I think that's at first I wasn't okay with that because I liked the black and the gray, but now I'm that's grown on me a little bit. And then outside of that, everything else is fine.
Not to compete as they were yesterday with the XFL. Tony Paul here, listener Harrison just sent over. Breaking, the USFL is actively exploring making Metro Detroit one of the hubs. We've kind of talked about this. I think Mike Mitchell has reported this as well. And Eastern Michigan, home of the Ryerson Stadium, has been contacted. Talks remain. So we'll see. USFL got to get a little bit of news out there today. Andy, any thoughts on this? And then we'll toss back to Evan. We have CLC Dragons as a mouthful.
It is. I think the logos, as far as all the teams go, are fine. I still think I'm a little weirded out by the bioluminescent green that surrounds the Guardians logo now. It's almost like the old Guardian got dipped in a vat of like nuclear acid, but I still I'm still warming up to that one. But as far as the rest of them go, it's fine. I think I've got over the initial reaction. I mean, we knew a lot of the names ahead of time because of Mike Mitchell. As far as the logos go, the secondary logos, I wonder, maybe they just come out with them next week, or maybe they do the same thing with it like they did with the football yesterday. They just drop it in the middle of the draft. They could do that too. They clearly seem to be fine with just releasing news ad nauseum now, so I could see that going on as well.
Evan,
I understood why they went with Brahma. Nice, Mark. I understood all that. It was just, I think when I initially saw it, I was just, of all the names that we picked, that's what we're gonna go with. Okay, fine, whatever. It was kind of that.
Evan, have we got your thought? I don't think you've been on the show since we've had the logos and all that. We're still waiting on 41. I got my eye up here.
Yeah, I mean, I will. Yeah, the last time I was on here, we were talking about the logos and names and everything. The league came out, and we were going over what we thought. Yeah, obviously Brahmas was the one that I wasn't sure about either. I was like, all right, like I get it. The Rock, he's got like the bowl, like okay, cool, but I couldn't really like believe it. And then I saw it and I was like, okay, like this makes sense. Like they've done a decent job, with the marketing. I'm a fan really of all the names and the logos. I'm just really glad that they brought back some of those old names. Like the Battle Hawks was such an iconic brand from 2020. I mean, everybody, especially in St. Louis, I mean, that was a big deal having the Battle Hawks. And, even years later, people would still talk about the Battle Hawks before they officially came back. And it was the same with the Roughnecks in Houston, because they were such a successful team and everyone remembered that. And, the Guardians, that one was a bit more controversial because like they changed. Obviously, they switched it over from New York, and everyone thought it was going to be like the Orlando Vipers. And then I liked Andy's comment about how it was kind of like the original Guardian was dipped in the nuclear acid, and it was kind of an eye-popping color scheme. And that one I'm still warming up to a bit as well. But yeah, no, I mean overall I think they've done a great job with the marketing, and it's a nice blend of sort of old mixed in with the new, mixed in with sort of edited renditions, because like the Renegades logo is slightly different, but it's still the same color scheme and everything like that. So yeah, all around, I'm a big fan of what they've done so far with the marketing.
Yeah, we have a lot of questions about jersey reveals. Yeah, a lot of people thought we were going to get them before the draft here. XFL in 2020 did the jerseys after as well. Andy's going to pop off here in a minute. I'm going to go grab a drink here so I can, while we have the most people on the stream, so you guys can kind of vamp. Whoever wants to start, I'll pop this up. You'll be able to see if the names come up here while I step out for just a second. But Andy, why don't you take the lead on final comments before you go, and then I will be back in just a moment.
Of course. Thank you, Reed. I think some of the logoing, like the Brahmas, like I knew that was going to be a thing from Dwayne Johnson. That was just going to be part of his imprint on the league, like kind of very much how like Danny Garcia had the signature on the football. Like that's just, there's going to be little hints and pieces of that. Now, if as far as like image goes, if people are not really thrilled by that, I understand. I get it. I think I think I could speak for most of us here. Like we're all here for the football. We're here for the play. We're here for the style. We're here for what kinds of schemes, what kind of players get involved, the coaches, all of that. But to the outside viewer, it's going to be about image. And for them, it's going to be interested in, the outside pageantry of the league. So I understand why they went with it. I think as somebody who's like us, who is like entrenched in it every single day, it may not be at the forefront of everything, but it is something that we can maybe criticize and look at a little bit heavier every time that it comes into discussion. So but as far as this draft goes, I'm still, man, I think it'll release like 10 picks at the same time. I feel like this is what's going to happen. Like
I think it's probably a little bit of they're taking a break right now. Is probably what's going on, and we just don't know because we're not there.
Yeah,
yeah, I agree. I do think the picks will come like in more chunks though, even if they're taking a break. Like, they're going to come back and we're going to have like 10 picks at one time, probably, kind of thing, because they're going to try and push through it a bit more.
Yeah, I think so too. I guess I suppose they're just going to go with the shotgun approach and just kind of like continue like like getting them out as quickly as possible. It would be, I don't know about you guys. I wasn't really expecting much of a television presentation today with this whole thing. I'm not sure about you, but I wasn't really expecting that as far as this whole thing goes.
No, I remembered the last draft where we sat in the Zoom, for hours upon hours upon hours and just watched these players get drafted. And, I was tracking the rosters just like I am right now. I've got all the rosters. I've got a big project that I'm working on that'll cover pretty much all professional sports in a pretty darn in-depth way. But, that's what I've been sitting here just tracking the rosters and kind of just thinking and going over it. And again, like, okay, well, what's this team going to look to do? And, what is interesting now? The DC Defenders, I think, is one of the more interesting teams that have been put together so far, because obviously they were the only team yesterday that took one quarterback, right? Mm-hmm. And they have built a big and fast team. Outside of Ezzard, everybody here on this team is over, 6 foot. And they are fast. They have a physical running back in Abram Smith, Cannon and Jazz Ferguson on the outside as they're working out of the slot. I mean, this is going to be a fun team when this rolls around.
No, I agree. Absolutely. I can't wait to see Ezra to get out there. I really cannot wait to see his speed on full display and for everyone to see it finally.
I was like, I knew I would come back and we'd have like 6 draft picks. We are still waiting. My draft pick.
We're just talking about that.
Tommy wants to know at this point, what time do you think the draft will end? No, Nick, it's not done. And I have multiple browsers open. I have browsers open in the background too. That's not showing on here. Joel wants to know the Brahmas unis look like. Andy, when you have to go, you let me know. What do you guys think the holdup is? Is it a web issue? I mean, are they taking a break while the Rock's on Sports Center? That seems really weird.
I said it right a couple minutes ago. I think that they are taking a break. I think that's what's going on. Because if you remember, when we sat in those Zoom calls and watched, they would go for 20, 30 picks and be like, okay, well, let's take a 10-minute break. And they go take a 10-minute break and come back. And then, between the position groups in that draft, it was, okay, well, let's go take a 2-hour break and we'll reconvene. And you're like, okay, I'm jumping on a Zoom call in 2 hours, I guess, I think that's kind of what's going on right now.
I got my Zoa pop here. We're getting ready for that. Yeah, it just seems weird. Like we're in the middle. We're round 6, pick 41. I mean, it just doesn't seem like it just doesn't seem like it seems like a weird spot to stop here. I mean, like Nick's literally asking, like, is it done? How long? So I'm trying to figure out how many picks. Okay, Sal's I want to see how many picks are we doing today on here. Evan, thoughts here? I don't know if we've gone to you in a second, and then we'll pop back.
I mean, yeah, I assume they're taking a break, although my concern is that if we take too many breaks, then I might be up at 3 a.m. and this thing still might not be done. We have a lot of ground to cover still. So, yeah, I mean, it works out for me. My day, I've got a couple, school and work-related things to take care of. So, I don't mind if there's a pause, but at the same time, players are anxiously waiting to get drafted. So we can't.
There's your answer.
Okay. I guess I've spoken it into existence.
Thank you, Evan.
Evan, you react, and then we'll get Andy before he leaves. So, Andy, do you have 2 minutes?
Okay. So the name that came off the board for me is Max Borghi. That guy was super dynamic at Washington State. I watched him a ton. He was a very fast catch passing running back. Wow, I cannot wait to see him in this Roughnecks offense and see how he's implemented with AJ Smith's scheme. But it looks like Nick also, you seem pretty excited too.
John,
excuse me. God.
John, sorry. I saw Borghi pop up. Exactly, because this is a guy that, he was catching 60, 70 passes a year in college. He's a great receiver out of the backfield. He's explosive. He's 5'8" ish, 190 ish. I was shocked that he didn't make it around in the NFL. I just thought that was a perfect skill set for him to make it. And here he is. And Houston got a good one. Houston's got him now, and Adrian Killens, and Garrett Owens. I mean, this is going to be, there's a lot you can do with this. And considering that Brandon Silvers and Caleb Elby are the quarterbacks on that team right now, there's a lot of different things that you can do to incorporate them into the offense and really make some different things happen.
This is going to be one of the hardest offenses to prepare for week to week. I can already tell just based on what's going on.
Jeff Badette popping up here and Damian Willis. Andy, any final thoughts from you before you go, and then we'll let Evan react.
Well, I hope you guys aren't here until 4 a.m, but if you are, I'll be able to go away, do my stuff, and come back and rejoin you. But hey, I just wanted to say, Reed, you're a superstar. Thank you so much for putting this together. John, your knowledge is incredible. I love learning all this stuff from you. You've been really great as far as scouting and all the work you put in. Evan, great to see you again. You've been awesome. A lot of knowledge from you as well. Glad we got some back and forth. Last thing I'll say, the two teams I'm really interested in, the Roughnecks, obviously, what they've been able to put together so far is really, really intriguing. I can't wait to see what they do. And the Brahmas, their receiver room is insane. I think there's a lot of identity there with Jamie Elizondo and Hines Ward and what they're trying to put together there. Those two are the most intriguing teams to me, but really excited to see how the rest of this day goes. So, yeah, guys, thank you so much. You guys are awesome. Keep doing what you're doing. Hold down the fort.
Thank you. So as we lose Andy, we're going to bring in another one. We'll get Evan's reactions here as we bring in Cody Main here. Really excited. Cody has been on the podcast before. We lose Andy there. First off, I guess we'll get Cody and then we'll go back to Evan. Cody, thoughts on, we're halfway through the draft, I think, kind of here. What are your main takeaways so far?
Trying to rapidly catch up, I guess, would be my main takeaway. I've had to take a back seat with NFL taking front center of my life the last couple of days and weeks. So trying to rapidly catch up. So actually hoping to get some of your guys' opinions on what we're seeing so far. There are a few names that did stand out in the early rounds. As a fantasy analyst, the one guy that I was most excited about, or two guys, I should say, that I was most excited about from the first round, Martavis Bryant to the Vegas Vipers, looks like a fantastic pick. Martavis was a guy that I've been playing in NFL DFS for long years ago. And then Sal Cannella, a guy who, if you played any sort of USFL fantasy, USFL DFS, a guy that you are intimately familiar with. So those were two names that certainly stood out. But looking through the draft board now and trying to catch up, looks like there are a lot of intriguing options, assuming we have fantasy sports to play, as that is kind of my background. A lot of intriguing options for us to look into in the coming months.
Yeah, we did. Evan, what do you think? Jeff Badette is back. We just saw Kalen Ballage come up as well. Thoughts on kind of the last couple of rapid picks we've had come in?
Yeah, so there's 4 picks here that I'm going to talk about, and I just got really excited.
Good.
So first one, Max Borghi. We already touched on that a bit, so I won't go too in depth. But there was a comment earlier that popped up that said this could be the XFL version of Christian McCaffrey. Couldn't have put it better myself, right? Borghi was a guy that I had actually forgotten about. Brian Hill just popped up. We'll get to that one too. Reed, I know you're going to like that. And Raquel Armstead. A lot to break down here.
And Dantes Bird. We have a lot here. Evan, we're excited.
I'm getting that one too, man. So, yeah, back to Borghi. I forgot about him. Very dynamic at Washington State. Again, really good fit for that sort of air raid, run and shoot offense. Small running back that can catch passes out of the backfield. Really can't ask for anything better than that. Jeff Badette, again, another USFL guy, was with the Michigan Panthers and Jeff Fisher this past season. So he comes back to the XFL, and I really liked him. Was he with Dallas in 2020? I think it was Dallas.
Yes.
Yeah, I really liked him. A lot of upside there. And then, Dantes Bird, former Seattle Dragon, who I'm sure you love him just as much as I do, Reed. He's a great guy. Exchange messages with him on Twitter all the time. He's been waiting for this opportunity again for many years, trying to get back into that sort of alt-league business. Yep. I'll once we get to Pook, I'll let John take over because I know you're going to like that one. That's a classic reaction. And I feel the same way about that with Kalen Ballage. Kalen Ballage, I believe, was with the Miami Dolphins not that long ago. I remember watching him extensively. Came out of Arizona State. Again, a lot of upside there. He's still pretty young from what I can remember, just didn't get all the reps in the NFL. And then Brian Hill, who was just on the Markcast not too long ago, part of the NFL Alumni Academy. So that's shining through there strongly. And Brian Hill had a couple of NFL stops. I believe he was with the Falcons most recently, and was on my fantasy team at one point for a week or two, filling in for, I think it was Todd Gurley or something like that. And then let's see, Raquel Armstead, I believe he was with the Jaguars at one point, and I believe I exchanged messages with him at one point as well. Came out of Temple. Don't know when he was at Temple, but I want to say it was like 2018, something around that. I think he came out in 2019.
I think it was the 2020 class is when he came
out.
Yeah,
2019 or 2020, correctly. Somewhere around there. Yep. So he's not too old. But yeah, I mean, what a great slate of picks that that was well worth the wait. I'll say that much. And now I'll pass it off to John to talk about Puka, because that's a good one.
We're still going. Yeah, John.
No, they just keep coming in. I'm just keep going. Oh, okay. So Puka Williams, really, really fun running back, very fast. Played at Kansas. He kind of had I think he had some off the field concerns, and that's why he's not in the NFL right now. But in terms of running backs, DC is stacking running backs. You know how? So yesterday we talked about how they have these versatile quarterbacks, and they're going to want to try to roll outside of the pocket and get the bootleg going. This is exactly what they're going to try to do, because Eric Dungy is a guy that you want to get going off of the play action, get him outside the pocket, rolling. He's really good throwing on the move. You've got Abram Smith, Raquel Armstead, and Puka Williams. So you've got thunder, and lightning, basically, is what you have here. And so this is very fun. And then Alize Mack, he's a guy that probably should be in the NFL right now too. Tight end out of Notre Dame. He was a lot of fun as an underneath receiver. He's a pretty good blocker too.
Let's toss back to Cody here, and then I have a couple. Whenever I have insights, it's very rare, so I'll pop in here. But let's get Cody hopping on here. There's a ton of names coming down.
Yeah, I mean, look at all of these names that have, legitimate NFL experience, and you guys have mentioned could be on NFL rosters right now. Brian Hill, Raquel Armstead, Kalen Ballage, like all of these guys are names that we should be familiar with from the NFL. Alize Mack spent quite a few years at least bouncing around NFL practice squads, if not on active rosters as well. And then we have some XFL 2020 vets with Jeff Badette, Dontez Bird. I think this is just an interesting crop of overall players with some name value that I think more casual fans and someone like myself who is deep in the NFL streets during the NFL regular season, guys that we can get excited about as we turn to February and start to set our sights on spring football again.
Yeah, Jeff Badette, right? He USFL guy, right? Was he? Am I mistaken with that? And then Dontez Bird. We have now Isaiah Macklin coming on here. It hasn't popped up on this one yet. I see coming on. Really excited. Brian Hill. He was just on the show, like Max said in the chat. Former NFL alumni guy. He was someone that went to that route to get back to the NFL. And he had told me, even on the show, because obviously the goal of the Alumni Academy is to get back to the NFL. But he said, if I have a spot waiting for me in the XFL where I can start, I want to do that. So exciting to see that partnership kind of work out. Excuse me, Devin Darrington and Isaiah Macklin coming on. Evan, any thoughts on this? We'll go back to John.
Yeah, I got nothing.
I got nothing.
I'm so tired after I just talked about all those 6 picks. My mind was racing.
That's
trying to
okay.
Out where everybody was.
John, what do we got here? Matthew is impressed by the quality of player.
Yeah, so far it's been great this round. These last couple guys are dudes I'm not too familiar with, if I'm being straight. Macklin rings a bell. I'm trying to remember where I saw him, and it may have been at the Legacy Bowl last year, perhaps. I don't remember if he came out last year, but that's the only place I can think of I would have seen him, because he's coming out of North Carolina Central. But no, this has been great. I mean, this is what I was talking about earlier in the broadcast when we were saying, we had that question come up about, talent. Is there less talent in this draft than there was in the XFL? And I said, yeah, maybe up top. Yeah, because you have another league that's pulling a lot of talent. Already you're in the middle of the NFL draft season. But as we get deeper into this, because we have so many guys from the last 3 classes with all of those super seniors that came out, when we get deeper into this, the deeper the draft goes, we're going to see it's a deep draft class. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now. We're in round 6, 7, and there's still guys popping up that we're just like, oh my God, so.
Cody, you, as someone that's primarily NFL fantasy now, but obviously, focus on alt leagues and doing everything. So, I mean, are these enough names here that you think people like you and others that are in your field are going to be excited to participate and play and do content about?
Yeah, look, there's two things that people in my industry are focused on, and it's the success of the league and then the success of the fantasy aspect of that league. And last year with the USFL, I thought for the most part it was really successful, and the shortcomings were not due to the USFL's doing. It was due in large part to some missteps by DraftKings and the fact that FanDuel was not even offering contests. I'm hopeful. And maybe you guys have more insight. I'm hopeful that there will be fantasy contests offered. Looking through the names, some of the names that we just went through in the 6th and going back to the 5th round, Matt Jones was a guy that stood out as a name. Keith Ford, Darius Shepard, a guy that we're familiar with back to the USFL days as well. There's so much name value mixed in with some of these guys like Isaiah Macklin, who's just came out of the 2021 class, is a little bit of an unknown. That I think there's reason to get excited. And yeah, I think people in my industry, people in my world will be excited to cover this league, assuming we get contests. So number one, we want the league to be successful, which I think they're in good hands and on a good track. And number two, we just hope that the operators do right by the league and offer good contests.
Yeah, we get a lot of comments here. I hope ESPN does fantasy. I know Mark's doing it with the new sub fantasy. I don't see XFL doing their own fantasy this year. I think we're having enough trouble getting as we have some more. Wow,
look at all these. Oh my God.
Goodness. Oh my.
All right, Cody's pumping. Let's go, John, and then we'll go Evan, and then we'll go back to Cody. So, John, we got Rashard Davis here, Ja'Cory Sullivan going to the Renegades, John Trey Kirkland, Aaron Nelson, and Alex Elis going to the Renegades.
So I was going to add a little note about Macklin. He was at the Legacy Bowl last year. I did confirm that he played tight end at NC Central, but he's not quite big enough to be a tight end, so that's why they got him a wide receiver. Rashard Davis, this is a guy, he's bounced around with these leagues a little bit too and flashed at times. I think that that's an interesting pick by Seattle. Very under the radar. I really like what Randy's doing up there with Seattle. And Randy, I love that guy to death. He's a really good dude. Definitely helped me with some insight with, this kind of thing before. He's got a very under the radar kind of thing running where he's making some really nice picks. And these are guys that are going to gel really well as a team, I think.
Yeah, Randy, I've communicated with him a little bit just because of the Seattle connection and trying to get that on. But obviously, even if it wasn't for the Seattle and the Sea Dragons part of it here, I'm really excited about all that. We had a comment. Did Rashard Davis and Ben DiNucci play together at JMU?
They very well may have. That actually, they might have. I think Davis, that would have been about the same time. DiNucci came out in 2018, I want to say, and I think that's about when Davis came out too. So that's
Davis
exactly
was
right.
17, I think. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So Evan, let's get your thoughts. We'll circle back to Cody. A bunch of the names popping up here.
All right. Yeah. So there's going to be two guys I'm talking about here. So we'll start with Rashard Davis. Played at JMU, was a receiver and a returner. I think he won the FCS National Championship there in 2016 before he came out. Was signed as an undrafted free agent by the Philadelphia Eagles, won the Super Bowl, bounced around a bit more. Fun fact about him, he was actually the first overall pick in the XFL draft in 2020, but he didn't play because he was with the Titans at the time and decided to stay with them, I believe. I think that was the situation anyway, if I recall correctly. He was signed with at least some other team, when things were going on and never made it onto the roster. Now, the other guy that we're going to talk about is John Trey Kirkland from Louisiana State University, my school where I'm at right now. LSU fans will remember John Trey Kirkland last year because in our bowl game against Kansas State, we played him at quarterback because we did not have enough players, we did not have a quarterback at the time. Garrett Nussmeier, I believe, was a redshirt. So John Trey Kirkland was our starting quarterback in the bowl game, even though he's a receiver and had not played quarterback, I believe, since high school, if I remember that correctly, too. But yeah, John Trey Kirkland, very dynamic receiver, can kind of do multiple things. Again, it went to the Roughnecks. That's my team. So we're looking at a lot of versatility. Signed with the Cardinals this year as an undrafted free agent, but didn't make the roster. God, I'm just so excited about that pick. I mean, LSU guy, again, just the story. And, I think he's going to do great things too. Interested to see how they use him in that system for sure.
Popping up here, Matthew Sexton as well. Cody, a lot of names coming down. I'm going to pull up on the next page here to make sure we're up to date. Octavius Miles is number 61 is gone, but let's get your thoughts on anyone that's come down, and then we'll switch to the next page.
Yeah, and I know we've talked about this guy a lot already, but I'm gonna piggyback on Rashard Davis because this is a guy that, going back to his NFL days, was a guy that I thought had a little bit of talent. And we mentioned that he was the first overall pick in XFL 2020, and ended up going to play with the Titans. So a guy that I'm very excited about, a guy that I thought did relatively well and showed glimpses of what we would expect from a wide receiver of his talent level at times in the USFL. So a guy there with the Sea Dragons that I am excited about. I did look it up. I don't think that his path crossed with Ben DiNucci at JMU. So hopefully they can spark that connection. But Rashard Davis, a guy that I'm very interested in.
Popping up here, 61-62, Terry Wright going to the Brahmas, and then Octavius Miles going to the Guardians. A lot of names coming down here now. John, making here, we're giving the Brahmas another weapon at wide receiver. We've said maybe they need help at quarterback there a little bit. What do you make of that?
Well, here we go into the HBCUs a little bit with Octavius Miles, Alabama A&M guy, which is, I've been down by that stadium. It's right outside of Huntsville, which is about an hour, a little less than an hour away from where I live. Octavius, if I remember correctly, he's a good, reliable Z. And so Orlando, this is the time now where everybody's just starting to build their depth. These are guys that, probably won't start, but these are guys that are going to contribute at some point on the field. And I think that's we're starting to get into that point where these are guys that are a little more obscure. Maybe there'll be a name that'll pop up here and there, but that's about it.
Yeah, Sports King loving the HBCU guys. It's good. Like I said, there's been so much made of them and the showcases, and USFL didn't need to do that. Do you, Evan, do you find that the depth here we're getting is a benefit of the XFL having done all these showcases over the last 6 months?
Oh, definitely. I mean, again, I mentioned earlier that they've been doing their research. We're pulling guys from everywhere, whether it's other spring leagues or the old XFL or the showcases or fan-controlled football. I mean, I could go on, and then there's guys, like undrafted free agents from this year and last year, guys that, shine at those all-star games. I mean, it's a very vast realm of players that we're looking at, and it's showing. I do agree with that. Yes.
Cody, thoughts just in terms of the overall depth that we're getting here?
Yeah, I mean, we're in like the 8th round now here of the skill position draft, and even a guy like Dante Dye out of Heidelberg, who not many people might be familiar with. He's got AAF experience, XFL experience, hung around in the NFL for a little while. I'm going to go back to it. I just think the encouraging thing here for the league in general and for fans of the league is the fact that you have this mix of talent from other spring leagues, from other forms of football. You also have some NFL vets. You also have some just really young guys looking for opportunities, hungry for opportunities straight out of college. So I think it's a very good mix of talent top to bottom.
Yeah, Greg was on the show today, but then we were doing the draft preview last week, and Greg said, it's just fascinating how diverse this draft class is with the XFL. You're getting the NFL alumni guys, you're getting guys cut from the NFL, you're getting, like we said, fan control football guys and guys that were in the spring league and haven't played for a while. I mean, it really is a cool time, and I'm just proud of the show that we do here and kind of incorporating all the different leagues as best we can. I know FCF gets the back burner every once in a while, but kind of none of this exists in a vacuum. And so when I post in some of these groups or we have things, I don't care about that content, it's like, but it's all connected. BTS here says even some AAF guys. I mean, all the way back even before I was doing all this. I will say we keep wanting Tommy Unger to get drafted. Any players, feel free to call in if you want to do it. I would love to get some guys that are drafted today on here. But really exciting that way. Evan, we're waiting. Roughnecks are a ways away here. Defenders have back-to-back picks. Anything else you're looking forward to here as we kind of wait for the next names to come down?
I'll go ahead and talk about 2 of the previous picks, maybe 3, and then I got to hop off.
Okay.
Take care of some business. But anyway, yeah, so one of them was, I think, Matthew Sexton, who I loved in the spring league. I believe he was with the Steelers and eventually the Chiefs. Played at Eastern Michigan there, if I'm correct.
Yep.
Liked him a lot. I think he's a returner as well, if I'm not mistaken. So a bit of versatility there. And after that, I think we had let's see. who was it? Oh, Dante Adai. Yeah, he was with the Buccaneers at one point, I think. I remember watching a bit of him. Went on to play for the Orlando Apollos. Yeah, he's a guy, again, one of those sort of, I guess, alt football veterans, we can start calling them now, where you go from the AAF to the XFL to kind of a pause, back to the XFL. I mean, this is a multi-year thing yet. Now, when the XFL kicks off again in 2023, guys like Dante Adai will have been playing alt football for, 4 years. I mean, and not consistently, but, that'll have been 4 years since the AAF, had their endeavor. So that's sort of an interesting thing that I'm taking note of now, too, is we're really starting to build histories with these players and really start to, track. Geez, there's a bunch of picks that just popped up. There's no way I'm going to have time to go over all those. But anyway, you get my point there.
It's good. Evan, I appreciate it. If we're still going on longer, I think you're going to hop in later, but I appreciate you taking time for your schoolwork. I think you have a math exam. So again, Greg's calling in from work, Evan's calling in from school. Like these are, this is the kind of passion you get from the people that we have on the show here. So I really appreciate it. Evan, you coming on.
All right. Yeah. Thanks, Reed. I'll try and be back on a bit later, and hopefully there'll be a lot more to break down by then. So yeah.
It'll be good. All right. Thanks, Evan. John, we just had a bunch of names pop up here while you were getting a drink here. Any thoughts here? Ethan Wolf going to the Defenders. Josh Hammond, Defender St. Louis. Abdul Adams. I am terrible with these names. TJ Vasher going to the Brahmas. Patrick Smith. And then Jandre Torrey going to the Vipers.
Yeah, there's a bunch of guys here that are actually really good. I was just starting to say, well, maybe the depth here is starting to catch up to us. And then we get all these guys, right? Ethan Wolf, more of a blocking tight end, but definitely a guy that can develop. He's got some talent. He's got some good stuff going with him there. And I remember him back at Tennessee. He wasn't utilized much as a receiver there. Like I said, he's more of a tight end too. So this fit into what DC's doing with all these running backs and building a powerful running game. Josh Hammond is a guy who can stretch the field. He's pretty darn fast. He's got size. You're hoping maybe a backup X. Maybe he can slide up into the starter. He's going to compete for that job. TJ Vasher. This guy is Chris Collins would say, right? This is a guy who can just stretch the field. He's 6'5". He's got this he made a crazy catch a few years ago against Houston in a season opener along the sideline. He has got a crazy, I'm shocked that he's not in the NFL. He's got a crazy skill set. Just with 6'5", 215, big guy, definitely going to be an X. It makes sense why they added him here, because I'm telling you, San Antonio is going for these big, giant receivers.
Cody, any names striking out? I saw you reacting to some of the ones John was breaking down.
Yeah, TJ Vasher, who I'm trying to remember it. I'm so bad with names and remembering these guys. Who was the big physical wide receiver for the New Orleans Breakers that had that huge performance in one of those games and caught the game-winning touchdown? Why am I blanking on his name?
Oh, no. Give me a second. I'll pull him up. I got him right here. It was Jonathan Adams.
Jonathan Adams, yeah. Like these big physical guys that sometimes like we'll turn on games and it'll be like you'll have that exact reaction of like, why is this guy not in the NFL? And I had that reaction a few times with Jonathan Adams. Like he just looks different than everyone else that's on the field. Kind of strikes me with like TJ Vasher. We'll see him on the field and just big, physical, imposing wide receiver who has the skill set to get it done. And Josh Hammond, I often tend to look at these guys through the prism of fantasy football. And Josh Hammond was a preseason All-Star. And yes, there is NFL DFS preseason to be played. And Josh Hammond was a guy that I was interested in. He was part of the Patriots this preseason. So another guy that's interesting to see come from likely getting cut from the Patriots and then now trying to find an opportunity here in the XFL.
Cody, what do you think of? The last time we had you on was talking USFL. Now we have both of these leagues. We're seeing the depth. We're seeing the competition. We've seen a lot of players that were in the USFL now, quarterbacks and stuff, going to the XFL. Potentially see more here in January. What do you make of these two competing kind of spring properties?
You guys have touched on a lot of interesting points that I think will be very important for the fantasy industry, and that's having a profile for most of these players, or a lot of these players at this point, where I think the first year of the XFL, there were so many unknowns. The players were unknowns. How the league was going to operate was a big unknown. But now a lot of these guys have, usage profiles. They have game logs from other spring leagues. They have tape that we can all look at. And I think that compiling a profile for these players is going to be very important. So the fact that the XFL is not just going to be, at least to me, doesn't look like it's just a brand new startup. There's a lot of name value transferring over from other versions of football. I think that's going to make it a lot easier for us as analysts to cover and to try and break down. And it seems like there's a lot of crossover here. There's a lot of USFL names that are popping up here in the XFL. I don't know if there will be more to come as those expirations take place. That'll be an interesting thing to keep an eye on. But man, we're in round 8 and 9, and I said it in round 6 and 7. Like there's names that I'm excited about in these later rounds, and I can't necessarily say I felt the same way when we did these drafts with the USFL a while ago. So I love all spring football. I love any version of football, preseason, NFL, it doesn't matter, especially if I can play fantasy. So I hope both succeed. I hope that basically my job evolves into me talking about football year round. And if that's the case, I just want both the XFL and USFL to succeed.
Joe, we have a comment here. Matthew, a fan of the Roughnecks. I'm so pumped about the Max Borgi pick. Hope he dominates. Excited. And it's kind of getting to the time now where people can get excited about their teams, right? Even guys that were on my season ticket holder, me as Seattle in 2020. It's like, well, I can't wrap my head around this right now. I mean, what do you think, and fans of these teams and seeing everything come together, how they're going to feel?
They should feel great. This is the most exciting time, is when you're building a team. And this is also the cool thing about spring football, which is different than the NFL, which is the NFL has been consecutively running since 1920, right? There's been football every year. So we don't get to watch these teams get built from the ground up like this all the time. This is something that's relatively new. And that's what makes this really intriguing and really fun, is everything's unknown. Nobody really knows anything. You start to figure it out throughout the draft, what exactly is going on. I love this part of it because we get to sit back and we like to watch these teams, like literally me sitting here talking about, you mentioned Houston, for example, and people are really excited about Borgi. Yeah, Borgi's got a really good chance to be great because he's sharing a backfield with Adrian Killens. He's got Garrett Owens that's going to be blocking for him. They've got a bunch of receivers here. I was really glad that John Trey Kirkland was mentioned, because I did forget about him. He came out the same time that this past year and ran like a 4.3 40 himself. So he's got there's crazy speed on this team, is basically what I'm getting at. And oh my goodness.
Hang on, let me get back.
6 picks pop up.
Okay. Hang on. I got some news here. Max is sending, and then we'll react to this. So listener Max sent this over. I guess Hines was talking with a couple of reporters in Vegas, how they're going to add Reed Sinnett here to the San Antonio quarterback room. Does that do anything for you guys, rounding out with Anthony Russo and Juwan Pass there?
It makes sense. Because
in what way?
Because Sinnett is a guy that has some NFL experience where Russo and Pass do not have that. So while Sinnett has been kind of, he's been a backup, he's been on a practice squad, he still has that experience. So he's going to be more of a veteran guy. This might be we've kind of been speculating a little bit about who Mike was talking about would add a 4th quarterback from a NFL practice squad. This might be that team.
Yeah. All right, I just want to make sure we touch on that, Max. So we just got a ton of names sent in here. I can't even stretch the thing out of them. Joshua Perkins, Washington to the Sea Dragons as a tight end. Jackson Anthrop to the Renegades. Darius Robertson to the Roughnecks. BJ Bird to the Roughnecks. Dexter Williams to the Renegades. Scotty Phillips. We're still adding more running back to the Dragons. Saeed Blacknell to the Vipers. Dooley to the Guardians. Travis Johnson. Any of these stand out? We'll talk to Cody first and then get back to John. I can't even fit all these in the thing. There we go.
This is crazy. Dexter Williams, 10th round running back for the Arlington Renegades. This seems so crazy to me in a spring football league. Dexter Williams is a guy that was good enough, not only to stick around a Green Bay Packers practice squad, but was fighting for a job on the active roster as late as this last preseason. Fighting for one of the last remaining roster spots on the Packers roster. So when we talk about talent, I just keep getting surprised with the level of talent in these later rounds in this league. So Dexter Williams was the guy of the last 6, 7, or 8 picks that really stood out to me. I think he's a fantastic running back for that Renegades team.
Giovanni Haskins, another tight end to the Battlehawks. What do you make of all this? Tons of names coming in now.
Scotty Phillips is the guy that pops at me. Just an Ole Miss running back that just went to Seattle. Quick, little, more of an outside the tackles runner and receiver, but somebody who they can move around and put into a bunch of different positions. Saeed Blacknail as well is kind of a name that sticks out. He's been around in these spring leagues a little bit too lately, and had a decent career at Penn State. Sort of overlooked, wasn't too productive, but when he was on the field, he looked pretty good. So.
Crazy here. We're approaching pick 80 here. Any surprises on here? Anyone that you are surprised is still they got picked this late in?
Yeah, Giovanni Haskins, the tight end that just went to St. Louis. This is a guy that's, he should probably be in the NFL. He can play the H-back role though, and that's sort of the problem is when you're an H-back like that. There's not a lot of roster spots for you, right? There's not a lot of teams because some teams will use a fullback and they like to use their fullback as an H-back and move them around. Think, San Francisco using Kyle Juszczyk is a team that likes to use their fullback as a H-back guy that moves around and does a bunch of different things. Haskins is a little bit too big for that. He's kind of that mix between a tight end and a pure H-back. So that's probably why he's in this league. But that's a guy that he can catch the ball. He's pretty darn decent.
Another tight end going to the defenders, Kahale Warren here. Really run on wide receivers, run on tight ends here. Cody, any reactions here? I got to get over to the next page here. See if they keep adding people.
Yeah, I'm looking through the teams now because like I told you guys when I hopped on, I was trying to catch up on some of the early skill position picks that I had missed, and looking through some of the teams now. Man, there's a lot of talent in this league and a lot of talent stacked up on some of these teams. I'm looking at the Brahmas right now with Jacques Patrick, their first overall pick. And then they've got running backs down the board that I think, man, could push him for, touches early on in the season. Kalen Ballage, Calvin Turner, both guys that are very interesting, and they're stacking wide receiver talent later in the draft here. Just looking through the depth, the way that I see it, I see guys that are being drafted in rounds 5, 6, 7, and later that could certainly push some of these guys that have a little bit higher draft capital.
We have here Lucky Jackson going Austin Prohl. I know Austin going back to St. Louis. Prohl's a big name. John, do you have any thoughts on that?
This is a guy. He's another one of these 4 aids that we were talking about yesterday. It's a baseball term, but it applies in this case. He's not really going to ever play in the NFL again, but he's going to be a solid receiver over here.
Why would you say that?
Well, because we've seen that he has hand issues. He's not consistent there, and he's not a great route runner. He can definitely get down the field, but he's not crisp. And when I say great route runner, I'm talking about a guy that gets into his breaks and can get and make a cut and change direction in 2-3 steps at tops. Austin's not one of those guys. He's more of a guy that rounds his routes, which is not something the NFL likes because that messes with timing concepts. So that's probably why he'd be a good fit here. He's really nice when the play breaks down. He works back to the quarterback really well.
Interesting. Yeah. You say here, Psycho, Austin, the big guy. I love that pickup. He's just a name that's floating around. Like if these pop up in my head, it must mean something here. Figured Austin would go to St. Louis, but his dad is the wide receiver coach. That makes sense. Good insights from Pudge there. I wish we would have like a list of, so we wouldn't have to go back through this like 88 name, you know what I mean? A list of seeing all that. I guess we could do the breakdown. Okay, that works. I might be able to do that here when we get done with this round in the break. Cody, any other thoughts on this before we get done with round 11?
Yeah, the Austin Prohl pick was interesting. As someone back in the XFL with Seattle, he was a guy that was consistently earning a relatively big target share. He led that team in total targets. And looking at this wide receiver depth chart with Marcel Aitman, Jamarcus Bradley, who's a guy that hung around with Cleveland quite a bit and popped in NFL preseason. Darius Shepard, a guy that we're also familiar with from the USFL days, from the NFL preseason days back with the Packers. Dante Dye, who we talked about in round 8. Now Austin Prohl, who I think could be a really good, maybe slot receiver for them, or just a guy that earns target share and can be a little bit more consistent if he can fix some of the hand issues. But you look at this wide receiver room, and I think this is a really good wide receiver room for the Battlehawks.
Yeah, McCarron will eat with this wide receiver room, so that's it's good. It's exciting. I mean, like I said, we had questions. What's Beck going to do with that? What's Hines going to do? Some of these coaches coming in, we knew a little bit more what to expect with Seattle and all of that. Waiting for the Brahmas here, coming up on the next pick. John, any other thoughts here? Kind of waiting and finishing up the offensive picks.
No, not at the moment. If you could go back to the previous page on this before, I know that might be a little bit difficult. If we go back to the previous page, I'm trying to finish this thing out. So these last 5 picks, Waring is an interesting guy. Going to DC, he again a bit more of a blocking tight end. But again, like we've been talking about DC and how they're really gearing up to be a run-heavy offense that's going to really get off the play action. That's where Waring was really good as a receiver, was off of play action at San Diego State. So I'm interested to see what DC does, because I think that's going to be a fun offense to watch. They're going to be explosive when they're on, and consistency is going to be the key, because you're going to have to get that run game going to open the play action. But no, it's going to be interesting.
So I think defense is next, right? So special teams are tomorrow. Specialists, the Dragons need tight end help. We have that. We have open positions tomorrow. I got to look on XFL here of what's coming up next on the draft here. Someone is talking about Hines Ward being an NFL coach. Do you guys see? I mean, Cody, do you see any of these guys making a run this year, next year, and then parlaying that into NFL experience?
Yeah, Hines Ward is a guy that's really interesting, and I think he's building a team around him that can take him in that direction. Certainly, especially if he can get production out of his quarterback and wide receiver room. I think that would be something that obviously NFL front offices are looking for. Someone that can be explosive offensively, someone that can generate big plays, and somebody that can be creative as an offensive play caller. He's one that strikes me that could certainly get that done. I'm curious, because from a fantasy background, from a fantasy perspective, we're always looking for offenses that we do think can be explosive and high powered. I hear you guys talking about some of the offenses that we think might be a little bit more run centric. Is there anyone that stood out to you that might, based off of personnel, based off of offensive game planning, is there anyone that stood out to you guys that might be a little bit more willing to drop back more frequently and be a little bit more explosive and high powered?
Yeah, I think Orlando is a team that's going to be dropping back a lot, because they didn't take a running back until the 6th round. They went with Jamaine Martin, who is a good runner out of a spread, so that he played almost exclusively in a spread at NC Central. And so they're definitely going to be throwing the ball around. I think they're probably going to add a quarterback too, which I kind of got in trouble with saying earlier, talking about a little bit about DeAndre Francois, one of his teammates that used to the FCF. Another team I think that's going to be throwing the ball around quite a bit is Houston. They look like they're going to run probably a RPO type, like air raid centric kind of thing. They haven't really drafted a tight end. Their tight end, quote unquote, is Garrett Owens, who'll be an H-back, who played running back at Duquesne. There's one other that looked like they're going to throw the ball a lot. I think that was Arlington. And because they went with Sal Cannella, I mean, they've got some running backs on that team too, but it looks like they're trying to gear up something, where they can kind of spread the ball out, run a lot of 2 tight end sets. That's probably where you want to get your fantasy tight ends from.
So we're done. So we've completed the offensive skill positions right now. Defense coming up next. Any names that you thought surprised that didn't get into this? Anything you were hoping to see, Cody? Anybody that didn't? And obviously they can be picked up in the open draft on Thursday, but anyone off the top of your head?
Yeah, I'll be waiting to see what comes in the open draft. I think I was more surprised by some of the names that did get drafted and that were included in this pool than names that did not get drafted that I thought would. And I can start that list with Martavis Bryant, Sal Cannella, a bunch of guys that I'm familiar with from previous days of playing fantasy at various leagues, but very few disappointments or reactions where I thought a guy would get drafted and did not, and much more the opposite, guys that I was not expecting to see and was very happy to see get drafted.
Any other big surprises, guys who pleasantly surprised?
Happy to see Seattle right here go with Jalen Redd. This guy at Oregon, he kind of is I believe he wore like a running back number when he was there, ended up doing 30. But this is a guy you can kind of play running back a little bit, like a scat back. You can do some things out of the backfield with him, but he's a deep threat. He's got some good speed. Jordan Smallwood out of Oklahoma is an interesting guy. Just was underutilized in college. Didn't really put up anything, but has an intriguing skill set.
I'm just looking on here. XFL tweeting out, just generic, like everyone's doing that. They're showing people calling in, showing. I mean, it seems like they're doing a lot of good social media stuff. The site could be, I don't know. I mean, are we? It seems like it's gone pretty smooth. I mean, overall thoughts so far, XFL 2023 draft year, Cody.
Yeah, I think it's been extremely smooth. I think the process of being able to for guys like you, Reed, to be able to kind of live stream this along as we go and to react as picks as they're rolling in on the site has been relatively seamless and allows for fans to follow along as they choose. And I think more importantly than how the tech and everything has gone, behind the scenes, I think the talent is winning out here. And I think that's kind of the big takeaway is that this league's got a bunch of guys to get excited about so far.
Yeah, John, we talked about that yesterday, quarterbacks, and we had the names we kind of thought were coming out, and then we saw the people that actually made it in. I think increased everybody's, maybe we were like C, B minus, and then we saw some of the names got maybe more B plus, A minus. Overall, seeing these skill positions now better, worse than you expected, and kind of grade that.
I would say better at this point. We just got through the first 11 rounds, and we're still seeing guys pop up that are just going to that have a real chance to be impact guys. Not just in this league, but the next league. So kudos to the XFL because they've done a great job with mixing, veteran talent with very young talent. So you have recognizable names, you have name brand, schools being involved, the Oklahomas, the Oregons, the Floridas right here up on this list right here toward the end. But, guys that have some experience mixed with guys that have almost no pro experience but have potential. They've done a really good job mixing all of that. That's going to help the league, not just in terms of what the on the field product, but developing these guys as well.
Yeah, Cody, I think I asked you this before, but now that we have more names, attracting people that, we're trying to incentivize more people to do fantasy, more people to do, get gambling, all this other stuff on it, like enough names that people are like, okay, I kind of know enough of this to make it like, I'm not like an idiot trying to play this.
Yeah, I think so. There's so many names here, and I think the two can be independent. And I kind of learned that with the USFL. It wasn't something that I think was even possible. I thought the USFL certainly needed my cohort of people in terms of gambling, sports bettors, daily fantasy players, in order for that league to succeed. And they kind of didn't show a priority to that. And I think the league went off without a hitch in terms of that aspect. So I think you can see the leagues succeed without degenerates like me needing to gamble on it. But also I do think it is a huge audience that they would be missing out on if they don't try to prioritize that. So I hope with the name value that they brought in, like John said, a bunch of young guys that can develop and be big time players in this league as well. I think it's a good crop of talent. And I am really hopeful that the ownership group here does try to make an emphasis on getting in with sports books, getting in with fantasy site operators, and making sure that there are contests for us to play, making sure that there are betting lines for us to bet on. Player props would be fantastic. I just think that it adds to the watchability of the league. I think it adds to the interest from a fan perspective. And whether you're casual sports bettor or serious sports bettor, I think being able to put money down on the game makes you more likely to watch and more incentivized to be invested in these players and this league as a whole.
It said that you thought that the USFL needed more help from you guys, the fantasy people, to increase viewership on that. Are you higher than on the XFL? Do you think it can stand on its own? I haven't had you on to talk since, the USFL season went away.
Yeah, I mean, if you have to put the two together, I think the XFL is a pretty big favorite. To steal a betting term, I think the XFL would be a pretty big favorite straight up versus the USFL. I think the connections that the XFL appears to have, and now seeing some of the talent, certainly if only one were to survive, I would put my betting dollars on the XFL at this point. And I certainly think that they can stand alone without the help of me and my degenerate friends putting money on the games. But I certainly think it is a big benefit to them. We see just how massive NFL Sundays are. We see how much handle these states that have now legalized sports betting, how much revenue they're generating. I just think it's a big time missed opportunity if these ownership groups don't try to make it a priority.
Why? And sorry, John, we'll get. I'm just curious. So we have clear on here. Like, why do you think why do you put so much more on the XFL that you don't think that they need that, the help of like the fantasy people?
Just from what I'm seeing around the people that I work with and am involved with in terms of their interest level in XFL, even after we've seen kind of the fantasy stuff somewhat fail a little bit with the USFL side, and actually back to XFL 2020, I think the fantasy stuff was going off really without a hitch until the pandemic. I know contest sizes were getting a little bit smaller into week 5 or week 4 and week 5, and that took a little bit of a hit, but it was relatively consistent in terms of interest. And I think there's just a little bit more brand recognition there. Also, you have The Rock, you have the ESPN connections. I think those ties happen to just be a little bit stronger. And we're in the heart of NFL season. We're still 3 months away from this league kicking off, and I'm already seeing more interest, which is more than I can say about where we were at this same point in time with the USFL. So I do think that from my cohort of people, I think that there's just a little bit more interest as of right now.
John, what do you make of that?
No, I think what it is first of all, you have The Rock involved with this, right? That's the first big thing that when he got involved with this league, they became a big player because The Rock himself is a brand, right? Everybody, they put The Rock in movies because they know that they can put the movie in the theaters and people will watch it just because The Rock's in it. So just to have him involved is going to get people excited. The other thing too is, he's Cody's got a great point here in the sense that you have to have betting, right? You have to have fantasy sports with these types of leagues. If you look at what the AAF did, that was the whole point, the whole reason that they launched that league was to start to build some of that betting technology and the live, fantasy stuff. And it was very successful. They were able to take it over to their other projects and different things. So if the XFL at this point has done everything to combat the USFL to prove that they are the superior league, that the betting and fantasy is not something that The Rock is going to overlook or that entire ownership group. They have to do it. They will do it. And I don't know if they're going to do it on their own or if they're going to launch their own thing or if they're going to get involved with some people. It's probably smarter to get involved with people that are already established. Like Mike right here in the comments is saying, look at the Sleeper fantasy platform. That's a great platform. I used it this year for college football fantasy and a 50-teamer. But that's the thing is you have to have that. You have to. It's such a big part of building your audience and getting people involved and interested. And I could not foresee them ever overlooking that.
I saw Jovan here in the chat. Jovan, if you're around, send me a DM on Twitter. You can hop on the show. Jovan's been on before too. I just kind of hit up a bunch of people seeing who can come on. But if you're around, you're welcome to come on. I think both of you guys, just to set the stage, we have some more turnover coming on at noon. I think John's good till noon and Cody's good to right on that. And then we'll bring in some more people and you can go on with your days and the crazy people will continue on this. But anything else right now while we're waiting? Max talking, Redbird. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
First, there we go.
Yeah.
CJ Holmes and Luke. So Cody, reactions here. We're getting the first couple of picks in the defensive round.
Yeah, this is going to be where I'm going to have to turn over the expertise to John because my job, while I say it should entail the defensive side of the football, I'm mostly interested in what the guys that are catching and running the football are going to be doing. So I'll turn over there, but I want to piggyback on the fantasy stuff and the betting stuff. I think that's really interesting points that everyone has made. And I do hope they get it on with the XFL. One point that I made, like if the XFL ownership group could, I think DraftKings probably as one of the big players in the daily fantasy industry probably felt a little bit burned after doing the USFL because of some of the missteps that they made. Nothing that the USFL did wrong, but some of the missteps that they made in offering contests. And I don't think it was profitable for them. And because of that, they may be a little bit more reluctant with the XFL. So I think if the XFL could reach out early, reach out often, and maybe provide some fail safes just in case that there are issues with contests getting filled with some of the missteps that might happen with with all of the new players that DraftKings has to incorporate. I think that could go a long way. And it sounds like based off of some of the comments that the writers are putting in here that maybe they're being a little bit more proactive in that step as well.
And to add to that point too, the biggest thing that's hardest about player props and all that different stuff and why it's so difficult is there's so many unknowns with this football, right? So much is unknown. And so even us, like people that, we watch these guys play all the time and we've seen, you know, them in college and different stuff. And we'd look at these matchups and we can come up with our own projections. But like, great example is this past year for week 1 of the USFL, I was 1-3 picking the game straight up.
Yeah.
The first week, you know, and it's not because I don't know the players and it's not because I haven't seen them play, but it's because I don't know who's going to respond to a 3-week training camp. And so it's so difficult to come up with the projections for player props and different things like that, because you're talking about a completely unknown game. We don't know how anybody's going to react to anything. And it's all basically just kind of guesswork.
Mm-hmm.
We have your CJ Holmes getting picked up by the Guardians. He was in the Alumni Academy. Max wants to point that out. Again, more of these guys getting the spot that way. It'll be curious. You know, I think these guys are drafted. I'll be curious though, because the NFL alumni guys they're guaranteed at least a spot in training camp. So I'm curious, like, how does that work within, you know, you don't have to make it to the, you know, actually, I'll be curious how that goes and kind of funneling that out.
So,
Joe, did you have thoughts on that?
What they're doing right now with the NFL Academy is, because right now there's a bunch of guys from Europe that are on NFL rosters through that program, and it essentially the same program. Might be the international I forget exactly what the word is for it, but I did some research on this because there's the Tennessee tight end out of Eastern Michigan who was from Austria. I want to say, I could be wrong about that, but earlier this year doing some research and finding out about that program. So it's basically a free roster spot, where it's not counted toward your the guys that you already have on the roster, and so they're guaranteed the spot because it doesn't count. So it's essentially a free roster spot. You got a guy that, you know, is developing and learning how the NFL works, and then chances are he's going to go back to Europe and bring that knowledge over to them. So it's a pretty cool program that they have running.
And the Max, this is separate. So this is the Alumni Academy with the NFL.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that the program would work essentially the same way, where they're guaranteed a free roster spot next year. So the NFL alumni. So CJ Holmes is a great example, right? Because Holmes was a guy that coming out of Jackson State last year, we were watching as, you know, a potential draft pick. He didn't stick around. He's got some size issues. If I remember correctly, he's not the biggest guy. He needs to put a lot more on his frame, but it's a guy the NFL likes, right? This is a guy that they liked him a lot. They thought that he had a chance, but it was just difficult for him to get on a roster. So the NFL Alumni Academy, what they're going to do is what we're talking about with guaranteed roster spots, if I'm understanding the program correctly, is it will be a free roster spot next year, you know, wherever he goes. He might be assigned. It might be I don't know if they're getting assigned or if they're, you know, signing or drafting these slots, but that's what that is.
Chris has a question. Did Garrett Marino get drafted? That's the CFL guy. Now he's in the USFL. They can take Garrett Marino there. I don't know if you guys tracked any of that. The CFL. He was kind of the bad boy of the Canadian Football League this year.
Mm-hmm.
Cody, Ben DeLuca coming on here. You know, we're getting some of these picks. I don't know how exciting or not some of these picks are to kind of talk through. I think more the philosophy of the league right now. Any thoughts on anything, John, Sam?
Yeah, and I think the defensive back stuff will be interesting to keep an eye on. Obviously, you know, going to have a big impact. I think one of the most important positions on the field outside of, you know, quarterback position. I think once on the defensive side, looking at the defensive backs and the edge rushers are very important. And looking through these names, looking them up as they're pulling in now. Luke Barku was a guy that has NFL experience, started a game for Jacksonville in 2020. So it'll be interesting to see what the league and what these coaching staffs prioritize when looking at defensive backs. You mentioned CJ Holmes, the guy that maybe had some size issues. I wonder what will be emphasized here in terms of, will it be size, speed, athleticism, experience? My guess is we'll see a lot of size, speed freaks, you know, guys that really pop off the charts in terms of measurables and are kind of on the younger side as well. I don't know how many, you know, NFL vets or other spring league vets we'll see here. I'm guessing it'll kind of trend towards get the athletic guys in the building and we'll teach them up.
San Antonio drafted 3 former Vipers. You think they have an edge because of the familiarity to the playbook? I don't know. I mean, it's been a while. Like, John, what do you make of that? Like, okay, they were together back in 2020, or like Elizondo got a couple of. I mean, does that matter in the scheme of things, or is it just more cute stuff to talk about in the meantime?
No, it could be, and it just depends on what the situation's been since they played together, right? Because we all expected Devontae Adams and Derek Carr this year to have a really big year, and it's been up and down with them. Like they, because they were so good in college together, but that was 8 years ago. There's a lot of terminology and different things that they've learned since then, and so even if you bring back the old terminology, you bring back that old stuff, it is familiar, but you still have to go through that learning process and get re-familiar with it and remember all that different stuff. So I would say that it could be, but it's not as slam dunk as a lot of people think it is of a factor for immediate success.
Cody, we've been looking, and obviously we've gone through all the offensive, seen the quarterbacks and all that. Like Jim Haslett, some of these coaches more defensive minded, some obviously more offensive. Anyone that you're particularly like curious about in developing kind of the defense here and drafting any of the head coaches, and then we'll get John's thoughts.
Yeah, I'm going to piggyback off of John because I'm already writing down notes from what he had to mention in terms of which offenses he thinks will be more pass happy. And I guess the way that I'll be thinking through it, and an important point that John mentioned as well, is thinking through not only what these teams say, but what they show you with how they're drafting. You look at he mentioned the Orlando Guardians as a team that was likely to be more pass heavy. And yeah, you look through their draft, and that certainly makes sense. Three wide receivers to start, a tight end, and didn't have the first running back drafted until the 5th round. A really wide receiver heavy roster. So as much as these coaches will say in press conferences, I think they're willing to show you what they want to do from a football perspective through their drafts, through their personnel building. And I think we'll kind of get a sense of that on the defensive side as we get through a couple of these rounds. What are they prioritizing? Are they prioritizing speed, size? What is the thing? What are the things that they're telling us are important with how they're building their team?
John, thoughts?
Yeah, because speed, size, all those different things tell you a lot of factors to whether they're going to be at it. So this is going to be defensive backs, right? Which is a very specific part of a defensive group. Secondary is a very specific unit. So watching this is going to be more of an indicator of, okay, well, what kind of coverages are they going to want to be running? Because we haven't seen defensive line get picked. We haven't seen any linebackers. I think they're all together in a group. They'll be getting picked at the same time. But in this case, it's kind of if you get a lot of guys that are tall and long, they're going to try to play a lot of zone. And what does that open up to? A guy like Brian Scott walks in to the XFL, in January. He's a guy that's very familiar with coverages. He's going to pick them apart with, in zone, because if you're going to play a lot of heavy zone, there's going to be a lot of open holes across the field, and you just have to know what concept you're running and where that beater is. And that's one thing that Brian, for example, is doing. And so if you see a lot of tall, long kind of guys, that's typically a zone thing. If you see, somebody going with a bunch of safeties, they're thinking heavy nickel. They want to gear up and take down the pass. So they're going to go, if they go, 3 out of their first 4 picks are safeties, it's a really good chance they're going to be playing a nickel package, and one of them is going to be a rover coming down a lot. So that's the different stuff that we'll be looking for here. Because man coverage, zone coverage, we're going to go heavy man, heavy zone. What is our package going to look like? Are we going to put 4 or 5 on the field at the same time? Are we going to run an NFL type defense right now? Are we going to disguise our coverages? The secondary has opened wide in the last 3-4 years, specifically with what teams are doing with them and just the strategy behind it all.
Cody, are you, and it's not official yet, we got to wait till December here, but Brian Scott, stand out in the USFL, got injured, right? Done training with Jordan Palmer on his couch there in somewhere outside of LA in California. We saw the videos and stuff like. Curious him coming in, and what do you make of that as kind of another rogue defector?
Yeah, I think Brian Scott coming into the XFL would be a huge deal for the XFL. A guy that I think only grew his cult following in the USFL. A guy that was fantastic during his time on the field. And you talk about the familiarity thing with a couple of players being brought in. That played, I think, a big role in the Stars' success. Although they lost Brian Scott during that season, they had a lot of familiarity with the offensive pieces, offensive coaching staff as well. I think him coming here, as John mentioned, he's a guy that can sit there, drop back, and pick apart a defense. And when you start to build profiles on players, and there is more of a following for these players, Brian Scott, at least in my circles, is somebody that I know very many people would be excited about to see him play football again in February. So if that does come to fruition, Brian Scott's team, wherever he goes, if it does happen to come to the XFL, will have my vote for favorite overall team in the league.
We're getting another one of our guests popping in here. I think he'll give me a thumbs up when he's good. A couple more defensive names coming in here. Anybody standing out for you guys? We'll bring in Eric here, and then we can trade over if anyone needs to do any, changing out of the guard here at Birmingham Palace. But let's at least get Eric Eager in here. Eric, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I can't believe that we're doing another XFL draft. It feels like just yesterday that they shut the league down. So.
Thoughts so far as we are approaching our 3:45 here, and then we'll let John and Cody say goodbye maybe, and then we have Coach Craig is going to be hopping in here as well. But thoughts overall that we've thus far.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard because with a lot of these quarterbacks, you get names that like AJ McCarron, but you don't necessarily know if he's any good anymore. You get some sort of like players who have not played that much at the professional level, like Eric Dungy, who I think is well suited for a league like this. You get some running backs that you've heard of before, and then you get a splash name like Martavis Bryant, which like we haven't seen him play in forever. So how good is he going to be? But it's very interesting. I was on the phone last night with Bruce Gradkowski, who's the offensive coordinator of the St. Louis Battlehawks, and we were sort of discussing kind of what the strategy is for a league like this, right? Where, obviously, quarterback play isn't quite as good, but you want to have depth at some of the skill position players to get by.
John, any other thoughts from you here? You've been my godsend yesterday, doing the QB stuff, and then today, and then we'll let Cody say goodbye here. So any other final thoughts from you? I so appreciate your time.
Yeah. Just out of the couple names that have popped up here, Texada is the guy to watch at Houston. He's a corner at Baylor. So back in 2020 on Draft Twitter, there was this corner that made the rounds out of Duquesne. I can't even remember his name anymore, but everybody on Draft talking about him. His dad was kind of hyping him up and making him to be this great NFL draft prospect. And a lot of people, myself included, bought into it and bought it. And turned out he had no interest from the NFL, and he had no interest from any of the alt leagues or anything else. And he kind of faded into obscurity. Texada kind of got caught in that last year coming out because his dad was very involved in pushing the same type of stuff. So that's kind of a red flag with NFL teams when you have a parent like that so involved with people. Texada's just kind of got to separate, I think, from all that and sort of just focus on football. And this is a really good opportunity for him to do that. And then Antoine Brooks just popped up. That's a stud safety right there. He can play deep coverage. He can come down underneath, kind of plays a rover as well. That's going to be fun for Seattle.
That's good. Cody, anything else from you today? Really appreciate hopping on here and putting up with all this nonsense.
Yeah, no, I'm just going to get out of here on this because it's not too often that I get a shout out Nebraska in these days. And I know Eric's got Nebraska ties. So, shout out Nebraska, Chris Jones, the real Chris Jones, sixth cornerback drafted. Forget the guy that's playing for Kansas City right now. This is the real Chris Jones, one of the best cornerbacks in the league based off of draft capital and draft capital alone. Played for Nebraska, was a 2018 UDFA, played for the Lions in the preseason. But yeah, I'm interested to hear you guys talk through the rest of these defensive positions and to get Eric's thoughts too. After I hop off on some of the offensive skill players that got drafted.
Perfect. John and Cody, thank you guys so much again. Appreciate your support, and you guys check them out. And yeah, it's been great. It's been a lot of fun.
Of course. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
See you guys.
Eric, it's you and I. We have Coach Craig hopping on here in a minute. I have a couple other names here today. We'll see how long we go. Big takeaways from you. I mean, the defensive stuff's a little more challenging for me to talk through. I think we'll get a little bit more interest on the offensive selections. Any surprises you've seen, either people being taken or not being taken in the draft?
Not really so far. I mean, the quarterback position, I am a little bit wary about. Quarterbacks that don't have mobility in leagues like this. Like I always think that there's a humongous edge to having a little bit of movement skills. So when I see, when I see, some of maybe like the older quarterbacks or a player like Luis Perez, who like I think is a pretty good, lower league quarterback, but for him to be kind of like the one that you have to buy into, I think he's a good complementary quarterback, as we saw with the New Jersey Generals last spring. I get a little bit worried. So like when I see a guy like Eric Dungy taken, I'm a little bit happy. When I see, when I see, a guy like Brandon Silvers being taken his second chance in the league, I sort of wonder, kind of what are folks really thinking a little bit. The one thing I thought was pretty interesting was you saw, with the New Orleans Breakers in the USFL, they take on John DeFilippo as their head coach. And yet Kyle Sloter, who had a little bit of a cup of coffee with the Jacksonville Jaguars in the NFL in the preseason, he actually goes to this league, the XFL, and joins Sal Cannella in Arlington. The two sort of guys who I think were the catalyst for that New Orleans offense, the team that made it to the semifinals in the USFL. So I find it kind of interesting, kind of like who's getting drafted by whom, and like whether or not like those guys stay at, like, because the XFL starting earlier, I believe, right? And then the USFL, their hallmark was starting later. And, one of the things that I thought was interesting about the USFL is starting later. He kind of like starting later, I thought was going to be worse for these players getting an opportunity to play in the NFL. But in fact, it was actually better because a lot of those guys got opportunities to play in the preseason and in training camp because they were in shape. Right. And so it's interesting, like which league these players choose this spring.
Well, it is interesting, and curious to get your thoughts on that. I'm going to move over. So we got Ajeen Harris to the Roughnecks, Josh Hawkins to the Renegades here, a couple quarterbacks. Switching over here, Juwan Neal going to the DC Defenders from Shepherd. Like, there was so much made of, and I had you on to talk USFL stuff, and so much made. Look at all these USFL guys getting signed, and they're all signed, and we got 50 people on. And then, Kavontae Turpin, right, sticks with the Cowboys. Victor Bolden, I think, was injured with the Cardinals, I think was going to be. But there wasn't, Channing Stribling. That's exciting. That's another USFL guy, right? That's a
very good guy for the Philadelphia Stars, who I think led the USFL in interceptions, right? And like a guy like Maurice Alexander, right? So when I was working at PFF, now I'm with Sumer Sports, I built a wins above replacement model for the USFL, like a real sicko thing. And like the two top guys were Kavontae Turpin, who was the MVP of the league, and then Maurice Alexander, who was kind of a part-time wide receiver, but also a kick returner for the Philadelphia Stars, who, he's played in a number of games for the Detroit Lions, but he hasn't really been able to stick on the act. He's been kind of a practice squad elevation guy, which has been mostly what these, we had Chris Odom, I think he tore his ACL. Or broke his leg. I can't remember what season-long injury he sustained for Cleveland, but he had a good, a decent preseason prior to that. But you're right. It's sort of, a lot of these guys are at least getting an opportunity to play in the league, but not a lot are actually playing in the NFL at this point.
Well, this is an interesting one. So, Kerry Vincent Jr. here going to the Brahmas. Channing's an interesting one because there was all this debate about the USFL and the contracts and who's going on. So Channing, right? Someone's tying to the practice squad from that preliminary and then able to jump ship to the XFL, right? Some of these guys, it's like depending on when you got picked up. Are you curious? Are you surprised to see so many quarterbacks and other players moving over, like you said, different times a year, but saying, "Hey, we're going to the XFL"?
I don't know. I mean, I think there's an aspect of the XFL that's appealing, right? Playing earlier in the year is one. I also think that I don't know about like what these agents and whether these players have like really powerful agents that are telling them, hey, the XFL has better star power. Like I will say, like knowing who I know, right? The XFL does have what I would consider to be better staffs at some level, right? So, you have, I think, coaches who are maybe a little bit more connected to the NFL at the XFL. So maybe that is, one where, they're getting advice to play in this league, possibly because but at the same time, the USFL did have a fair amount of players at least getting opportunities to play in the NFL. So it's interesting. I would say, I would say the earlier chance to play is probably the big one, right? Where, you get finished maybe in let's say, early in the summer as opposed to late in the summer, and you get some time to rehabilitate, you get some time to choose who you play for. Chris Odom took, probably a solid few weeks to decide who he wanted to play for in the NFL. And like, that was not necessarily, that kind of probably lost him some training camp time.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I think there was a lot of debate, and I was someone that said I like the April timeline for the USFL, and really going back on that now and just seeing how many guys were brought in as camp bodies that I don't know if there was ever any like, this guy's really going to make a roster. It was just like, oh, he's in shape. He's been playing football for 10 weeks. Like, we can bring him in.
I think that would, yeah. And, you know, there's a difference between camp bodies and players who like actually have a chance. Like if Case Cookus would have been healthy, you know, he could have probably been a backup quarterback in the NFL this year in a season where we've seen guys like the quarterback position at the NFL has never been worse. In probably 10 years, you've seen the guys like Philip Walker. You've seen guys like, you know, that have made plays. I mean, Garrett Gilbert was a starter in the AAF, and now he's you know, he was a backup for a while in the NFL. Like, I think, you know, getting guys into, I've always said that the NFL is struggling right now because they took away the third quarterback rule. There's part of it, that's part of it, right? Like you just don't have players who stick, and you have this kind of transient culture in the NFL where players sort of, you know, get on a team and then they leave a team and then they switch among practice squads. They never really learn systems. And so, you know, I think that is also an issue, right? Where you come in so late, like how much of a chance did Kyle Sloter really have to beat out CJ Beathard with the Jaguars if he's just coming in July and playing, you know, a preseason game at the end of July?
I want to talk to you about Kyle Sloter. We're going to bring in our other guest here. We have Coach Craig Sports here. He's been commenting kind of in the chat here, getting him on. How are you doing, sir? And then I want to talk about, Sloter going from the USFL to the XFL. But how are you, sir?
I'm doing okay. It's been an interesting day. I'm kind of moving between places, and I just got some stuff set up here, and I'm on my backup laptop right now, so it's all fun.
Looks good. Sounds good. General thoughts of the draft so far. How's it been for you? And you've been commenting a little bit of your thoughts. What have you thought?
I think there's been some interesting picks so far. A lot of familiar names for sure, especially for the XFL. I mean, I think you guys touched on it a little bit earlier where the USFL was maybe some names that people weren't quite as familiar with as well.
This is wild. This was just shared. Dana White with Luis Perez as the Vegas quarterback. That is quite the photo to be seen here. I want to get Eric to finish our conversation on. So, were you surprised to see Sloter announced yesterday? I wasn't on stage with the XFL, but certainly announced, and curious like when that actually came about. But seeing Sloter go from the USFL to the XFL.
I'm surprised just because but at the same time, you know, the Breakers, like they don't have continuity at the coach. So maybe it was time to leave. And like, I would say like, if you're somebody like Case Cookus, right, where you have some familiarity with the, you know, when you had a good season with Philadelphia, but you didn't play much, like you played half the year basically because of injuries and stuff like that. Do you just stay on and say, look, like my best chance is to have some continuity and demonstrate that I can run the same offense for an entire, you know, 2-year stretch? Like, I don't think that opportunity was afforded to Sloter. I also think Sloter is just more of a I mean, he's worked out for 28 of the teams or whatever. So, you know, that's probably part of his calculus as well. And again, getting on the field earlier, I'd be interested to know, by the way, like if these two leagues are staggered, are there going to be players who play for the XFL for part of the spring and then go and play for the USFL as replacements later on? Like I haven't read up. Are there rules against that is maybe a question.
So we talked with Woodson down and we're still waiting for the XFL player contracts and stuff, right? I'm sure that'll all be leaked now that, you know, people are going to be signing in December. Like they said, we're going to be way more fan friendly or player friendly than the USFL, where the USFL has added in all these, amendments that like, okay, you can't sign or only in the NFL. And then they added, you know, if you got signed in the second half of the year. I think USFL is going to take anyone they can get, especially hitting the field in April. Craig, what do you think of that?
I think a lot of it's really just going to come down to like which league pays what too. Cause I know like the original not the original XFL, but the last iteration, they really focused on paying the quarterbacks more, as where the USFL, like, yeah, the quarterbacks got paid a little bit more, but it still wasn't a primary focus of going out and getting these kind of guys that they know can play. And I think that's kind of what, you know, hurt the quality of play a little bit as well. So I think if you're a quarterback and you're seeing, hey, I can get more money in the XFL, I'm just going to go over there.
So we have XFL. Of course, Max is always quick to correct us, especially when I'm wrong. XFL contracts for bar guys from leaving the USFL after 12/26. So they would be ascended, but I mean, if they got cut, it just, So whatever that.
Yeah,
That's
so
what
that answers that question about like flexibility and stuff. But even then, like the the XFL still, like if you do get cut, like we saw Shea Patterson was a first overall pick in the USFL, and he got cut, and like he had to go be a backup for the New Orleans Breakers. There's possibility like if a similar thing happened to one of these guys, like let's say Slaughter, like were to get cut for some silly reason, like he could go obviously with these and go to the USFL later on. So I just think it's like more flexibility for some of these guys, more exposure. I mean, that's really what these leagues are about, is to get exposure and possibly get an NFL opportunity.
Yeah, it's just the Slaughter thing really surprised me because I don't know if the Breakers were just one of the bigger teams. Like he just seemed like a big focal point, and we got him on the Jaguars, and he didn't make it. We're going to bring him back. I thought they brought in John DeFilippo, is kind of specifically to court Kyle Slaughter coming back. Craig, what did you make of that? I said it was kind of like WCW with like the Wolfpack coming in. I'm like, oh man, like they defected to the other brand.
Yeah. Like at the end of the day, I think it's probably all just about money, or like because even like you're talking about with like the systems being different too, like even with the new coach coming in, maybe he's not guaranteed to start there. He thinks he has a better shot in the XFL, or he gets more money at the XFL, or he's got the chance to go back to the NFL sooner too, since he's a guy that's bounced so much around too. Or, or maybe he's just saying, hey, I'm done with the NFL. I can make the most money in the XFL, and I'm just going to do that.
I wanted to pull up. We have a question here, and I want to get Eric's thoughts as well. The Orlando. Let me get all this crap out of the way. There we go. We have the quarterbacks here. Quarterbacks for the teams. Talking about the Orlando situation. Any other quarterback rooms that you're concerned still need to bring in anybody with the open draft tomorrow or with the supplemental draft in January? We'll start with Eric.
Yeah, I mean, just like from an injury standpoint, the DC needs to bring somebody in because Dungy's a runner, right? And one of the things I was talking about with, and I sort of thought of this during the USFL title game when both quarterbacks got hurt, and it's the thing about quarterback play. The lower and lower you get is because these guys do not have the mental part of the game as figured out as some of the elite players. Injuries happen just so much more. Like Tom Brady, like the mental part of football is so trivial to Tom Brady that he can spend some of his mental energy making sure that he takes hits well and he doesn't get hurt. And like, some of these guys, you're going to just see it. You're just going to see more injuries at the position. So you need to have, I think, more players in the fold, especially because I think that this league is going to select for more agile guys who will get hurt more. So when I look at these things, you have Arlington, those are two like pocket passers, and Drew Plitt and Kyle Slaughter. Whereas you look at, the Houston Roughnecks, Caleb Ellaby, that's more of a mover, right? So you might need another quarterback in that room. As far as, some other ones like Seattle Dragons, like Ben DiNucci is more of a pocket guy, but Steven Montez is a little bit more of a mover as well. So, I think all of them could use one more quarterback. I don't know if they use a draft pick on it, but I would say like you just need 3 quarterbacks in this league because guys just get hurt because they're not as good in the pocket as a traditional NFL quarterback is.
Craig, what did you make of the quality of the XFL quarterback talent that was announced yesterday? I mean, Ben DiNucci was like the one. Even like my buddies were like, "Oh man, like that's exciting, like NFL guy." But what did you make and kind of grade that? A to F.
I mean, I'm trying to think back because, like, when you think back to the last time with the XFL, you had the guys like Josh Johnson, who's been around the league for forever, and he came in and he lit the league up. PJ Walker did better, but like at that point in time, like when PJ Walker came over, he was just a really guy that played in the preseason. We didn't know much else about him. So some of these guys are pretty similar situations. We got a guy that's been around like AJ McCarron. That's kind of like your Josh Johnson or your Matt McGloin that was kind of around for a while last time. And then we got some of these other guys that just need like experience, honestly. Like Caleb Ellaby, like he left college a year too early, probably. He needs just more time to play and develop and everything. So it'll be interesting to see that situation shake out. Some of these other guys, it's guys that have kind of bounced around, maybe just need an opportunity, or guys that are a lot younger that still just need some development, really. But I think it's still probably better than like most of what I see for the USFL, I guess. Because like we had a lot of unknowns with the USFL coming into it last year. I feel like more so, like everybody was hyping up Tiamu and like Slaughter, and then it was just kind of a bunch of everybody else.
I mean, I think we all kind of knew Shea Patterson was going to suck, right? Like that felt like a first guess on everybody's part that he was going to stink. But yeah, Tiamu was one of the more disappointing players given how well he had played for the St. Louis Battlehawks and so forth in the other league.
I'm going to go grab a glass of water here real quick. Do you guys want to talk, and I'll be right back, about the Teamu? There's been lots of reports that when, his contract is up, whatever, in December, him hopping here to the XFL here at the supplemental draft. Do you want to talk about maybe where you see him fit or where you would like to see him fit? We can maybe start with Eric. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I mean, I think, a quarterback that, like I said, has movement skills, I think is going to be a good quarterback for a team that, is a little bit more progressive offensively. In the spring last year, you had Todd Haley, who, was an NFL head coach, but I think had a very antiquated view of how to use quarterbacks at times. And so they put him in an offense where, I don't think his skills were quite that prized. And unfortunately, like he was hurt there. And it just shows, I think, the further you go down the rung of quarterback play, the more that scheme matters.
Yeah, and I think last time when we saw him with St. Louis, they kind of let him do what worked best for him, and Todd Haley was just trying to force him in Tampa just do his system and what worked. And every time he did something that he didn't like, he was like on his butt all the time.
Yeah, well, and it's crazy, but like you think about like Taylor Heineke is a quarterback right now that's starting in the NFL. Like he's not great, but he's probably a 30th percentile NFL quarterback, and he was backing up Tiamu because Tiamu beat him out in St. Louis. With, again, using, that was at the former Chiefs tight end, Jonathan Hayes was the head coach there. And like he, was using very much Tiamu's strength. And I think that the bar, by the way, like, I don't know, I was tracking this last year using like expected points and stuff, but like the offensive output in the USFL started out really badly, but then it actually increased as the season went on. There were I thought the offensive bar for the USFL was actually higher than the XFL. Like I felt if you bet unders in the USFL after a certain point, like you weren't winning money, but it was kind of a winning strategy for both the AAF and the XFL. So there's also the part of like the offensive bar to clear when you were a quarterback in the 2020 XFL was a little bit lower than the 2022 USFL.
I don't know if you were lagging or one of the two.
Okay. Yeah, it could have been me, but yeah. Sorry about that. We'll have to wait till Mark gets back. But yeah, I just think
no, you're good.
I think Tiamu.
And I mean,
go ahead.
I was going to part of like with what you're saying too is we saw the USFL season though too compared to the XFL, and I think if we would have seen that a little bit more, we would probably seen it open up just a little bit. But I think overall we had more higher end quarterbacks for the XFL, whether it was Tiamu Walker and Josh Johnson when he was playing.
Right. And you had some good like you had Hal Mummy, and like you had some good minds in you had some like you had some good offensive scheme. I think you had better offensive scheme in the XFL than you had the USFL, and I think in a weird way you had the USFL change the rules a little bit to help offenses perform better and make the games a little bit more entertaining.
We're really hit a slog here on the defensive draft. I think we're going to get 8 names here in a minute. Curious, going back, had a lot of the skill positions taken earlier here in the morning. Eric, any team you're more impressed with, maybe of a coach? You're like, I don't know, like Becht, whatever coming in. We don't know what that's going to look like. Any coach that you're maybe more impressed with some of the picks that you saw this morning?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm partial to the Battlehawks just because I have friends that are there. Anthony Beck's a former tight end, and like and Bruce Gregkowski's a friend of mine and worked with me at PFF. Like I like the Brian Hill draft pick for the Battlehawks. Like I think that's a running back who, like in a league like this, you kind of look at Mark Thompson, what he did with Houston, like that kind of bigger, taller, sturdier running back is I'm a fan of. I also liked, this St. Louis, I like the Kalen Ballage pick for the same reason. Like, I think Ballage was a terrible NFL running back, but I think can work in this league. So that's another one. The Vegas Vipers, like, again, like I like the Jeff Bidet pick. He's a pretty good athlete there. Martavis Bryant's added there. I don't like them taking 2 tight ends. I just think tight end is a position where, like, tight end's a position where there aren't that many NFL caliber players. So when you pick a tight end in a developmental league, the guy is just probably either a big wide receiver or he's a small tackle. Like, I just don't think you should build the plane around tight ends and fullbacks in this league.
Craig, thoughts on the Vipers here? I think that's interesting feedback, Eric.
Yeah, I'm trying to get like totality of all the picks because I've seen like the first couple of rounds, and then I was kind of like skipping around since I was doing a bunch of other stuff. But
deep dive down here on Vegas here with Martavis Bryant, like you said, Brian, where was it? Yeah, Jeff Bidet. That's a USFL guy too, right? Matthew Sexton. That's the spring league. A lot of these guys bouncing around. Like you said, multiple tight ends on that three tight ends. I know, interesting in terms of like, Woodson, and here is his first, like, we're putting together a team. I mean, the thoughts overall?
Let's see here real quick. I'm just trying to make this bigger on my screen real quick.
Gotcha. I know they don't make it easy on here. Here we go. There we go.
Yeah.
Eric, do you think that any coach really like whiffed, any big whiffs that you've seen in any of the picks today?
Not really. I mean, it's hard. It's hard when like everybody is a replacement level player at the NFL level. Like, there's not any dollar bills to pick up off the ground. So much so, but the Martavis Bryant one's interesting to me, right? Because I don't know if he's got anything left in the tank, but it's certainly a Vegas pick. And, it's interesting. Like, that player could be a nobody, like literally doesn't even get out of camp, or they could change. I think of like EAF, like Charles Johnson when he went and played for Orlando. And it's like, that guy's an NFL wide receiver. And I don't know why he's not in the NFL. I don't know why it never works out for him. But in this league, the guy can dominate. And, there are aspects of that. Like, Keith Reeser was the same thing with that Orlando team where you're like, oh, he's like not like he can never make it in the NFL for some reason, but the guy is dominant in this league. I think like Martavis Bryant can obviously be that player where there's just too many red flags for him to play in the NFL, but he's a stud in this league. So that's an interesting one. But it could also completely whiff for them.
But it's weird, like you said, where someone questionable like that, but to be taken so high, it just seems like odd that there would be such a reach for that position, right?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at like the Michigan Panthers in the USFL, they won 3 games all year, and that because they used their number 1 draft pick on a guy who like they didn't even want to start. Like, if Paxton Lynch like didn't injure his hamstring, that guy would have started the whole year for Michigan. And you like it'd be like in the NFL where like if you did a complete redraft and somebody took like Daniel Jones with the first pick, like it's just you're just not going to win that way. And so this Martavis Bryant thing, like, it could be awesome, but it also could just blow up in their face. And like I think that the transient nature of the league where like people don't know whether you're not building a team for 5 years, you're building a team for 1 year with the hope that the league continues after a year. Like that, that kind of draft pick doesn't sink you, but it could make for a long season like it was for Michigan in the USFL.
Yeah, Craig, how much more challenging is it, right? Yeah, it's like we're building this all from scratch right now. Like, we have no idea what we're doing. We're trying to start this, from scratch, both sides of the ball. I mean, what are some challenges you would see in trying to kind of, put together a squad here in such a short period of time?
Mm-hmm. And well, at least they're doing it like this far in advance too, because like some of the times with these leagues, you see like the draft, you go practice 2-3 weeks, and then you're thrown out there in a game and you're trying to make everybody fit your system. So I think a lot of it is just kind of figuring out what you want on your team. First of all, like we've seen in other leagues like the USFL, when some of the coaches talked about, hey, we just want guys that have a bunch of experience. We just want the tall, fast guys on defense. That's like some coaches talked about that. I think even if you're looking at a team like the Vipers here, you see they're trying to get some speed at the wide receiver position. They got 2 decent blocking tight ends here. They got a good trio of running backs that looks like they're going to try to rely on the run game some. They got a couple guys that could really help out in the return game, and Sexton had like a punt returner. Torrey was a pretty good punt returner at North Texas, or kick returner at North Texas, excuse me. So it's just kind of filling out all the different types, and like heck, they even drafted 3 tight ends. So they're really going to try to run the ball, I think, and try to take some deep shots overall, you know. So it's just each team figuring out what they need. And like we've seen so many of these different leagues. Like you go back to Houston in the XFL last time, well, they loaded up on a bunch of wide receivers that really fit their system, and then guys played specific roles and everything like that too as well.
Eric, to circle back here, you were talking about the Battlehawks earlier. Brian Hill, he was on our show here coming from the NFL Alumni Academy. Austin Prohl coming on, Channing Stripling. Interesting group here. Any other expanded thoughts as we kind of wait for more? And it looks like a couple more names dropped. Any more expanded thoughts on the Battlehawks?
I mean, Austin Prohl looks like a good pick. I feel like that, you know, you have, you know, that's a player that, you know, he was not able to make it with the Minnesota Vikings in training camp a couple of years ago, but he was an effective guy for Seattle in 2020. So, you know, that I like that one. I just like I was saying this to, and Deontay Dye is another one he played in the league. And like, you know, when I was talking to Gradkowski, I was saying like, look, you know, you're not going to win in this league with tight ends. You're going to win in this league with having really good depth at wide receiver, because guys get hurt and you just need guys who can get open, and you need varying abilities there. And, you know, obviously for me, I think like that is a really good, you know, you're sort of building the plane pretty nicely with Aitman, who's got experience in the league, but also experience in other leagues, Shepard, who similarly as well. And, you know, when you're looking at kind of like in these leagues, like there's a ton of good running backs in pro football. So you can wait a little bit, go with Brian Hill in the 6th round. And that's a much better approach.
I'm looking on here. We just have, let me swap over to, we have a couple more defensive guys came in here. Kerry Vincent going to the Brahmas, and then Javaris Davis going to Orlando. Eric, team that maybe be excited you more than maybe you were expecting. You know, we had the Renegades came out, Sal Cannella, like we talked about, the tight end out of USFL. Anyone else from this squad that excited you?
Yeah, so like that obviously the connection between those two, you know, Slaughter and Cannella was pretty good. I think for everybody else, it's guys that, you know, Dexter Williams is somebody I've heard of before. That's great. Jordan Smallwood, similarly, Devontae Bosby was a good corner for the New Jersey Generals in the USFL. So that's, you know, I think a solid signing there. You know, actually that cornerback room with Hawkins and Bosby actually looks fairly solid if they can both get on the field for those two.
Craig, thoughts on the Arlington Renegades?
I think this is going to be an interesting wide receiver group too, because we've seen Wingingham have a little bit of success this year with Jacksonville in the preseason. Anthrop he had moments at Purdue, but he was always hurt, it seemed like, if I remember correctly. So that could be a guy to watch out for. Obviously, Canal at the top. I'm not really crazy about their running back room as much compared to like some of these ones. Like when you look at the last one that we were just looking at, where you got Mateo Durant and Brian Hill and Abdul Adams. Adams, the guy that could sneak up on some guys in a league like this, but he went back to school his senior year, his super senior year, and then he got hurt again. So I feel like this team maybe is a little bit more underwhelming than a couple of the other ones, at least so far.
Eric, any other thoughts? I know you got to head out here soon. Final thoughts you want to touch on Arlington or any other one I can pull up here before we get you out of here?
Yeah, to me, I think that this has been a lot of fun. The one player that I looked at when I looked at the draft and I said, oh my goodness, this is going to be a good value pick. If you look at the Orlando Guardians, I like Charleston Rambo. Like, I think he was a player that in college football, you're like, he was just a productive player. And, I don't know what was the reason he didn't stick in the NFL, but when I saw his name on the draft sheet, I kind of was like, okay, this is a player I want to look out for. Hopefully they can get a quarterback. They can get good enough quarterback play to feature him well enough.
Well, Eric, I really appreciate it. Craig's going to stick out for a little bit. I think Pat's calling in here a little bit. We have a couple more people following up. Eric, what are you working on now for people that want to follow you before I let you go?
Yep, I'm at Sumer Sports. I left PFF at the very beginning of the football season. I do a podcast with Thomas Dimitrov, my boss and the former general manager of the Atlanta Falcons. It's called the Sumer Sports Show. It's on all the podcast platforms as well as YouTube. We do it every Wednesday night. So once you're done with watching this great show, you can hop on and have me and Thomas talk about all things football. So thanks for having me. This has been a lot of fun. And Craig, nice to meet you as well. And we'll chat soon.
Eric, appreciate it. Take care.
Yeah.
Craig, you and I for a minute. We're going to have someone else hopping on here. Let's look at the comments. Let's see what's going on.
Just 1 second since you're on here already.
Yeah.
Is that the same Cody Lattimore that used to be on the New York Giants that got arrested for shooting his friend or whatever?
I don't know. Oh, here, hang on.
I think it is.
Well, let's be PG with what we go through here. I don't want to get into anything too controversial here.
Yeah. I think he got the charges dropped or something, but
I can't get. There we go. Where we were at the Guardians, right?
Yeah, I'll see if I can find it. But it's interesting with them drafting 8 wide receivers in general.
There we go. All right. Let's look on the chat here. I'm going to pull this off. Max is talking about too bad Charleston Rambo doesn't have any guys who can actually get the ball down the field to him. Oh, that is not. What do you make of that?
So he's on Orlando, correct?
Yeah.
Just making sure. I think they're probably going to bring in another quarterback at some point too. I don't trust DeAndre Francois. I just seen too much Florida State stuff, and it's like, yeah, he's been all right in like the FC or FCF. Yep. Say it too quick and you don't know, but most of it's been like the games I've seen of him in there. It's just been him running around really, and that's a different type of league too. Not saying that he can't do it. And then Dormady, he's the one guy to look up because I just didn't know that much about him, and then he kind of bounced around and spent a little while. So I can't really find too much. I couldn't really find too much if he's been playing lately or what, you know.
Let me pull up. We have a question here. Talking about, they've really stopped down. Psycho Silver Tongue. How many DB picks are we up to? Oh no, not that one. How many DB picks are we up to? Yeah, they've really taken a slow here. We're pick 16 here in the 13th round. Javaris Smith going to Auburn. It seems like maybe they're taking a break, working through that here. Craig, what have you made of the overall XFL draft experience thus far today? Has it worked for you, and how this is all rolled out?
Yeah, for as much as I've been able to check it out, you know, it's nothing crazy. It's, you know, coming up on the screen and you're just following the picks here and there. So nothing too crazy, pretty simple overall process. But I mean, you know, in the days where everybody's got all the live stream and everything else like that, sometimes it's okay to be a little bit different.
What do you make? You know, I had you on talking USFL. Now we're seeing in terms of the talent battle between XFL and USFL now, and there was all this concern. There's not going to be enough people out there. What do you are you pleasantly surprised with what's going on? What do you make of the XFL draft so far?
So I think the XFL has definitely got a ton of talent so far. So now it's just going to be kind of seeing what's left over for like the USFL, although they retained a good amount of their guys. But a lot of it's just the way the contract's set up, where the guys go to the NFL, they go in the preseason, they may be on a practice squad and they get cut. And then all of a sudden, if they're going turn right over to the XFL, long term, that could be maybe an issue, you know?
I'm messaging you with a couple of correspondents here trying to hop on. Any of the coaches that you know, we had you on talking USFL before, any coaches now in the XFL that you're more excited to see than others in terms of like Jim Haslett coming in, or Heinz Ward, anybody like that?
I mean, I'm excited to see some of these younger guys that were former players and see what they kind of do as a head coach overall. It's kind of fun to see which one of those guys stand out, because like we've seen even like if you, in the USFL, you know, we see like Jeff Fisher, and it's like we kind of know what Jeff Fisher is already. We kind of know what like a Jim Haslett is already. So it's kind of fun to bring in this new guy that's kind of the wild card, see how they do, see what they do differently, see if they take things from their playing days and try to incorporate that. And like, especially when you're talking like maybe a Heinz Ward or a Rod Woodson, somebody that maybe hasn't done a whole ton of like high level coaching or something like that. It's always kind of interesting. And then even in like, if you want to talk the NFL, it's kind of like you're seeing the same thing with like a Jeff Saturday now with the Colts.
Yeah. Does that open the door for more unconventional picks now in these spring leagues, and at least giving them a shot to kind of get in, as opposed to like, you know, starting 1 week for the Indianapolis Colts?
Yeah, I think for sure it's a good launching point, if nothing else, because if you say, "Hey, I'm in this league, I've had success," kind of look at me, then whether that's going straight to another head coaching job, like at the NFL level or something like that, or a college level maybe, or if it's just going up to an offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator. We've seen, even though Pep Hamilton's been around for a while, but when he was the head coach of DC, then he went back to being a quarterback coach for 2 years, and then he's offensive coordinator for the Texans now. So he's been around for a while, but we see guys move up like that here and there as well.
Yeah, so the draft is officially on pause. Like someone said, they probably went and took a lunch. When do we go get to take a lunch, guys? No, I don't. No. Work way through that. I have Pat Ruffino going to be calling in here for a minute. He's covering the St. Louis Battlehawks, and then I have Paul Reese here coming on here in a little bit. We have a couple other guests popping on. XFL tweeting out just more kind of Danny on Sports Center, all that stuff. In terms of June Jones, we saw him as a head coach 2020, now going to Seattle as the offensive coordinator. Jim Haslett, we had the town hall the other night here, and Jim said, I'm very not interested in the offense at all. I'm going to get the defense up to snuff, going to let June Jones handle that. Is that the right move when you're bringing in someone like that and trying to kind of focus on things that maybe they're not as strong about? And then you have June Jones, someone that was obviously excelled as a head coach in 2020.
Yeah, I think anytime you have somebody that comes in on your staff that really knows what they're doing about, sometimes the best thing to do is just be a little hands off and kind of let them, especially if it's somebody like that's been around for a very, very long time, both at the college, NFL level, even the XFL level, just letting them kind of do their thing. Because I think even you see like in the NFL level, some of these coaches, they'll come in, they were an offense coordinator, defense coordinator, and they come in and they want to run everything. Sometimes it's best to have guys that you trust in place to do things, and then you kind of oversee everything, especially as a head coach, because otherwise you might miss little things that happen during the game.
Do you think it's better where June we're just focusing on offense here, that we don't have to, maybe, and he's older now, and I don't know, he was trying to do Hawaii thing and all that, but be able just to focus on that. And what do you expect to see from Seattle in terms of like explosive offense?
So there's a couple different questions inside that one question, I guess, but I think for him, it makes sense. Obviously he's older. So if it's just one thing that he's focusing on, is something that he's done really well his whole life, it's probably going to be a benefit for him in general and probably the team. And then I think it's going to be a lot different Seattle team than we saw the last time around, because last time, they were more ground and pound and just kind of more West Coasty almost, and this probably be a little bit more spread wide open, throw the ball, move the ball around a little bit more like we saw with Houston last time.
Any other offensive coordinators you're looking forward to seeing kind of work in the XFL?
If I'm being honest, I don't know most of the offensive coordinators off the top of my head right now.
Well, you got like AJ Smith down in Houston. Does that excite you?
Well, maybe a little bit. I mean, it's always interesting to see what everybody's going to kind of do in these leagues too, and just how they incorporate the pieces they brought in as well.
The other question, I'm looking here on the site, trying to peruse through. We touched on this at the top of the show. We had Andy Murray and all of that, but the XFL getting rid of their football that spent with so much time working, that was the big revolutionary XFL 2020. Now, what do you make of this and them kind of reverting back to the more XFL, the more traditional NFL football?
It's kind of interesting to see, but I guess when you have different people up top, maybe it's not something they were as focused on. Maybe it was something just the last group, really want to focus on. But it's kind of interesting in just the way that it's kind of going backwards. But
have you been impressed thus far with current management and them really wanting to kind of forge their own path with the XFL here headed into 2023?
Yeah, I think so far they've done, as reasonable a job as you can pretty much expect. I mean, I haven't really seen anything that stood out as not being anything good,
Are you excited? Are you more or less excited? USFL season 2, XFL season 1?
Probably XFL, but I did enjoy probably the reiteration last time of the XFL more than I did for the USFL in general, but that was just kind of me.
What excites you about the XFL here coming up? What are you looking forward to seeing?
I think is the biggest thing the last time was just kind of the pace of play, and everything was always moving, and even just being able to hear like some of the things that were going on and just being more engaged overall. And I know like the USFL took a lot of the things that the XFL did well and they tried to implement it too, but then it's still a little bit slower pace too. So I think the faster pace keeps you more actively involved in everything too.
Well, that's always been my concern. And, right or wrong, USFL took a lot of ideas from the XFL, with the rules and, we're doing the sideline interviews. You got Brock Heward running around. And then, now that the USFL has incorporated a lot of that, I'll be really curious to see what the XFL does to really differentiate because, a lot of the things that they did got barred. What are they coming up with? I mean, we've been promised a lot of things and transparency and faster pace and all that. I just don't know, like, what other things do you do when the football is on the field? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. It'll be interesting to see since the XFL did some things, the USFL took a lot of those things too, how these leagues try to separate themselves and the product they actually put out on the field and how it's presented.
Like, I just don't know. I mean, and here we're the diehard of the diehard and with people watching. I just don't know like what audience there is for both of these, and we're doing really similar things. I'm just really curious what that's going to look like because if the XFL brings back a lot of the rules, which Jim Haslett said that they are, so maybe the kickoff's different, but a lot of the other things, it looks like the same thing times two. I'm just kind of curious. Obviously, USFL moving to the hubs. Are you excited? Does that excite you? Like we're going to Memphis, we're getting rid of the bandits, and we're moving things around. Is that enough for the USFL to kind of switch things?
I think it helps, but then also long term, you got to look at how they're going forward. Are you going to just keep changing things too much to where you lose people in the long run too? So you need a little bit of consistency, but open it up a little bit more as opposed to like last year where everything was just all in Birmingham. So
are you surprised that they just seemingly abandoned the Tampa Bay Bandits franchise? And I think they posted, "Hey, we'll return at some point, in the near future." But I mean, are you surprised that they're just like, "Hey, we're moving, like scrap that, we're getting rid of that"?
It's kind of hard anytime that happens, especially in any type of league with any type of team, especially if it's just kind of like, hey, we just kind of did this and there wasn't too much else to it.
I will keep everyone in mind here while we're waiting. I've got a couple people hopping on here. Yeah, they said it is slowing down here with the lunch break. Evan's going to circle back. We got Pat's calling in. Just a quick reminder, we are doing our live show. Again, I'm traveling to Regina tomorrow for the Grey Cup. We'll be live on Saturday at Casino Regina. I have a wonderful slate of CFL guests lining up. Lots of people I'll be posting on Twitter probably tomorrow about that. But really exciting if you're into all the alt football, into things non-NFL. Lots of CFL coverage coming this weekend. Very cold up there in Regina, but excited to take part in that. Do you peruse any of the CFL, Craig?
Not too often. And I'll peek at the DFS every once in a while, kind of in between everything else. I was playing a little bit, but nothing too crazy. It's a little bit different, and keeping track of some of the players, even game to game. Sometimes the rules can change a little bit, even too much for that.
Yeah, it's interesting. A big matchup. We have the Argonauts taking on the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. It's going to be good. I encourage that. Like I said, even if you're here for the XFL stuff, I appreciate the support on that. A lot of people working together to kind of get that together as well. Should be good. Let's go through. Excuse me. Zach had a question about, and we're going to get Pat on here. I know he's calling. I want to talk about the DC Defenders here. First number one pick, Abram Smith. Was that surprise? Did that surprise you as his number one pick? And then what do you make of kind of the running back run here in DC and kind of everything else they're putting together?
So I think sometimes with these leagues, it's hard to know who's kind of going to go number one overall. Abram Smith was a very good running back at Baylor last year. I know you guys kind of talked a little bit about it, but he converted from linebacker to running back essentially, had over 1,600 yards, led the Big 12 in rushing, set the Baylor records, all that stuff. Had a pretty strong Senior Bowl week. He had an okay combine, just didn't get drafted, signed on with the Saints, and then nothing much happened with it. Like, I think he's still a good player, but he's still a guy that's not really polished at the running back position either. So a league like this is going to be really good for him overall. But anytime you talk about number one, sometimes maybe you want a guy that's played in one of these leagues before and had a lot of success. But we've also seen that go wrong. We've seen the last time with the XFL, Sammy Coates went pretty high and he just flopped on his face, kind of like he did in the NFL too. So it's always interesting to see how that all works out. I think Cannon was kind of interesting there too in the third round. Like obviously he's been around for a little while. I don't remember if that's I don't know how to word this, but like the last time in the XFL, I feel like he got drafted and he then just didn't end up playing, if I remember correctly.
Well, and that's the case even this time too, where you have players have till the end of December to kind of commit. So even if you're drafted today, December 26th is the cutoff date to commit for that. Do you find like number one pick? It's certainly not as much effort, like pressure as it is, in the NFL, whatever. I mean, is this the time to take swings on this if you're a coach and say like, what the hell? Like people aren't going to be sitting here 20 years from now analyzing, the 2023 second round draft pick from the DC Defenders.
I think at the end of the day, it's just finding somebody that fits your system well that you think is going to be a good player for your team on the end. So like you don't want to miss, but if you think Abram Smith's going to be a good running back in the league and fit your system, why not draft him first unless there's somebody you really like better? But I think overall this team, what they've put out on the paper here, it's pretty good. They've kind of got what they're trying to do. I mean, Jazz Ferguson's the bigger wide receiver. We've seen him have some success. We've seen him be around a little bit before too. And then even like Josh Hammond behind him is kind of a similar type of guy. I like Burley Moore a lot. I know I was putting that in the comments and you guys didn't even talk about him at all, but he had an interesting college career. He played at the University of Northern Iowa. He was mainly just a blocker there. And he's actually pretty versatile. Like he transferred to Kansas State for his last year. He was either first or second on the team in like receiving yards. And he's pretty good after the catch. He signed on as undrafted free agent with Tennessee last year. He ended up hurting his knee and they kept him on IR all year because they wanted to keep him that bad. And then obviously they drafted some guys. They signed Austin Hooper this year, and then he just didn't make the cut after preseason and everything. So he's a guy that kind of interesting. He's kind of like the poor man George Kittle. He's a really good blocker. He's good after the catch. In a league like this, he could be a good, decent player. I like the running backs they got with Abram Smith, Raquel Armstead, obviously, who had his long bout with COVID at Temple. We've seen him flash in the past. Puka Williams was great at Kansas, but he's just too small for the NFL. He's, the NFL pretty much looked at him as a slot wide receiver. I mean, he was on the Bengals practice squad for all last year and a little bit of this year too, but he could be interested in the kick return game and stuff like that too. I don't know if you know or some of the people listening, but he actually is like missing the toes on his one foot because his cousin ran it over with a lawnmower when he was younger. So he ran like a 4.4 or a sub 4.4 with toes missing on his one foot. But it happened when he was like 8 years old or whatever.
Who is this?
For Puka Williams.
That's insane.
Yeah. Yeah, I think what they're really trying to do here, they got the good blocking tight ends. Billy Moore's good blocking, but he can do a little bit after the catch. Ethan Wuss a really good blocker. Kyle Warren, he's been around for forever, but being a Texans fan, I'm kind of opposed to him almost just because he's just kind of a reach and never lived up to the hype anyways. But I think it was him and Josh Oliver in that same class, both coming out of San Diego State, and both really haven't done too much in the NFL level. So
we got another caller here coming in. We'll bring on. I'm curious, and I want to talk running backs in the run game in the spring league. Taking the number one draft pick, but let's bring in. We have Pat Ruffino here, XFL News Hub. Pat, unmute yourself. How are you doing, sir, today?
I'm doing all right. Kind of running around. Believe it or not, guys, as talented as I am, this isn't my full-time job. So do some other stuff to pay the bills, So that's why you got to donate the Reed's podcast so you can pay me more.
Donate to Reed's podcast. That's good. Oh, here, it looks like we have some draft picks coming in. That's exciting. So let's get back over this. Pat, what's the draft been like for you so far today? What's the internet saying?
So I was pretty involved, probably about the first 10 rounds. A couple names I was looking for. One of them dropped, I believe, in round 11.
I think Pat cut out there. Now, where are we? I'm totally lost. Okay, we just added in so many. Craig, can you make this up?
Yeah, so we were at Davis before, so I see D Virgin after that.
This is so weird. Yeah. So where are we? Yeah. Okay. So, and we'll bring Pat back in. Pat, talk if you, I think you got cut out for a second there. So Divergent is going to the Guardians, Bubba Bolden to the Brahmas, Quentin Meeks, I know him, to the Battlehawks, and Tula Kelly to the Defenders, AJ Hendy to the Roughnecks, Will Hill to the Renegades, Lyndon Stevens to the Sea Dragons, Maurice Smith to the Vipers, Mr. Harrell to the Vipers, Shabari Davis to the Sea Dragons, Robert Nelson to the Renegades, and Devin Hafford to the Roughnecks. Any of these standing out to you? A huge drop of names here, Craig.
I mean, Divergence bounced around a lot on practice squads and stuff. He could be okay in this league. Bubba Bolden actually had a lot of hype going into last year, like being a top 2-round pick, and then he just kind of fell off the map last year at the University of Miami. So this is a league that could get him right and get him back in the NFL. Obviously, Will Hill's been around the block for a while, and he was in the last version of the XFL as well.
Pat, are you back? Do we have your service?
I'm gonna have to bounce out real quick, but as last thing I want to leave is a lot of USFL guys, the air quote USFL free agents, obviously finding employment. The big thing is, in my opinion, the way the schedule is set up as far as you can start earlier. These guys, they, maybe a couple extra weeks in camp. That was their big thing. They're going to have that opportunity. If they were getting signed, 4 minutes before the season with the USFL, a guy like Quentin Meeks, he spends that whole summer in camp. Coaches get to know him a little bit better. Now he's an NFL player. So I'll be back, guys. I do need to run.
That's okay.
Right.
We'll get Pat back on. We've seen a lot about Will Hill here. Craig, thoughts on Will? Get big in the XFL, big in the NFL. Thoughts on Will Hill?
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's a veteran. He's been around for quite some time. He had, a role in the NFL at the beginning of his career, kind of fell out of favor, bounced around for a little while. He played pretty well in the XFL last time. He's a veteran. He's a guy that's going to come in. He's going to do his job, and you're not going to expect too much else from him. I mean, like, it's a good pick, but like, it's interesting to see kind of the youth versus the experience in this league, obviously.
Yeah. What do you value more in building a, from scratch a roster?
And I think that's going to depend a lot coach to coach. Because you see guys like Will Hill in this league. We saw like Scooby Wright in the USFL too. You got guys that they're gonna come in, they're gonna play well. But those are guys that aren't really trying to get back to the NFL at this point for whatever reason. I really don't know why Scooby Wright doesn't try to get back to the NFL ever. He's just kind of like, I'm done. He's like, but if I want to play in if these other leagues want me to play, I'll play. So it's interesting from that perspective.
Well, I think he was saying he wants to go to the WWE. That was the last I heard from him. Is
he
Scooby
was
wanted
training
to go
for something like that at one point in time. I don't if it was either that or some type of mixed martial arts or something like that.
Yeah, Pat was texting me here. He has to bounce out for a minute. That's good. So we got a bunch of big names here. Devin Hafford as well. Where was the other one? Quentin Meeks. That's the one that stands out to me, right? Going to the Battlehawks. Do you have any thoughts on Quentin?
I don't know too much about him off the top of my head right now.
Maurice
Smith sounds familiar too, from Georgia, the safety, but I have to remember which year he was there.
Thoughts on bringing in, some of the guys, maybe some intangibles aren't like quite there, right? Bringing in offense. Okay, maybe he's not the best route runner. He runs a little whatever. We're bringing in people on defense. Are there other things that maybe like, is it speed? Is it size? What are some things that maybe are holding back some of the defensive players that they're able to get, stand out more in this than they would have been otherwise in the NFL?
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously when you talk about these guys, all these guys are going to have some type of flaw. Otherwise they'd probably be in the NFL right now. So some of the guys it's going to be height. Some of the guys it's going to be speed. Some of the guys it's going to just be, that awareness and the recognition. Some of it's going to be like, hey, this guy played mainly one position in college, and then he was trying to convert to another position, whether it's a corner going to safety, whether it's, a running back going to wide receiver, something like that.
Yeah, Max says here, Will Hill reuniting with his coaches from the Battlehawks, Jay Hay and Tim Lewis. Are you excited to see Jay and Jonathan Hayes back here at XFL 2023? Jonathan here as a coordinator, or I think co-coordinator with his brother. Thoughts about getting the Hayes brothers back?
Yeah, I mean, anytime you can get that, especially when they had some success before, it's obviously going to be a good thing.
We have a bunch more names just dropped down here. So the Brahmas, I imagine this is going to move up. Mike Lee. Let me switch over. God, we're just dropping a ton of guys now. All right. We have thoughts on the Rednecks. We'll get to that. So Brandon, Sebastian, Mike Lee. This is all sorts of broken. Antoine Collier, Bray, Booker Curran, Evan Fields, Joshua Allen, Alexander Myers, Shakur Brown, Reggie Robinson, Nigel Hill, Nick Pickett, Kareem Orr going to the Seattle Sea Dragons. Any standout names on that? I'm curious if this will shift up because they have one of the slots missing here. But any thoughts on these players getting pulled?
I know Brandon Sebastian, he was this last year's draft class. I got to look back. I got notes everywhere. So
we're getting that. And then we're still getting more. This is, I really wish they would. Yeah. Kareem Orr going to the Sea Dragons.
Mhm.
That's exciting. Curious to see what Coach Haslett puts together there. And like I said, at the town hall, he said very focused on putting together defense, not as much concerned about the offense.
Yeah, Brandon Sebastian, his big thing was he just ran slow at his pro day because his 40 time was like 4.6. His shuttle was 4.37. His 3-cone was only a 7.12. So he's a guy that he played, I believe, in the Shrine Bowl and played all right, but he just didn't test that well. So didn't really get too much of a chance at the NFL level. I know Shakur Brown's another one. He's kind of just bounced around some practice squads this year, maybe last year too as well. I don't remember which draft class he was in right now.
Nigel Hill, Max is pointing out from the Alumni Academy as well.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. That Reggie Robinson out of Tulsa, he was with the Cowboys for a little while, if I remember correctly. He's drafted like day 3 draft pick. He stuck around maybe for a year and a half, and I don't really know if he's been up to too much lately.
We have a question here. Demetrius Thomas from Oregon. I think he hasn't been drafted. Like, why hasn't he been drafted? Any thoughts on Demetrius?
Not specifically right now. Let's see. I'm still stuck on Shakur Brown.
That's okay.
I think that was 2 years ago when he didn't, and then he was with the Steelers practice squad last year for a little bit. They kind of bounced around a little bit back since then, but he's another guy that could be pretty good in one of these leagues. He might have been in the USFL too as well.
Max points out the Battlehawks just hit 100,000 on Instagram. Shout out to them. Did you see, and I'm curious in the chat, I did see it posted that the Memphis Showboats yesterday, the new team that was created for the the USFL, we were just talking, the relocation, has already surpassed the Vegas Vipers for Twitter followers, and the Vegas Vipers have been around for I guess 2 weeks, right? So I mean, it was like a day versus it hasn't been that long, but interesting. There's been qualms about Vegas and the stadium and what's going on there. Does that shock you that maybe a brand new USFL franchise coming in has already eclipsed the Vegas Vipers in terms of followers?
For social media, it's all just about how much you promote it and how much you're trying to boost it up too. Because like I don't know how much Vegas was trying to do to boost it, but if Memphis had somebody like really good at the helm and they're trying to promote it all the time, it's not that hard to get that many people, especially with something like that, if you're really trying to promote it more.
Yeah, Peter, I have the same question. So the 15th
Shakur
round,
Brown did
31.
play.
Oh, go for it. And I'll answer Peter's question. What were you gonna say?
I was going to say Shakur Brown did play in the USFL. He signed on with the Titans, and then he ended up getting cut there. But he spent time with the Titans, Steelers, Chiefs, and Lions through 2 years, pretty much.
Yeah, so Peter has this question. What's up with the blank pick? I am curious about that because before that happened, right when they were getting everything going, it skipped one and then it shifted everything back up. So I kind of assumed that was going to be the case here, but now we are substantially more forward. So maybe they, for a winter pick, maybe they got hopped over in that way. I mean, we've certainly moved on since then. Cameron Lewis going to the Renegades, Kevin Tolliver going to the Roughnecks, Cortez Davis to the DC Defenders, Elijah Hamilton to the Battlehawks, Terrell Bonds to the Battlehawks, Maurice Smitherman to the Guardians, Marcus Murphy to the Guardians, and then Coney Durr to the Brahmas. Curious, Craig, any feedback on any of these? And then more just dropped as well. Jonathan Alexander to the Battlehawks, Santos Ramirez to the Defenders, Jordan Mosley to the Roughnecks, Delonte Hood to the Renegades, and Quinterio Cole to the Seattle Sea Dragons.
Yes. So I feel like Murphy from Mississippi State, I remember him. He's all right, but probably not like a guy that was ever going to be too much of an NFL guy. So he can come over here, make some sense. At Quintario Cole or whatever, he played FCS, and then he ended up transferring to Louisville. I think he played a little bit, and then maybe he got hurt. I know he didn't test well. That was kind of his big thing.
In terms of for the combines.
Yeah, but it's kind of interesting they have him listed at cornerback because he's pretty much always played safety in college.
Who is this, Quinterio?
Oh yeah, the last one there.
Yeah,
I can't remember where he went before Louisville.
Yeah, I wish they had, like, even if you click on, I wish they had more, like, information on there. Let me see. We have some questions here. Brandon is an Oklahoma Sooners fan. Love seeing them get drafted. Max has comments. USFL is promoting the show, but it's way harder than the Vipers. I don't really? I don't know. I don't even find it way harder. Brandon, so quarterbacks are going to be tomorrow. A couple open slots. We've had a couple of rumblings and some others. I'll be curious what quarterbacks actually go tomorrow. I think some of the other more exciting ones are going to be in the January supplemental draft, but we'll see with that. I mean, Craig, are there any other quarterbacks out there that haven't gone? I mean, obviously we talked Teamu and Brian Scott earlier, but any of the other ones that maybe you're surprised didn't show up in the assigned quarterbacks yesterday?
So I'm trying to remember the rules for the quarterbacks because it's just the guys there. They have like a pool that for the quarterbacks, correct?
Well, there's some. I mean, like Cole McDonald, people had talked about. There was Akil Glass. People had talked about. There were some that kind of bounced around, and then you ended up with like Brandon Silvers in there with Houston. And it's just curious, like where your thoughts are of kind of how all that laid out.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure like a team couldn't just like draft like Josh Rosen, for example, right now.
Wait, is he free?
He's not on the practice squad right now.
Then presumably yes. I'm sure Max will tell me if
for
I'm
the
wrong.
quarterbacks or not. But then you'd also have to get a guy like him to be okay to play in the XFL too. So like that's two parts to it. So I think sometimes that's what happens. But I mean, there's guys out there. There's a few. I'm trying to remember a while ago because there's a couple guys that I thought could end up maybe like in the XFL, and then they end up being like backups in the CFL. So.
Yeah, Rosen is a free agent. Their way he'd accept a standard contract. We got a couple more picture. Antonio Phillips going to the Vipers. Cornerback Will Adams to the Vipers. Rogesterman Ferris going to the Sea Dragons. Raheem Moore, I know his name. Arlington Renegades. Brandon Esterling to the Roughnecks. Travin Fuller to the DC Defenders. Thoughts on any of those?
I mean, Phillips' tape at Ball State wasn't that bad. I think he tested okay. He got a cup of tea in the NFL, but not too much. Mainly special teams, I believe. Raheem Moore has been around for a little bit. Most of the other guys, not too much,
We still have comments. Brandon's, Johnny Manziel, Colin Kaepernick, those guys. I don't see any of them. I mean, if Josh Rosen isn't going to take a standard contract, I don't see Johnny Manziel doing that. Are you fine now finally closing the book on some of these like legacy? Hey, what if we could get them in here as Jangelo Ross goes to the Battlehawks? What do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice to see like if you could get some of these guys in, or like in a case like Josh Rosen, it's like, okay, well, you didn't get like much, like you didn't really get a chance in the NFL level, and then you kind of blowing some of the other stuff. It's like humble yourself a little bit, come down. If you play well, you're gonna get a decent backup contract instead of sticking around on practice squads and stuff. Like it's just hard because like sometimes like guys don't want to take that jump down, but sometimes you got to take that jump down to get back up, like a PJ Walker.
Psycho, we are round 19, pick 62 here. D'Angelo Ross going to the Battlehawks. They took a long lunch break and then they came back. I don't know if people are checking back in now. I mean, it took like a half hour. It was like they went dead silent, and then we got about 12 picks all of a sudden on here, rounding out that. People don't like Rosen. Daryl Johnson says Rosen is trash. I don't know if I said that.
It's hard because like he was decent in college. He was kind of cocky. He got behind one of the worst offensive lines in the last 25 years with the Cardinals on a team he was never supposed to play. And then he went to the Dolphins that had just as bad of an offensive line. And they were trying to actively tank that year too. So it's like, I don't know. Quintario Cole did play, I believe, at Alcorn State before Louisville. And he was like all first team everything there. And then he missed. Then there was no 2020 FCS season because of COVID. Then he transferred to Louisville and he played all right there.
I have a question. Do you think Kelly Bryant is going to go anywhere?
Probably not. Like his name gets brought up all the time. And it's just like, if something was going to happen with him, it would have happened by now.
Why do you say that?
Just like all these leagues, like these. What's the last league Kelly Bryant's actually played in?
We're still talking. Max is still looking at the Brahmas pick here. Yeah, we curious. It hasn't. Is that on the next page? It never filled in. Right? Where was that? Did we go through this whole? There we go. What pick was that?
It was 31 or something.
Max, can you let me know what pick that was on that? I'm trying to figure it out here on this. Safari seems to be a better successor of that.
I guess, let's see. So Kelly Bryant was a little bit with Toronto in 2021. Bismarck Bucks, whatever that is. Champions Indoor Football League, and then he was on the Zappers last year.
Oh, he was with the Zappers. There you go. FCF.
That's what it is.
Lots of FCF.
Just like, I don't know. It's even like last time with the XFL, and I feel like with the USFL, everybody just kept bringing his name up, and I'm just like.
So yeah. Max, pick 31 now has Elijah Jones. So if we have a lot of, he was in FCF. So I guess the Brahmas pick, if it was pick 31, that is showing as Elijah Jones on the Safari page. So I don't know if there's a glitch with the other one, but that is showing on there. Carson Strong, are you surprised to see that he hasn't made a resurgence yet in any of these, Craig?
I'm trying to remember what exactly happened with him because he signed that big undrafted contract with the Eagles. And then
someone that seems like it's someone that people have kind of expected to see pop up here.
So he's got a big arm. He's a very good quarterback. Obviously, he's had that knee issue. A lot of the reasons he didn't get drafted supposedly was the knee issue. And then at the Senior Bowl, he was like arguing with the coaches and stuff. So like he's not the most coachable guy in the world, supposedly, which is kind of weird considering he was the only offer he had for D1 football was Nevada, which happened at Maurice Jones-Drew's camp. And so you think a guy like that probably be a little bit more humble, but apparently not.
So we say here, yeah, I know Carson has medical issues. I'm just getting other people's opinions. Peter corroborates, the 31 pick populated on there. Now that is weird on that. Max thinks that the Carson is holding out. Christian Hackenberg, surprising he is not in the league. Does that do a name for you, Craig?
No, I'm not surprised by that at all. When he played in the AAF and he wasn't even good there.
Do you think some of these names, it's like some of these alt football fans, like, 3 years have passed, 4 years have passed since AAF and XFL. Like, are we kind of caught in this time loop of like, oh yeah, remember when like whatever, and then it's been a long time since then.
Like now the next one's gonna be like, is that Zach Mettenberger? It's just like some of these guys, it's like they've had their chance. Somebody else had their chance at this point, Yeah.
We're talking Chad Kelly looking great in the CFL. Mm-hmm. BTS wants to ask you about Chad Kelly as well. Have you tracked Chad at all? Now he's up as kind of the backup with the Argonauts.
I haven't paid too much to get at Chad Kelly in a couple of years. It's kind of sad, honestly, just that you could be like as talented as he is and just be such a crappy personality, really.
Is that what you make of it? Is that what you make?
Yeah, I mean, like, you just get so many chances. At some point, it's just like you get so many chances to, and like having talent is going to get you so far, but at the same time, it's just like if you're going to just blow all your chances.
We say here, Hackenberg retired, according to Psycho Silver.
I think technically he did.
Max says that Chad has grown out of all the bad stuff from the past, but it's just too late. We got a question here. Liam Taco wants to know, who do you think is going to win the Battlehawks quarterback battle? And that, as a reminder, is between the AJ McCarron and Ryan Willis. Thus far, I mean, they could obviously pick up other people.
Yeah, I think that's probably going to be one of the most interesting ones to watch, just because it depends on what they want to do with that team overall. Obviously, McCarron's the guy that's been around for quite some time, and Willis, he's kind of bounced around a little bit. It seems like every time somebody wants to try out a quarterback for the NFL, his name gets called, and he doesn't really get signed. I think he signed the one time with the Bears, but that was about it. But it'll be interesting to see, because it could be like St. Louis last time. Everybody just thought Heineke was going to get the job, and then Tiamu took off with it.
I tell you, have you, as the Washington Commanders fan here, very exciting here on Monday night having Taylor Heineke there beat Jalen. And I love Jalen Hurts, but I was like, I really don't like this man right now screaming in the end zone. I really want.
Yeah.
What do you make of that Heineke's success in the XFL here? As someone that didn't even touch the field in the XFL.
It's just weird when you think about it, and then he can go to the NFL and like almost beat Tampa Bay in a playoff game. He helps lead the team to upset the Eagles, that were undefeated. So a lot of it's just the type of player he is. Like maybe it's just that Hayes wanted a safer player, which he considered Tiamu, and maybe he wanted a little bit more athleticism last time when they were in the XFL. As where Taylor Heineke is kind of more of a gunslinger. He can go out there and just play out of his mind for no reason. But then like this next week, he might go out and throw 2-3 picks too. But it's kind of the way he played at college too. So he had like a 600+ yard game in college.
Heineke.
Yeah.
It's exciting. I mean, it helps, if nothing else, like right now, that helps the XFL's visibility here as we approach, kickoff, and they're just talking about the XFL on Monday night. The timeline was a little weird. I don't know how Jordan Tiamu beat out Taylor Heineke for the backup role in July of 2020. That really concerned me that was on the graphic. I go, XFL didn't exist in July of 2020, but I thought that was very interesting.
Yeah, but I mean, like, you can look back, like even Russell Wilson transferred to Wisconsin because Mike Glennon beat him out of North Carolina State somehow.
We're having to come. Kendall Cars coming in. Seattle Sea Dragons safety. Abu Darami Soare. Michael Lawson going to the Roughnecks. Junior Falk going to the DC Defenders. Lucas Dennis going to the Battlehawks. Cedric Stone going to the Brahmas as a safety. Najim Hosian going to the Guardians. Roman Tatum going to the Guards. I really missed a lot of these. Ryan Willis. We were so caught up with our Heineke talk. And now the Vegas Vipers have a blank slot, but it looks like they're not up yet. So there you go. I think we're all caught up.
Yeah, not a lot of those names are too familiar, but we do see some of these colleges that we don't see a lot of otherwise, like these Delta States and stuff. But I'll say Ferris State's been putting some guys into some of these leagues a lot more lately. They've had a lot of success. Who's the guy the Packers had? Malik Taylor last year. I don't know where he's at now, honestly. And then Jared Bernhardt, the guy that played lacrosse, and he played quarterback for Ferris State last year. Now he's a wide receiver for the Falcons.
Max points this out. The XFL is landing almost every USFL guy who made it to the NFL camp and got cut. Now, keep in mind, because that frees them from the what do you make of that? And I guess, what do you make of that?
I mean, it makes sense. Like, if the guys were good enough to get NFL looks and they got cut, why wouldn't you draft them like at some point in the draft? And maybe that's something that gets revisited down the line, because I don't know how they word that into the contracts. Like, if you sign on to the NFL and then you get cut, you revert back to your USFL contract. They're probably going to have to do something like that, because otherwise it's going to become an issue at some point in time, because one of the leagues is going to get more top heavy than the other one, or not even top heavy, but they just have more talented players at the top, I guess.
Well, no, and they have partway through the season, they implemented all of that in. But the interesting thing was a lot of the guys that were signed first,
Yeah.
presumably you would draft and sign your best guys first. All
Mhm.
the, obviously there's going to be guys that come in late, but so a lot of the standout players that were drafted, then of course they got signed to the NFL, and that's
Mhm.
all it needed to cancel that contract. For now, it absolutely reverts back to the USFL, but they had to add that in, and then they asked the players they had signed the first contract, and I don't believe anybody signed that. I think they were like, "Yeah, we're good."
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's interesting, but that should help it prevent it from being like a long-term problem. So it's not just like everybody that's good that goes from USFL to the NFL gets cut and then they just end up in the XFL or whatever. Or you get to the situation where maybe it's vice versa and the USFL just decides to have their draft ahead of the XFL or something like that, or they open their free agency period open slightly earlier or something. Their free agency has been going on for a little while too.
I want to get back to you just real quick. We got distracted by all these picks. Vipers are on the clock next year. You were talking about some of the colleges that you're seeing that maybe you don't normally see standing out that way. What do you attribute that to, and who are you excited to see kind of represented more?
I mean, just some of these colleges, like you don't hear anything about like Delta State and some of these other ones. I mean, like I said, Ferris State's been putting some guys into some of these leagues in recent years. It's just you like rooting for the small school guys because you don't hear too much about them. It's not every day you get a Fred Jackson going to the NFL that went to D3 College, or Sam Congato who went to like a D3 school. It's not that many guys out there, or even like Adam Thielen. Adam Thielen was a D2 Minnesota State guy.
We have a question here. Earlier on, we were asked about the XFL schedule. Here we go. Livius. And he just said, I would assume that is the next shoe that drops here after the draft. Do you believe that the TV schedule for the XFL will be the next news we get?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably going to come out pretty soon, I would assume. Like I said, they're doing the draft reasonably early this year, so get everything kind of lined up. But once one thing kind of gets done, it's on to the next thing.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the Saturday, Sunday double headers. They had a couple of those Thursday games scheduled back in 2020 that never happened. Does that make the most sense to you and Jive that 2 games Saturday, 2 games Sunday? I know USFL was trying to. I want XFL to be a little bit more consistent with their timing and their schedule. I know that they can't always decide that because of the TV schedules. But when do you have what would you prefer to see for the XFL TV schedule?
I mean, I liked it the way it was last time, where you get 2 games on 2 days, and it's real easy to watch it because it's just all right there, and it's like back to back. I watched pretty much all the games for the XFL last time, and then the USFL is spread out like where there's like Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Sometimes it was Saturday, Sunday. Like it made it. There's more days you could watch, but then like for somebody that plays like a lot of DFS, like. And you play the whole weekend, you get these Friday games and you don't know if the one guy's going to play on Sunday. And then you have to make these big decisions too. So I think even for DFS perspective, just having it down to like 2 days with Saturday and Sunday, it makes it a lot easier because you have a better idea of who's actually going to play and who's not going to play.
Max has a good point here. It's kind of hard to have a TV schedule, secure when you don't have your dates booked at the Las Vegas Stadium. Yeah,
that's true.
I haven't got your thoughts on the Vegas deal with that. And then I have a comment from Peter about the USFL contracts. But what do you make of we still don't have a spot for them to play?
It's kind of interesting anytime you get a league that's the case, because it's just like anytime, it's like you gotta have somewhere to play. And I guess, like the last time, at least they had kind of everything figured out pretty well, I feel like too.
It's just so funny to me that it's like the same thing happened back in 2020 where they announced some of the stuff too early, then they lost some of the leverage with the stadiums. And now here again, we announced we're coming to Vegas and we don't necessarily know what we're doing yet. It's funny to me. It's like history repeating itself.
Next thing you know, they're playing at the baseball stadium.
Well, are you okay with that?
I mean, I'm fine with it. I mean, what was it last time was it LA when they were playing in the soccer stadium, right?
They played, yeah. That was so in DC. They played in the soccer stadium. They had the Globe Life Park in Arlington, where they had retrofitted that to be more of a football stadium. Nolan says Cashman Field. That's kind of where we're looking at right now. I need. Oh, here's this. So Peter had a comment. The best solution would be, and we're still waiting on the draft picks. We're waiting on Vegas. The best solution would be to add a rider to the USFL contract in addition to the waiver for signing to the NFL to offer a 10% increase in pay if they return to the USFL. Something like that jive with you?
Yeah, I mean, that'd be fine. Obviously, it's going to depend on what the league's financial situation looks like too, but it'd be a way to get guys back for sure.
I'll just be curious. I mean, USFL, up until yesterday, I had a lot of like, well, the USFL doesn't need to worry about this. We have Pat get ready to call in again. USFL doesn't need to worry. Who are they even going to draft? They have all their rosters set. And then we've seen a lot of really good talent make their way here to the XFL. Let hide this. Let's bring in Pat. Pat, can you hear us? How are you doing?
Yep, I am back. How are you guys?
We're good. Thoughts? So we got abbreviated thoughts before. Thoughts now on the kind of the draft day so far. Now that maybe we have you for an extra couple of minutes.
You'll have me for a little bit longer. I mean, we've seen some, pretty standard names go. I talked about it earlier and tweeted about it as well. Talking about percentages, the XFL took about. Or excuse me, the USFL took about 20% of the old XFL retreads. I think the AAF had a little bit higher, or the XFL 2.0 had a little bit higher of the retreads. I've seen a lot of familiar names. Obviously, there's been a lot of USFL retreads who were AAF XFL guys like Channing Stribling. So, I mean, I'm curious to see the percentages when the dust kind of settles, because just by like the naked eye, it does look like we're 1 out of every 4 players is coming from the old XFL. Now, if you look at the USFL players, 54 players were selected or were given the opportunity to sign NFL contracts. Right now, there's currently 21 on NFL payrolls, and I think 3 or 4 have re-signed back to the USFL. So I'm really curious to see for the next 30 well, it's less than 30 players, but the next, let's say 22 players in that limbo, if they're not selected in the XFL draft, are they going to go shoot back over to their USFL teams of origin? Because they are free agents right now.
Just real quick, I want to get Craig's thoughts on this. We just had a bunch of draft picks come in. Deontay Anderson going to the Vipers, cornerback. Adam Sparks to the Vipers, Roger Cray to the Sea Dragons, TJ Green to the Renegades, Houston Roughnecks to David Tolentio to the Roughnecks, CJ Anthony to the Defenders, Tariq Lewis to the Battlehawks, and Tenny Aduisi to the San Antonio Brahmas.
So I think the biggest one there is TJ Green. That's if it's still the TJ Green I'm thinking of that's bounced around the NFL for a little bit of time. Or is that the one that used to be with the Colts, I think?
TJ Green from Clemson, safety.
Yeah. I'll have to look that up, but
why don't you,
for a little bit of time, I think.
Do you want to look that up, Pat? Yeah. What do you make of like the XFL kind of hand picking this talent here, as it seems like they want to?
As far as when the league starts first, that you do get the cream. I don't want to say cream of the crop, because it's kind of a crapshoot with some of these guys who have been out of the league for so long. And I think every draft is a crapshoot, to be honest, whether it be NFL to my little league draft that I do for, the child betting I do of football kids wherever I live. But all jokes aside, we do have kind of the unknown right now as far as with these picks. Obviously, you'll have the guys who, and we've talked about this in nauseum at this point, of if I would like to play in the NFL and that is my ultimate goal, if I, had that hamstring injury and I was able to muscle out a season, 10 games, it's better for me to go to the XFL, because now I'm able to kind of, one, recover, and two, and I think I talked about this yesterday as well, I can participate in those rookie camps. So with that factor being, to the forefront of many of these guys, the XFL kind of has a little bit more of a glow to it, even if the pay rates are the same and whatnot. And I know there's obviously a difference. But as we saw with any of these leagues, you even have a guy like Michael Bandy in the spring league. If you're good at football, eventually your number's going to get called. So, it doesn't matter if you're playing in Europe, doesn't matter if you're, playing flag football on the field. If someone sees you and they find that you have all those air quote intangibles, your number will get called.
It's just weird. I've seen, XFL talking, okay, they're paying, it's a little bit more. And I've seen a lot of, well, the USFL is going to match. Like they said, they're going to match. I don't see USFL increasing pay for players that are already under contract from year 1 to year 2. I don't see why you would voluntarily be like, hey, we're going to give you an extra $5,000 because you're already under contract. In terms of, new players signing, I think that's fine. But like you guys, it seems like you guys are saying it doesn't even matter so much the money as it does the time of year. Craig, your thoughts, and then back to Pat.
I think part of it's going to be money. It just depends on the player situation too. Like if it's somebody that's gung ho about getting back to the NFL, the sooner you can get back, the better. And if it's somebody that's not trying to get back as much, maybe they prefer the money, or maybe just where if it's closer to home for them as well. It just depends on the situation. There's a lot of factors there as well. I will say that TJ Green was the same one that I was thinking of that played with the Colts. He played with a couple different teams, about 5 years in the NFL.
You see him like that? You think that's a good pickup for the Renegades?
I mean, it's obviously a guy that's been around for a while, and he's still not, he's probably 27, 28 years old now. So he's been around for quite some time.
Pat, thoughts on, like I would say, just with, USFL now trying to compete back and the payment, but then the timing and all that schedule. What do you make of that?
So if I'm the USFL, I don't raise my pay for my original players from a business standpoint. Maybe give them an incentive, maybe add in some incentive bonuses overall for the league. But it also, like we're talking about, it comes down to the actual player. We talked about a guy who got maybe overlooked last week. Yesterday was Carson Strong. Carson Strong had a $320 guaranteed $1,000 contract. I don't think he cares about the pay at this point. I think he cares about the opportunity. So if he thinks he could, maybe the Guardians, because we've talked about, the unknowns with the 2 quarterbacks down there. If he thinks that that's the team that calls him and he can compete and go in there, yeah, awesome. Or maybe he wants to go to the Memphis Showboats that we all think are only going to be competing against Brady White. But then on the flip side, you throw it to a guy like Channing Stribling, who might only be a camp body, no matter how much good work he puts out there, just because he's kind of past that age. I think he's probably almost 30 years old now. He's a quarterback. And not only is he almost 30 years old, he's got games upon games through different leagues and all leagues, preseasons, whatever you want to call it. So he's kind of got a little bit more miles on it. For him, I think it comes down to a more of a financial setting of how much longer can I keep playing football? How much longer could I keep putting on a good performance? Because if I go to the NFL, I'm just a guy, but then I can actually build a brand through the XFL or the USFL because I'm the guy.
I'm trying to look on here. I'm trying to figure out where we are in the draft pick. I think we're about done with the defensive backs here. If we go,
should be 23. Should start the new fold of the front 7.
Yeah. So Vegas Vipers are the last ones on. Mikael Wright, Donatan Brown, John Brannon, Holton Hill, defenders, Mike Hampton, Jack Croner, Matt Elam.
That's an XFL guy. First round
Shaquille Willens. Yeah, Pat, thoughts on that? I'm just trying to go back here. They just jumped a bunch down.
I think Matt Elam, I don't know if he was a Battlehawks, but I know he was a first round pick. Croner sounds vaguely familiar. I feel like he's one of those Big Ten safeties that kind of, scrub around, high effort type guys. I mean, at this point, we saw a lot of the notable guys come back. Like we've seen guys who floated around the NFL multiple times and actually have substantial playing time. Someone I was looking out for and I don't think I saw was Charles James. I don't think he got drafted, correct?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing that. Yeah, Max says Elam was on the Defenders, ex-Raven. Does anyone have thoughts on Shakur Brown?
Yeah, like I said with him before, he's a guy that's bounced around with like 4 NFL teams. He's kind of better to play on the outside, but he's only 5'10". So the NFL teams have kind of tried to make him play the slot, honestly. But that's kind of been his biggest thing. Like, he's not a bad player by any means, though. He had a decent Senior Bowl. What was it, 2 years ago now?
Yeah, it says ex-Ravens, and he was featured on the Road to Game 1 XFL Hard Knock style special. Did anyone watch the drive to the draft last night? I was working. Pat?
No, definitely not. But you know what I did see, Reed? I saw that football. I saw the football.
Yeah, they Pat, what do you think? What do you think of the football?
I'm gonna come off as the bad guy here.
Okay.
But at this point, does it even matter? My biggest qualm with the Danny and the Rock is you get people who don't understand what Redbird Capital is, and that's all they know about venture capital firms. And I'm like, you do realize this is made up of like 900 people, right? Or whatever that arbitrary number is. And last night I was looking up, like, how much percentage of Redbird Capital does Davey Garcia even have? And you can't find it. And I'm looking for it because I don't want to be that guy. But then it comes down to like, oh, the first female league owner, and then it comes down she owns 0.6%. It's gonna get a little goofy on that, you know. And I just kind of think, and I posted that meme in the group of Jerry Cardindale just racking in those dollars, you know, just playing the PR game pretty hard because, you know, there's a reason why they're posting it 94 times. So it's such a big group, and I'm sure there's even more women in that group, you know. It's probably a pretty diverse group, and, you know, I don't think the rest of the players probably get the recognition because they don't have the largest followers, you know.
Max is, yeah, no. Do we know that? I mean, they say they own it equally, and that's.
But those two are a part of Redbird Capital.
No, so I believe it's 3 separate entities. I believe it's like Danny owns a chunk, Dwayne owns a chunk, Redbird owns a chunk. That was my understanding.
It just seems a little messy, and I don't know. I kind of like the old footballs, but I mean, it is a good PR move, and it is a good thing to see. So, I mean, Redbird Capital's had put some winners out when it comes to all these leagues, and I believe they were at AC Milan. And when I talked to Coach Beck, when he did want to be a part of the league when it first came out, I think he wanted to be a part of one of the Florida franchises. But he was like, the thing that kind of sold it to me was there wasn't no charlatans with Danny the Rock and Redbird. You know, Charlie Ebersol, I don't mean to speak ill of him right now, but to me, he kind of gives you that what's the guy called? He did the Fry Festival.
Oh, the Fire Festival. Yeah.
Man, like, you know, you look back at some of his stuff, and you're kind of like, why did people think this guy could run a football league? And then, but you throw him next to Bill Polian, and it's all that stuff.
Vic Beasley selected here first pick in round 23 for the Vegas Vipers here. We have Evan Willismore joining again, XFL News FM. Evan, how's your life been since you left us and came back here?
Still pretty hectic. Went to go take an exam and came back and was just trying to catch up on everything. I missed a big portion of the defensive backs phase, but I'm pretty much caught up on that now. And I think we're moving on to defensive front 7, it looks like. So
it is. Yeah, you missed the lull that Craig and I, like, through God's work, got through, where it was like they picked nothing for about 25 minutes. So
yeah, I that was when I came back. I was just I was looking and I'm thinking, geez, like, did something go wrong? Like, is it my phone? Because I was looking at my phone at the time, and yeah, it was another long pause, but good to see that we're back now without much interruption.
It's good here. So Vic Beasley, people seem excited about that. I'm going to go get some water now real quick, now that we seem to have a little bit of a panel here, if that's okay. Whoever wants to take the lead with that, and then I'll be right back. Maybe we'll start with Craig.
Yeah, Vic Beasley's an interesting one. I want to see how much he made on his last contract, just because I'm like, he might be a guy that doesn't even show up.
I'm a fan of it. It's name recognition.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you bring in these retreads, and that's why I was a big the Paxton Lynch signing, because you got people who don't really care, or of the USFL, because you got people who don't really care, and then all of a sudden you're kind of just like, oh, okay, maybe let's see what this guy can do type thing. Everyone's looking for that Tommy Maddox story to come back. Everyone's looking for a guy to a redemption arc, as we say. So you take a first round pick, who I believe, and guys, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure he was a Pro Bowler and an All Pro with the Falcons at one point. I think he probably had like 15 sacks in 1 year.
Definitely Pro Bowler, yeah.
Yeah, I think he went All Pro too. But like, if this guy comes out, puts a decent performance on, and is able to put like, just like a season or two extra in the NFL, I mean, it doesn't get much better than that.
Let's see, 15 and a half sacks.
I'm a fan of Vic Beasley. I mean, he had a quick rise and fall, but ultimately, I mean, he's shown a lot of promise, and it's been a while since he's had that Pro Bowl season. I don't know when exactly that was, but we're definitely a few years removed. But yeah, I mean, who says that he can't come back and put something together? I mean, with that kind of experience, you can't really pass that up.
Yeah, I think my biggest question is just if he'll actually show up, because I was thinking how much guarantee money did he actually make on that Tennessee contract, but it was only $9.5 million, so he still might show up. But being 30 years old and everything too, and not playing for a couple of years, maybe he's got enough money where he just says, I don't want to do it.
Yeah, I mean, you never know.
Yeah. What does Spot Track or Spotrack have him? Does anyone have that pulled up? I know you said $9 million.
I had it a minute ago. He got 9.5 from the guaranteed on that Tennessee contract. He made like $14 million before that.
Yeah.
So he's made like $24 million in NFL. I mean,
you throw in some taxes in there. You'd like to believe probably kept about 15 mil of that, 14 mil of that, plus after all the expenses and whatnot. Hopefully he's got a nice little purse for him. But I mean, I talk with Reed about this a decent amount, about when you talk about these guys and their finances, and you kind of wonder, like, Kyle Slaughter's made $1.4 million over the span of his career. And then the next step is, okay, it's been like 6 years. This guy's paying for trainers, agents, all this stuff. And you actually, when you get down to the nitty gritty of it, how much of that has he kept in his purse,
Yeah, it's always interesting too, because then you hear like the opposite, like Rob Gronkowski. He's like, I've never spent a dime of any NFL money that I've made. It's all just been his endorsements that he's paid on and whatnot.
Yeah, but I don't, unfortunately, I don't know how much endorsements Northern Colorado or Southern Miss were giving Kyle Slaughter at the dealerships. So, big drop.
Yeah.
Yeah, got a couple names. DeAndre Johnson, inside linebacker, Miami. That sounds familiar. Couldn't tell you about the other guys, but it's something.
I'm back. I let my dog out as well. I appreciate the extended time. Wait, DeAndre Johnson coming in. Otaro Alaka, Elijah Ponder. Any thoughts on any of these guys?
All the names ring a bell, but I really only have seen or really kind of looked at DeAndre Johnson a bit, but not particularly anything too interesting. We were on Vic Beasley for a bit.
People are excited and we have Niles Scott coming in here. It looks like it's going to pop up. Yep. So Vic's a big pull for the Vipers?
On both fronts, yeah. Whatever he's got left in the tank, and then he's named notoriety. If you're not going to be a good football player in the alt league, might as well have a good name, right?
Yeah.
Let's throw Landry Jones on billboards on I-35.
Let's see.
Oh yeah, none of the I get what Max is saying here.
Frostburg State. That's one you don't hear too often.
Alaka, it said he made the Ravens team in 2019 and 2020, went on air pretty quickly with injuries. He's got one career tackle in the NFL. So he's just been a guy that's did okay at Texas A&M, has been hurt a lot.
And Scott's been around the NFL, practice squad and anonymity from what I got, a couple tackles. but
No, not too much.
yeah. Well, when we talk about it, you have like when I know it's kind of memed at this point, but when you talk about like player 54, I talked to a player who went to like a Division II school, and he was brought in the camp, but he played against a guy called Dennis Gardock, who plays on the help me out, guys, the Cardinals right now.
Cardinals.
And I was talking to this guy, and I was like, "Hey, man, so like, how big of a difference is it when like you have like that D2 guy that's getting those NFL looks, who's even a 5th round pick?" And he goes, "Dude, you know, the second you get on the field, man." So when you see a guy like Niles Scott, that's always what I bring it back is, okay, this guy was player 54, 54 to 57. And then he's going to maybe go against a guy who just, had good RAS numbers and everything. I'm curious to see how much better that guy could be. It's like, is it going to be like a Division I versus a Division III player type thing? So that's always something that I think about when you have these kind of bubble guys who get this opportunity.
I'm hearing reports that the site isn't, or the sites aren't working. Both of mine look the same. Lakeem Williams is, I guess the order is wrong. The order should be Las Vegas, Seattle, Arlington, Houston, DC, Seattle. I think like the last couple are misplaced on there. Is the vibe I got. That's a little too in the weeds for me to Heartland. We are currently a defensive front 7 here. We just started the 23rd round, picks 1 through 6, but now we're hearing that maybe the order is mistaken on here. That's above my pay grade.
It's above mine too.
Brett, friend of the show, Brett, stand by. What's up, Brett? I appreciate that. Max was also saying he was hoping to see more Brahmas pick a UTSA guy, maybe just to kind of get that synergy in there. Any thoughts on that?
UTSA's got some players. I mean, from now and years past, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be against that. I've historically, I don't know if I've interviewed any UTSA players, but I know the UTEP players at El Paso. Some of those guys are pretty good too. That's not too far. I mean, it's on the other side of Texas, but another sort of UT system school.
I'm just looking on here. Yeah. Okay. So Justin Alexander for the Brahmas coming up here. That's someone I recognize, right?
Well, UIW is a San Antonio school, so that's something. Incarnate Word. I don't know how you say it, but
yeah. Let's see here. We have a couple. Clarence Hicks and Chuck Wright are the UTSS guys I'm looking for. They both all conference guys.
Yeah, those guys are good. Those are good names.
Eric Stryker is still waiting for his name to be called. Brandon Morris has that. Any big surprises? Anyone that you guys have seen pop up here that maybe you weren't expecting to?
I mean, Vic Beasley, I think, has been the one that really stands out the most so far.
Jared Frostburg State sounds like a player from the Glacier Boys. Oh, sorry, Joel. Let me roll that down there. God forbid the face. There we go. There we can see Justin Alexander. That's exciting for the Brahmas. So Vipers get back-to-back 8 and 9. Curious here as we finish this round up. What did I miss while I was taking out the dog?
Not too much. We were talking about Vic Beasley. I mean, I was going to pose the question, and I'll do it now, I suppose, since we're kind of slowing down again. So since I missed, and this is a question for anybody, since I missed the defensive back phase, and I'm just caught up now, I'm interested to hear from any of you guys, like, who was your favorite pick of that, I guess, grouping?
Yeah, Craig rode with me the whole way through. Craig, what did you think about it?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to think just because like defensive backs.
I don't.
There's a lot, and there's a lot of names that aren't instantly recognizable either. But I mean, you got like the veteran guys, you got the Matt Elam, you got the Will Hill, like TJ Green, those guys popping up. You got some of the guys that are recent undrafted guys that maybe signed on for camp and didn't make it too.
So what I'm hearing here is the website is wrong on this. So Orlando is picking 8 and 9. It says Vegas. That is, like I said, that's above. I mean, this is. Oh, that's weird. Okay, so now they fixed it. There we go. It just fixed. Nick Coe, Gerald Willis, both going to the Guardians. Now that should be right. It looks like the XFL site, and I will scoop that down so you guys can see it. Brahma 7, Guardians 8, and then 9 on that. There we go. The order was wrong. That's weird, but we fixed it.
I mean, I think Bubba Bolden's an interesting one for this league too, just because he had kind of that hype going into his last year at Miami and then just kind of fell on his face. That could be an interesting one for a league like this. Because a lot of like the defensive backs, the ones that really stand out are kind of the retread ones that we've seen either in leagues like this or just kind of NFL veterans overall.
Yeah, I was going to say, because like there was like Will Hill, Matt Elam, like both of those guys were XFL, 2.0 players. Yeah. So those kind of jumped out. And then, well, for me, it was kind of cool because like, I'm at LSU and we had 3 defensive backs go in that group. And we had Cam Lewis, who I know personally, and then Kerry Vincent went to San Antonio. And then Kevin Tolliver went to Houston. Cam's in Dallas. So it's we've got the Texas trio from Louisiana out there.
Mm-hmm. And Vincent's kind of an interesting one too, because he kind of played like a little bit of safety, like a little bit of nickel.
Yeah.
So he's kind of been used all over. But like NFL teams have taken a chance on him because like all his measurables are really good, but nobody's really been able to figure out like, how do we actually use this guy best?
Yeah. Well, some of that's the name of the game. I mean, especially with like Houston players too. Like, there's guys like they had that what's his name, Garrett Owens, the guy from I'm going to butcher the name of the school again. It's like DeKent or something.
It's actually pronounced Duquesne.
Duquesne. Okay, thank you. Now I've been saying that wrong for years. But yeah, well he he was one of those guys where it's like he's listed as a tight end, but he's also like a fullback, and he's going to catch a lot of passes. And someone I think mentioned he could even return kicks. So I don't know. Like there's as part of I think the XFL's thing is like there's been a lot of players that can sort of line up maybe at multiple positions, whether it's defense or offense or play something on special teams. So it'll be interesting, especially with the way like some of these systems are structured, how players are used. Because like I feel like it'll be a bit different than what you see in the NFL or any other sort of traditional format. And it was that way in 2022. I will say like, they had guys like. I did an interview with Gerard Hurd a while back, who was with Dallas, and he's kind of like a hybrid, quarterback receiver who can also run, and they were doing a ton of cool stuff with him. So, hopefully we can see something similar this time around.
Joel just has a comment. Just watching the draft is makes me excited for the XFL, especially hearing y'all talk about the players and all. I mean, Pat, is this becoming more real now? I mean, it's been such this nebulous effort that we've like tracked, for the greater part of the last 2 years. Like, how are you feeling kind of finally seeing all these rosters line up?
I mean, I think it comes down to even going back to the AAF. You hear all this happen, kind of like, okay, when it's getting into the alt football scene was in the 2010 of the UFL, and you're kind of just like, you kind of fell in love a little bit. It's kooky.
Pat, your connection there is getting a little. Pat, let's get Craig's thoughts on that, and then we'll bring Pat back on. The mic's a little off.
Can you say that again real quick?
Just Joel had the comment, just excited. We're seeing all these rosters coming together. I mean, it's just been such this thing forever. I think the USFL felt a lot more real to people too after that. I mean, just finally seeing everybody in that. I do want to get Evan's thoughts on this too, because I know he knows so many of these players and has talked to so many of them. But let's get Craig first.
Yeah, I think it's part of it too is like if you really enjoyed the XFL the last time too, getting that cut short with COVID and then kind of waiting around for this whole process for it to come back to. So that's part of it for me. Then we kind of had a little bit of the USFL, so you kind of got a taste of it again. And then it's like now you're just ready for it to get back too. And even just seeing all these players that can be used in different ways and all the schemes coming together. And even one of the players that was drafted earlier, Calvin Turner, who got a little excited about, he played running back at Hawaii, he played some wide receiver at Hawaii. The NFL really looked at him wide receiver before he even transferred to Hawaii. He played at Jackson State as a dual option quarterback. So like bringing in guys like this that can do a little bit of everything, and then kind of maybe they're just a misfit for the NFL, or they're not really figured out how to be used yet. And then kind of getting their real niche, and then just whether it's on the team they're currently on in the XFL, maybe they move on to a different team in a different league, and then they get to the NFL, maybe they find their role in just being successful in whatever way they can.
Evan, finally seeing these rosters come back together, what's it like for you?
Yeah, man. Well, I mean, it's always great. Again, I know a lot of these guys personally, and, seeing them get this opportunity. It was the same deal, back with the USFL, right? I honestly maybe didn't know as many of those guys. But even then, it's just such a cool thing to see, finally happen. And what I'm really pleased about with the XFL, I touched upon this earlier when I was on back when we were doing the offensive players, but just the sort of length that the XFL has gone to really find this talent. We're not just using one camp or one site or one platform. The XFL has really done a great job of looking everywhere, and I mean everywhere, the HBCU stuff, all the small school stuff, the guys that they had in the league previously that they still want to honor, the players that are looking for a second chance, maybe they had like a legal issue or something, everything like that. It seems to me like they've really taken everything into account. And when you're putting a league together, for the third time, that's really important. And it's very good to see just how diverse some of these selections are. Even if I don't know everybody, I've been very impressed so far, and I think it's a great thing for everybody. Yeah.
We DC defenders, Andre Mintz, John Daka to the Roughnecks, Mike Egbul to the Battlehawks, Rico Jeffers to the Brahmas. Pat, we'll get you back on, just connection, talking about that and finally getting the rosters together. We'll see if we get Pat on. Otherwise, we'll move on here.
Bit better.
There we go. Let's hear you.
So, I mean, it comes down to every time we have a spring league, we've kind of been robbed of it, whether it be the AAF, the UFL, for, financial stuffs. The XFL 2.0 seemed like they figured it out. And then, pandemic happened and kind of messed that all up. So it's finally good to see, every time this happens, we get players drafted that now it's like, okay, this is becoming a little bit more of a thing. And to Evan's point, this isn't just, hey, show up in a place in Florida and let's go. Like 7 workouts and then some.
Yeah. Do you guys feel like, Evan, do you feel like the work that's been put in, and I asked, I think Craig and I talked about this during the kind of the lunch break, but all the work that's been put in, the scouting and all this now has paid off and kind of getting some of these lesser known names?
For sure. And I mean, look, we went to Arizona, right? And we saw how busy everybody was there, at that event. No one really had time to do much. I mean, we were able to talk to the coaches and everything, and I'm not saying it was bad, but you could definitely tell, like, people were exhausted, and this really was a collective effort. And yeah, I definitely think it helps when you travel around the country, and not just parts of the country that are big. The XFL went to Hawaii, they went to the middle of nowhere, Mississippi, at Jackson State. They've been, to all these markets that wouldn't normally be touched. And again, now you're seeing that pay off because you have guys that, maybe aren't as recognized as much if you're not in NFL draft circles or things of that nature. But yeah, it's definitely worked out for them well. And I think their approach was the right approach.
Yeah, it's just been exciting today, just seeing, and like I said, all these schools are coming through, and some that you would expect, some that you wouldn't. We had a question about, and I think it was kind of a joke, but it begs, Chris puts a little, he's a little jokey sometimes, but having like regional drafts, kind of like the AAF did, right? Like, do you think that's something that has a place in spring football? I mean, maybe not the XFL, but I don't think that was a totally justifiable idea. Let's start with Evan, and then we have a guest joining us again. So let's start with Evan, and then let's go from there.
So you're talking about regional drafts, as in like locational, like by
Right,
state.
didn't the AAF do that? Like we want St. Louis people to be, or we want Birmingham people to be from Birmingham or whatever. Wasn't that part of that whole deal?
Oh, so you're talking about like allocations for like schools and stuff. The AAF had it was sort of regional, where they had like if for example, in Birmingham, like all the schools in Alabama and the sort of outer lying states, Mississippi, Georgia, maybe even like Louisiana. I mean, I always think that's a great idea, right? You want to keep talent local, and sometimes especially when you're trying to establish a fan base, it's great. I was really pushing for a guy like De'Aaron King to go to the Roughnecks, right? Because he played college football at the University of Houston, where he made a name for himself before obviously transferring to Miami. So things like that, it can sort of help with that local feel and that community feel. It really helps build the team. And I mean, even though the XFL hasn't necessarily done that directly, I do think that they still care about, like where players are going. And I know the players obviously care. Like if you're from, Houston, it'd be pretty cool to play in Houston, right? Or if you're from, Dallas or one of these other cities, it'd be pretty cool to play in or near that city. So I'm always going to be in support of that idea for sure.
All right, we're going to bring back in now. He's worked a full school day. Come home now. We have Greg Parks joining us again. Greg, what is happening? Now you're back home.
I am back home. Hopefully my Wi-Fi is a little more stable than it was at school. Public school Wi-Fi, what can you do? I've been listening to the conversation that you have, and I think it's very interesting. The allocation is actually what XFL 2001 did. They had certain schools that teams could choose to protect players from. And I think that was brought up, and I can't remember what interview it was brought up in to Oliver Luck, I believe, as they were preparing for the 2020 version of the draft. And his reasoning, and I thought it was pretty sound, was that, some regions have stronger colleges, stronger talent pools to draw from than others. So it wouldn't be fair. And what you're seeing from these leagues is an attempt to be as fair as possible when setting up these teams to ensure that there's a competitive balance right away. So, for example, the Orlando Guardians, I mean, you could have schools like Miami, Florida, Florida State, Florida. I mean, those are all very, historically powerhouse schools with very talented players that come out of that. If you're Vegas, I mean, you have UNLV, you have Nevada. They're a little bit weaker schools in terms of talent. So it wouldn't be, I think the league would not see that as necessarily a fair way to distribute talent. Even though I totally agree, and I think when you are creating these teams from scratch and you are trying to get people in that community to buy in, one of the best ways to do that is to build a team with players that they might be familiar with, and that's where that local allocation comes in. But I also see the other side where the discrepancy in talent might be too wide to really do that in a reasonable way.
Craig, thoughts on that?
I think it's an interesting concept, obviously, when you're trying to build up leagues and fan bases and all that too. But you almost get to like a point where it's like, it's either going to be like too unbalanced, or like but you could also still have maybe this recognizable player from this area, and then give each team like a couple of those guys, whether it's 2 or 3 or 4 or whatever, just so you have that face of the team right away. But then I think even when you look back to last time, I think they try to do that more with the quarterbacks, where it's like, hey, this is the quarterback for this city. This is the guy that you're going to attach to it more so right away.
We have another guest joining us. Craig and I really rode the wave. Now we have the wave crash. We have Greg Parks, Pat, everyone's here. We have Paul Reese, our Sports Central on here, USFL historian, joining us. Paul, how are you, and what do you make of this day?
I'm well. It's been a busy day. It seems like we were just waiting weeks and weeks for any news to break. And all of a sudden we have, all this rolling in. Teams are starting to take their identities with players, with their actual names and logos, not all that long ago. So things have really picked up steam, which is fun to see.
Any big surprises from you? I mean, we haven't got your thoughts on the quarterback, any of that stuff. Takeaways here joining us?
So, I mean, the biggest surprises that kind of jumped out at me right away, maybe not so much surprises, but just some of the USFL names that have been thrown into the draft ring. I'm sure that, you've had a chance to discuss that, but it seems to be kind of clarifying maybe some of the contract statuses of these guys. And I think we'll have some more clarification after the first of the year as well.
As we approach here, we're kind of in to get a little bit of the slog here. Talking points at this point, what are you interested in kind of adding to your voice to the conversation about?
Right now, I mean, we're seeing the initial rosters kind of being developed. We have some of these guys have a little bit of pedigree, at least in the alternative leagues. Certainly, guys like Luis Perez, AJ McCarron. These are players we're somewhat familiar with, at least at some level. Everybody else, it's going to be kind of a mix. I really am most eager, I guess, to see the roster that Seattle assembles. I'm kind of excited about what they do there.
Greg, where are you at in terms of? I mean, are you a diehard Orlando Vipers or not Orlando? What the hell are we? Orlando Guardians now? Where do you ride here in this?
I am Switzerland. I am as neutral as I can be. I covered the the Tampa team for XFL board in 2020. I'm sure I've told this story before, but I wasn't just my schedule did not match up with the early home games in Tampa. So my goal was and I had gotten credentialed for the games to attend them and to work in the press box and to attend the games that way, but I was going to do the back half of the season. And of course we didn't get a back half of the season. So unfortunately I wasn't able to attend any of those games as media. Tampa is about 2 hours away from where I am, which is a lot easier drive than Orlando, which is about 3.5, 4 hours away. So my goal is to make it to maybe a game or two of Orlando's games this year. But otherwise I think I'm basically going to be covering the league as a whole rather than have any kind of quote unquote home team that I'll be covering, at least for XFL board. And I think that's the best way to do it. Like when you're a fan of one of these alternative leagues, it's great to have a team that you can call your own, but it's also great to just kind of sit back and watch and be divested a little bit from the down to down drama that we get so caught up in when you're actually a fan of a team, when you live and die by a team.
Evan, I know you're the Roughnecks. Did we get Craig's team?
No, I feel like last time I was more on Houston, but I'm just going to see how it plays out, see like which team, the players that I like when it does come together, because there's a lot of guys that I do like. I've scouted in this league, going back to NFL draft days and stuff too, especially with the younger guys that are coming in here in general. But I'm going to say with that too, I got to get out of here in a couple minutes. So
Craig,
peace out.
Craig has done the Lord's work today. I have a funny question for Greg coming up. Craig, thank you so much. Coach Craig Sports on Twitter. Appreciate you riding the wave with me today, good sir.
No problem.
All right. Greg Parks, and then I want to get Evan and Pat's thoughts as well. We'll get Paul. What animal is the New York Guardians logo?
What animal is it? Okay.
We're hour 6 in the draft now.
I see that. I've missed a lot apparently since I was on the last time. Wasn't it supposed to be a gargoyle or something when it was the New York Guardians? Yeah. Has it changed that much? I guess I haven't looked closely at it. Has it changed since then?
I'll pull it up. It's more like a cat now. It's more like
it is. I'm looking at it right now. It's got the teeth and everything like that. I don't know if it looks like some sort of. It looks a little less gargoyle-ish, I guess.
See, that shows. There you go. That's the night and day difference.
So, I mean, it just looks like the coloration is a little different. It maybe. Is it more cat-like?
It seems like the New York one always felt more like Egyptian to me. Kind of had like the Egyptian, like the Sphinx kind of.
I feel like this is one of those games where you play on the little placemat at a restaurant. What are the two? You get the two pictures and you have to pick out the differences. I feel like that's what I'm doing now. But I mean, when it was it does look more like a cat. Maybe taking the red out of it makes it more cat-like, but I don't know. That's a good question. I just assumed gargoyle because I remember when the New York Guardians came out and they did the big intro video and stuff like that. I feel like that was what the emphasis was for that.
Evan, what do you make of this?
Yeah, I mean the Egyptian comparison is definitely relatable. Kind of looks like a sphinx, or I always thought it was like a lion, kind of in a way, with just sort of that like back part that sort of swoops back. The new one to me looks more like a wolf almost. It's kind of hard to tell, kind of hard to describe, but that's probably the best way I can put it.
Pat, where do you land on this?
When it first came out, I remember looking at it. It was like a gorilla or something like that. The original New York Guardians, but I've always heard it had to do with the gargoyles and whatnot.
Here, let me get back. We haven't missed any draft picks, just in case we're curious. Paul, I want to know your thoughts, and we've talked a lot, but you are the USFL historian. You've talked with me a lot about USFL on the show. We had the announcement yesterday trying to preemptively strike against the XFL quarterbacks, the Memphis Showboats are coming back. What do you make of that, pulling out of Tampa, the Memphis, and all that?
They needed a hub, and they obviously found their place in Memphis. So somebody had to be dropped because they weren't ready to add another team. And I think as the logistics are going to unfold here with hosting and the number of hub cities, adding more teams at this time didn't make any sense. So enter Memphis. I'm a little bit, they departed the furthest from the original logo, team colors with Memphis, which I thought was kind of an odd choice. I don't know if they just didn't want any more teams with red in them or what the thought process was there. Memphis, though, will not be a bad choice, I don't think. So we'll see how it develops. But I think that, it's going to be a good market. I think that was probably going to be one of their first expansion places to look at if they had not, made this choice now.
Greg, do you like that as like, hey, we need some news this week? XFL it's the week of the XFL. It's draft week. Like, let's make some waves with the USFL.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that was to be expected, right? Get out ahead of the news. It's not like the XFL hasn't done that before with the USFL as well by getting news out there. So, hey, all's fair in love and war and spring football. And, I think that the XFL has made their shot across the bow here with the quarterbacks who they've plucked from the USFL, as well as some of the key defensive backs. When I was following the draft earlier today, noting that, Channing Stribling and DeJuan Neal, two USFL stars who left to try to get into the NFL and who signed with teams over the summer, were both drafted by the XFL, as well as Devontae Bosby, who is another player who went from the USFL to the NFL. He was drafted by the XFL. So, I don't blame the USFL for trying to horn in on the XFL's news for sure. That's just, I think that's kind of what we have to expect going forward with these two competing leagues out there.
Yeah, and then just if anyone's listening, we're still waiting on draft picks here, so we're vamping time. We're filling here. The board has stalled. I will always remember the conversation I had with a USFL person back. It was when they were doing their draft, and the XFL announced that it was the NFL partnership deal. They announced it like that Monday of the week, or it was that week they were getting ready for all that, and they said, we don't even care about the XFL. Like, we are looking, we are on the road. Like, we don't even, it's very funny now. Like, oh, well, we got to have news this week. Like, you can say all you want about being separate, but ultimately this is all, you're all fighting over the same dollars. Evan, any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, I briefly covered the Bandits at the beginning of last USFL season before life and other things started to take over, and I didn't quite have the time, and there were a few other things, but I won't go into that. Anyway, yeah, I was personally a fan of the move to Memphis. I think Memphis is a cool market. It made sense that that something was going to have to move or change if they were going to add another team, because they weren't ready to moved from 8 teams, I guess is my point. But Greg brought up something really interesting that I want to touch on too about, we've been so focused on the USFL quarterback poaching, I guess we could call it, right? We've seen Luis Perez and Kyle Sloter, now officially be in the XFL, and it seems like Tamu and Brian Scott are going to follow. But there were a lot of defensive backs. I was looking through. I missed a bit of that portion, so I was trying to catch up earlier before I got back on. And the number of names of guys that I was looking at, I was like, geez, this was a USFL dude, and here's another one and another one. So that was kind of interesting too. It goes beyond the quarterback position, which is obviously an incredibly important one and one that can't be overlooked. But I know the people in the USFL are probably not pleased about the situation with their quarterbacks, and now that they're seeing all of the talent on the other side of the ball that they might not be getting back, you start to wonder how many more of those are we going to see as this draft continues.
Yeah, go ahead. Whoever was I cut off.
I just want to jump in on that too. It's not. I think that both leagues are actually in a really good position with the quarterbacks, because if you look at the list, each XFL team basically has 2 quarterbacks. They might add 1 or 2 more. You look at some of the names that are still out there, and it's a really impressive list. I'm trying to pull it up here. The guys who had been scouted by the XFL. You look at guys like Cole McDonald and Davis Cheek and Carson Strong, and then there's Khalil Tate, Jarrett Guarantano. Kurt Benkert was just released by the 49ers the other day. Brett Hundley is out there. Not all of them are going to end up with the XFL probably. So there is an opportunity for the USFL to step in and replace some of those quarterbacks. There is still a lot of talented quarterbacks out there. And if you're the XFL, there's only so many quarterbacks that you can roster. And so I think both groups, we were sitting here before the season started, before the USFL draft, before the XFL really kicked things in gear, saying, are there going to be enough quarterbacks to really sustain these leagues? And I think what we're seeing is perhaps more quarterbacks than we thought are being willing to give these alternative leagues a shot. And when that happens, it's good for both the USFL and XFL.
Paul, I want to get your thoughts on that. And then we did have a bunch of draft picks drop. So I want to let Paul talk, and then I'll run those down.
And we again have ended up focusing on the quarterbacks, as almost everybody will. Just another name out there, Sal Cannella. I saw another big USFL star who was drafted today. But with the quarterbacks, one of the great things I think that we're seeing about the USFL making it through its last season, and not only making it through, but Fox being very positive about how they made it through the last season, is that more people are willing to throw their hat into the ring on spring football. I think what the XFL is paying was going to draw some additional guys in by itself. But the USFL making it through its season, I think has caught some attention. The fact that guys did get looks. Not very many ended up making rosters, but they did get preseason looks. That catches players' attention as well. So maybe as opposed to last year, we're seeing a bigger field of players who are willing to take a shot at these leagues and willing to keep an open mind about what appearing in the USFL or the XFL could do for their careers.
Let me run down the picks, so then let's continue this conversation. That's interesting. Curtis Weaver is going to the Sea Dragons. Will Clark, Renegades. Devontae Beckett is going to the Houston Roughnecks. We had a bunch drop. Jacob Panisic to the Brahmas. Willie Harvey to the Sea Dragons. Denzel, I'm not even going to attempt that. St. Louis, we don't even put the team name on here now. It's just St. Louis. Stanley Mapanga to the Vipers, and then Keontae Schwad to the Vipers. Greg, what do you think? Paul's conversation there, that more players are going to be open-minded to all this now. I think that's fascinating.
Yeah, I think that definitely plays a part in it. He mentioned that not a lot of quarterbacks necessarily got picked up by the NFL, or at least survived cutdown day. But what playing in the USFL and playing in the XFL does is it gets you in front of NFL scouts. You know that the NFL is scouting these leagues, and not just the NFL, the CFL as well. And I think that's important for these players too. We talk a lot about opportunity. Danny Garcia, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson talk all about what the XFL is. It's a league of opportunity, and part of that opportunity is getting to play in front of NFL scouts, whereas otherwise you might not have that opportunity. So that's really what the USFL and XFL are providing, that these quarterbacks want and other players want to take advantage of.
And let's look at the NFL last weekend. You had Taylor Heineke starting a game. You had PJ Walker starting a game, and you had John Wolford all starting games. All guys who spent time in alt leagues.
Mm-hmm.
It's exciting, and it helps. I was saying it before. It helps now. Like Heineke was on Monday Night Football winning, helps talk about him, and then the XFL is doing their draft. I wish that the XFL would. And I know, like, we're getting ready for the draft, and like, I wish they lean more into that this week as well. Like, hey, we are having our draft. Like, pay attention. Like these could be guys that are coming about. I mean, USFL, I do think does a really good job of like spotlighting that. Like, hey, watch our players on, watch Green Bay, watch this, watch Kavontae Turpin for the Cowboys when he's playing. Like, I wish we could lean more into that.
And hopefully we'll see them become a little bit more savvy with that. But I think you're absolutely right. Showcase those opportunities. I don't know, exactly how far that plays with the average fan, especially a Dallas fan who knows that Kavontae Turpin is, mostly in on returns and an occasional play here and there. But for players, I think that it should be a tremendous draw.
Evan, thoughts on that?
I mean, I'm trying to think. You want to repeat the question again so I can get it in my brain?
Just with the USFL having the success it had last year, right? First league after the XFL 2020, and that was going to be successful except COVID. That completed the season, right? I think USFL season 2 is going to attract more audience and people watching, but B, players are like, wow, like they went through, they got paid, they weren't stranded in Seattle like it was with the XFL when it went bankrupt. I mean, I think it does well for both sides of the field, right? For fans and players. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, I mean, I've said it before and I'll say it again, right? The one thing that the USFL was able to do that the XFL and the AAF couldn't or haven't yet with the XFL is finish the season. Play a full season, have a full round of playoffs, and then have the championship game and crown an actual champion, as opposed to like having, like the Roughnecks in 2020 be the default champions to some people because they went undefeated and they look like the best team. That to me was a phenomenal accomplishment, and I'm so glad that the USFL was able to pull that off. People who know me will know that I'm not a big fan of the hub format, but if that's what they need to do to save money and to keep this thing going and to give players opportunities, which to me is the biggest part of all this, then yeah, I mean, that's something they should keep doing. And I do agree. I do think that the next season of the USFL will attract larger audiences because even though they're still in the hub format, mind you, it is an expanded hub format from what we're hearing now, even though every team isn't going to be in their own city, I still feel like, now that the USFL has had time to grow and had time to share with the world what their plans are and what they're trying to do, then yeah, I mean, the only way really seems to be up. I mean, I thought the first season was a great success. There were parts that I didn't like about it, but there were also things that I really enjoyed. Again, I don't want to ponder on quarterbacks forever, but I did really enjoy the quarterback play, guys like Brian Scott and Case Cookus and Jamar Smith, and the list goes on. All the guys that I mentioned before that might be going to the XFL now. It was very cool to see that all come together after all these years of disappointment and what's going to happen? Is this for real? Is this just another blunder? Is this just some guy that doesn't know what he's doing, or some company that thinks that they can just walk in here and start a football league like it's nothing? It's hard to have high expectations given the equally high failure rate that we've seen. But the USFL gave a lot of confidence in my own belief that when, now that we have the XFL officially coming back and really starting all this stuff, that, maybe the XFL can survive alongside the USFL, and spring football as a whole can be something that survives for multiple years and isn't just let's try this every now and then type of thing. And if it doesn't work out, oh, well.
Here, James has a comment here. I want to get everyone's thoughts on it. We could start maybe with Greg. I can't remember who spoke last before. Controversial opinion. I think it was smart not pushing the draft hard. You can't hype it up and then have the average fan not know 95% of the draftees. I kind of agree with James. What do you think, Greg?
I'm a little biased. I love the draft. I live for the NFL draft. So this is kind of, I'm in my element here, I guess. So, but no, I totally get that. And, you know, there were people pushing for the draft to be like televised on ESPN. I mean, do you see how this has progressed today? How would you do this on ESPN? Like, it would be impossible to really do this. So I totally get why they didn't. I'm satisfied with some sort of running tally as long as I can kind of follow along in some way. It doesn't even need to be video. You know, I thought the way that the league did it in 2019 by doing the conference call was fine. I think this way, although, you know, we're having some hiccups in the announcements. There's some larger gaps than I think most people would appreciate, but I'm fine with doing it this way because, you know, I agree, especially now where you're still in the process of trying to make people aware of this league. I think that you know, down the road, could you make it a bigger deal? Absolutely. You're not going to be drafting 400 and some players every year. So if you shorten the draft next year, and you know, maybe have some more recognizable names, people wanting to jump on board, seeing, as Evan was talking about with the USFL, seeing that the league survives a year and, you know, maybe players are more willing to join, then yeah, I think you could do a more traditional draft type of presentation. But for this year, it would be almost impossible to do this and to attract any kind of meaningful audience doing it outside of the way that they're doing it now.
Paul, what are your thoughts on this?
I think that your best draft presentation starts after the draft finishes. They need to publicize this everywhere they can. They need to contact, and I'm just looking down the college list on the screen right now: Wyoming, Western Illinois, Mississippi, Washington, Auburn. Hey, these are the guys we grabbed from your school. Yeah, we're the XFL. These are the teams that these guys are going to. Locally, you need to pump this up. But I think, you know, the last speaker, I think, is exactly right, that it's better done afterward. Doing this on a running basis, and you don't have as many people on site, it'd be a lot more difficult to do a live presentation. But you can make a big deal of the draft starting as soon as it finishes.
Yeah, I think obviously we're getting into, you know, round, you know, whatever here. Like, I don't think this would have been possible, but I would have liked the first couple rounds. I mean, even just the quarterbacks. It was such an event, fun event yesterday with the YouTube. I don't know if you can we stretch that out into 40 minutes and add commercials and put it on ESPN? Like, you know, Greg, what did you make of that? And them doing that on YouTube yesterday, where that could have maybe been a little bit more of the tempo.
Yeah, absolutely. And we got to remember, for as much as we pine for the days of XFL 2020 and how, you know, we talk, and I say we, like generally XFL fans, talk very glowingly about that league. And for the most part, rightly so. You got to remember the way they announced the quarterbacks was, I believe, in a press release. There was no pomp and circumstance around that. So even though the live stream yesterday of the introduction of the quarterbacks lasted all of 15 minutes, it was still more than we got in 2019. And the same with the draft. You know, they're having it at UFC Apex. They're doing cut-ins on ESPN. Danny Garcia and The Rock are announcing some of the names. We've seen behind-the-scenes footage on social media of it. Again, a lot more, not to the level of some people would want where it's televised, but it is still a step up from the presentation that we saw in 2019. And I think this is what they've done this year, is a happy medium between those two.
Evan, thoughts on that? And we have the question here, you know, if they make it past year one, you know, what is the draft going to look like next year? It's like, what is the USFL going to do? But something to look forward to with that. But I mean, was there a different way you would have rather them handle this, or are you happy with how this rolled out?
I mean, look, you know, I'm kind of on the same page as Greg, right? This is sort of me in my element. You know, I've been doing this kind of thing for 2 years now, where I look at a bunch of players and then they go somewhere and it's a big moment and I get really excited. But yeah, like, do I expect the average fan to know 80, 90, 95% maybe even of these guys? No. And that's why this draft, I don't think should be televised, because the reality is, no one, I mean, maybe except for us, is going to sit here for hours at a time, and talk about these players, or, it would just be terrible for ratings. So I'm kind of on that same page of like, just give us something, give us something to look at and something to interact with, but we really don't need to make it a big event as long as people know what's going on. And before I stop talking, there actually are a few draft picks that have come up on the board here that I've recognized, and I figure maybe we should talk about a few of those because this is a draft stream after all.
You're good. Yes.
So the first guy that I'm going to talk about here is Elijah Qualls. He won the Super Bowl with the Eagles in 2017, was a 6th round pick out of Washington. I've just got the Wikipedia pulled up here because I recognized his name. He played with he was with the BC Lions this year for a bit. I don't know for how long. Was with the Giants in the offseason last year. Played in the Spring League, which is where I remember him from initially, and then he was also with the DC Defenders in 2020 and a couple of other NFL teams before that, but never really panned out. Second guy here is, hopefully I'm not going to butcher his name, but Pita Taumopenu, I think is how we say it. 6th round pick, again in 2017 out of Utah. He's an outside linebacker. This guy is your typical sort of XFL prospect, 5 career tackles in the NFL over 5 seasons or something, a lot of practice squads. It's already been on 5 teams. So to me, this might be the beginning of a long and spirited spring league career for him, if you will. And the last guy, and maybe the most important guy that I've seen so far, is Jordan Evans, who's, again, a linebacker, another 6th round pick in the 2017 draft. So hard to believe that theme. We've got 3 2017 6th round draft picks going to the XFL for some reason, which is weird, but okay. He was with the Bengals from 2017 to 2021, 127 career tackles, 3.5 sacks, 1 fumble recovery, 2 interceptions, and 7 pass deflections. So he's had a pretty good career coming out of Oklahoma. And, again, he's on the older edge. He's at 27, so wouldn't say he's in his prime anymore, but I do remember watching him in the NFL, and I think he brings a lot to the table. So there's a bit of draft analysis to, sort of, I guess, I don't know, get everyone excited again in this long draft process.
It's very, yeah, I'm floating through. Yeah, if you guys have names you want to look at, I just know some of this stuff, it's in the weeds here, getting into pick, whatever, 40 in the defensive front. So, Greg, anything to add to this? Any thoughts?
Yeah, Jordan Evans was the name that caught my eye. Real inside linebacker thumper out of Oklahoma. A couple guys from XFL 2020. Elijah Qualls played for DC. You go back and you had Stanley Maponga played for Seattle. And then on the previous page, Will Clark played for the Battlehawks. Curtis Weaver's an interesting guy. Pass rusher out of Boise State, former 5th round pick of the NFL draft, and some, a few other recognizable names here as we go through. But really interesting. You kind of go into the draft not knowing how many names you'll recognize, what the quality and the depth of the 1,700 players that the league has put in this draft pool is going to be. But I feel very good having gone through the defensive backfield, the defensive backs and the offensive skill players, and now, almost halfway through the defensive front 7 picks. There are some quality players in this draft, so really happy to see that.
We just had a couple more here. Drew Singleton, Amari Cobb, Terrence Smith here. Cheerio has a question. Yeah, the open phase tomorrow, they're going to get through the specialists and things, I believe, and then have the open phase. Paul, we'll toss back to you. Thoughts, everything going on?
Just kind of wild, and this again, we have to keep in mind is kind of the first phase of stocking these rosters. I think that there will be a bunch more players available after the first of the year. So some of this will change, but you look at these guys and even just scrolling down the list of colleges, a lot of good pedigrees. So I have to agree, these are guys who can play the game. And when you get past kind of that first tier that the NFL has, a lot of these guys are going to have the chance to prove that they can spend some time in the league and maybe still have some development to do.
Uh, Greg, who, looking at these coaches ahead of time, who were you most excited to see? And have you been pleasantly surprised or not with kind of what you've seen come out today?
Well, I did a ranking on XFL board. I stayed up late last night to rank the quarterback allocations by team, and Seattle was at the top of my list with Ben DiNucci and Steven Montez. And of course, they'll be playing for June Jones's offense in Seattle. Jim Haslett, the head coach, has made it a point to say, I'm just kind of leave the offense up to June Jones, which is smart, So that was interesting to me. I haven't really had a chance to go through team by team to see what each team has done. Just kind of following the draft from afar today so far. But that was kind of what struck me through the quarterbacks yesterday is Seattle seemed to me to have a pretty strong foundation there with their quarterbacks. So if they can get some decent receivers and running backs, June Jones has an offensive philosophy that he's run for years. And I think that's the best way to be successful in a league like this is to have a very distinct offensive philosophy, know exactly how to run it, know exactly the kind of players that you're looking for and that will fit into that offense and go after them. Because that's a kind of player that maybe not every team will go after. So that's an advantage to Seattle and another team like Houston with AJ Smith, another run and shoot disciple running the offense there. So I'm really interested to, when I sit down and when I look at these draft picks by team, to see what Seattle did in particular, to see how those players will fit in with what the Sea Dragons plan to do on offense.
Paul, same question to you. And I don't know if we've had a lot of deep XFL talk. It's mostly been circled around USFL with you thus far. But, what coach were you looking forward to seeing and how have they done so far today?
I'm exactly on the exact same page as Greg there. June Jones is the guy who stood out to me because so many of the XFL coaches, the head coaches, are kind of new to the game. But June Jones has almost a 4-decade history, beginning with the original USFL with his coaching. This is a guy who understands what he's looking for. And I kind of saw the same thing in the coaching staffs in the USFL with both Philadelphia and New Jersey last year, is that these are guys who know the alternative leagues, know this level of player, and know what you can still develop and how to win with it in season while you're developing it. So June Jones is, for a guy who's not a head coach, that's the guy that I've been keying on.
I just want to jump in here for a second because we talk about how fluid the rosters are, and I know it was mentioned that this is the first step of the roster building. I want to give you an example of how fluid this is. Nico Lalos out of Dartmouth was just chosen by the Sea Dragons in the second round of the defensive front 7 phase of the draft. I just came across a tweet that was tweeted literally a minute ago from Aaron Wilson, who has all the, he's the transaction guru on Twitter. He just tweeted that the Saints has signed Nico Lalos to their practice squad today. So obviously he's going to be a New Orleans Saint for the time being. But, I mean, that just goes to show, and that's probably going to happen over the next month. I know December 26th is the date that the league wants players to give that commitment for training camp so that teams know what positions and how many players they're going to need to draft in the supplemental draft early in 2023. But this draft list and the rosters from the draft today are going to be fluid up until that December 26th date.
Pat was texting me that. So Greg, you got on it. That's great. Paul, thoughts on that? How quickly, how the turns table here?
I mean, that's the two-edged sword about drafting good players, is that we still have an NFL season, which is only halfway through, still guys getting injured. So you're going to have some of those more talented guys being called in to NFL teams, NFL, practice squads, certainly. Before the end of the season, and it's, obviously these guys know that it's something you can maybe to a degree crow about. Maybe not today because the guy was grabbed so fast, but going on, if somebody signs somebody that you drafted to an NFL practice squad, yeah, absolutely, shows you that you scouted correctly.
It's gotta be. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I cut you off. Go ahead.
Again, first, this is and I don't want to minimize it too much, is that The bulk of these XFL rosters, might be decided today. That this allocation today is not some insignificant thing. There will be more players added, of course, but this is a great beginning step for all of these teams to not only put together a skeleton roster, but to put quite a bit of meat on that roster. But there's still some more to come, and we certainly will see, I think, some season-changing roster moves before the beginning of the year.
Evan, talking about, I was just going to ask Evan follow up on that. Just obviously great for that, but shows especially the quality of talent that the XFL is looking for. Here's guys that they're pulling back right into the NFL now. I mean, you're right on that line. A lot of these guys.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about talent evaluation again, I mean, yeah, like this is this is a great opportunity to, put together like an actual roster, not just like, oh, let's draft some players and see if they turn up to camp. Like, I do think a lot of these people will be playing in the XFL. Again, there'll be some logistical things to sort out, like that guy who obviously just signed with the Saints. You don't know when that's going to come to an end. But, well, actually, there's another draft pick I want to talk about really quickly, so I'll have to cut my analysis short there. But, so one of the names that just popped up was Ryan Mueller from Kansas State. He's listed as a linebacker, can also play a bit of defensive end and fullback. I remember him really well because he used to play for the Guardians back in 2020. Before that, he was with the Hamilton Tiger Cats. And, way back in like 2015-16, he was with the Chargers and the Eagles on their practice squad. So he's 31. He's definitely aged a bit. But, again, a bit of versatility there. I think he can make some impact of some sort. That's just one of the names that I recognized. Another XFL alum coming back for 2023.
Greg, are you surprised to see so many XFL 2020 guys make it back?
Not really. No, I mean, that was a very talented group. A lot of players still hungry to play as long as they're keeping themselves in good shape. So I think what you're seeing today, and we're going to be, 3 years removed from when some of them last played competitively anyway. And so it's going to be a test when they get to training camp and have serious competition for their roster spots. But I think it goes to show how talented that group in 2020 was, and it serves to continue that disappointing feeling that we never really got to see how far the XFL could go in that incarnation because of a worldwide pandemic, this once in a lifetime event. But yeah, I thought that, and enough of them have continued playing elsewhere, where it's not just, they hung up their cleats for 3 years and all of a sudden put their names back in this pool. A lot of them have been in and out of NFL training camps. They've been in the CFL. They've gone to other leagues, whether it's the USFL or other alternative leagues, the Spring League. I know some of them had played in as well. So a lot of them have kept themselves fresh. So it is good to see so many of them make their return via this draft today.
Paul, same question to you.
Not surprised necessarily, because these guys are still pounding, still trying to get a shot, have managed to keep themselves active in a variety of different places. But what's going to be interesting is to see how many of these guys make the roster and then have impactful seasons, as opposed to the guys that we have barely heard anything from. I mean, whose radar was PJ Walker on to begin the first XFL season? Whose radar was Case Cookus on? I mean, these are all guys who kind of stepped up, and sometimes it's these lesser known guys who are getting their first shot who really end up becoming the stars of the league.
I'm really excited to see. I think it's going to be really cool. I mean, some of these guys in 2020 have just lived in infamy, which is awesome. And I'm just, it's the next round now. We had the USFL and the guys there, and even Brian Scott that didn't make it all the way through, and now we're going to get the same thing with the XFL. It's a really cool way to just make, it's kind of like a kingmaker, with some of these, and if you can excel in these alt leagues and then come in. They're talking in the chat, best team so far. We see a lot of Roughnecks. Philip is supporting the Roughnecks. Any teams blowing you away today thus far with the moves they're making? Maybe Paul. I'll go to Paul.
I think so highly of June Jones that I'm going with him. I saw, they drafted a wide receiver right away this morning. I like, I think that coaching staff is going to have a good handle on what they're looking for. And this is just a feel for the coaches. But I think Seattle's going to come away from this feeling good about their roster.
Yeah, I feel good with that. Greg, do you echo that?
Yeah, again, I think the strongest teams are going to be the ones who know their identity and who've had a good handle on that and played that for years. That's the best way to do it. And I got to jump in and say, Prince Emili was just drafted by the Brahmas. He was on that list along with Nico Lalo, signed by the Saints today on their practice squad. So that's two right away from on the same team with the Saints. So that's just wild to me. We literally just saw that.
What's going on with the Saints? I mean, besides a really terrible season, I don't know what's going on with the Saints that they need to take all this talent right now.
They signed 4 guys to their practice squad today, so they must be churning around their practice squad, and 2 of them were just drafted by the XFL.
Anything else to add to that, Evan?
I mean, yeah, if we're talking about, guys, I think before we were mentioning, guys like sort of staying fresh, if they were AAF or XFL players, we're 3 or 4 years removed from that almost. So, to see a lot of these guys stay afloat through like the USFL, the Spring League, even fan-controlled football, because there's been a decent amount of those guys drafted now. Again, that's always great to see. And in terms of, teams like that are acquiring talent, I can't, like off the top of my head, I can't think of too many that are like, again, I'm going to have to go back like after this and look at all the teams to see like who picked who, because I'm more focused on names as to where they're going right now, unless it's Houston, because I'm going to have to do, a bunch of articles evaluating our players. In terms of draft picks that I've just seen, there was one before and there's one now too that I'm looking at. The first one was Terrence Plummer. This is another, again, holdover from the XFL in 2020. He was with the Tampa Bay Vipers, and he's actually a Grey Cup champion. He played for the Argonauts for 3 seasons and won the Grey Cup there. Not sure how productive he was, but he's 29 years old now, so he's made a decent career for himself. He was undrafted out of UCF in 2015. So good to see him on that list. And then another one is Doug Costin that just popped up. His name, I want to say he was a USFL guy.
Yeah,
but I can't.
He was.
Yeah, he was. Okay, yeah, that's where I'm getting it from. But he was someone that I looked at. Yeah, so he was undrafted in 2020. So he's only 25. Still got a lot of good football. He was with the Steelers recently this year. So that's where I'm thinking of him from as well.
Yeah, Doug Costin, Emmanuel Smith, CJ Avery going to the Vipers, LaRon Stokes going to the Vipers, a bunch popping in here now. Antoine Jackson going to the Sea Dragons. Max points out we got at least one IFL guy with Denzel Chukululu to going that way too. So, we're seeing that partnership work out as well. And they said here, IFL is super underrated. In terms of that partnership, Paul, and with the IFL, with the XFL, I know that USFL is working with Hub Football here coming up. Like, do you like the idea of the slightly larger leagues working with, more of these feeder, it's like the feeder to the feeder system?
I think it's one of those things that can't hurt. It's another place where a league like the IFL can crow about their relationship with the XFL, which of course helps the XFL and their public perception. I don't know how much they will actually see player movement, but as we saw with Kurt Warner, for one, good players can come out of the indoor environment. And I think especially when you're looking at the quarterbacks, the indoor environment, although the IFL is a little bit of a different game, it can help develop some traits that are helpful for quarterbacks. So I'm hopeful that there'll be a few guys, and maybe even 1 or 2, who really do develop and even take another step after the XFL that come from the IFL.
Greg, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I think the benefit for the IFL is when they're trying to attract talent, it's the same argument that I made for the XFL and USFL. Their draw is that NFL scouts will come and watch their games, so the players have that opportunity to show out in front of NFL scouts. And if you're the IFL, you can say sort of the same thing about the XFL. If you come play in the IFL, because I know there's a couple different indoor leagues of about that size, if you come to the IFL, XFL scouts will be on you, and then you're just one step away from the NFL. So for those players who are in the IFL still chasing that dream of playing at a much higher level, that's a selling point for them. And for the XFL, as Paul said, it can't hurt being aligned with them. And I think where you're really going to see that partnership is not necessarily in this draft in particular, but when we get into the regular season, when injuries take place and the XFL needs to call up players and sign players who are in shape. They can't wait for players to get in shape and hope that they're ready to go mid-season, especially with no Team 9 this year. So they'll rely on the IFL, which, their training camp, their season coincides very closely with the XFL season. So they're going to be able to draw upon a pool of players who are already in game shape, and they can draw on them to fill some of those holes on the rosters.
Evan, I know that you do a lot of hub coverage. Oh, sorry, Paul, go ahead. And then yes.
No, and I was just going to say, for those who aren't overly familiar with the indoor leagues, the IFL is kind of far and away right now the top indoor football league. There are a couple of other leagues, including the National Arena League and Champions Indoor Football, which have also been playing for a few years. They're not as large, don't pay as much, and kind of have a little bit more revolving membership. The IFL, though, is kind of the top level right now.
It's good. And I think, especially even with like FCF and stuff, I think getting more visibility back into the arena leagues, I don't know if that kind of wavered over the last little bit. I think that's great. And having the players move back and forth, building out that ecosystem, I think can only help, right?
Yeah, it's true. And with the IFL season starting in mid-March, I mean, they'll be the XFL will be a little way into its season by that point, but certainly they'll be in camp. The IFL will be in camp by that point. And so XFL, if they need injury replacements, they do have a good pool of ready players available should they wish to call on it.
Yeah, a couple more here. Christian Tate going to the Guardians. Joel DeBlanco going to the Brahmas. Mike Rose going to the Battlehawks. Aaron Sterling to the DC Defenders. Diego Fago going to the Roughnecks. Nick Temple to the Renegades. Evan, I wanted to chat with you about Hub. You do Hub, you know all the guys over there working with this in the USFL. And what do you make of that as kind of like I said before, kind of the feeder helping with some of these other leagues?
Well, look, I think it's a fantastic partnership. And a lot of the guys that Hub gets, especially now, are players who have typically come from Division II, Division III, NAIA programs. They've got some guys from junior colleges now. So it's a very, I guess, untapped market. But a lot of these guys, who turn up at Hub have played in leagues like the IFL and the FCF. And I know at the last camp, they had a guy from like the Soy Fam League in Mexico and like the LFA and, all these really small leagues that you don't hear a lot about where they're not paying that much money and the talent pool is significantly smaller. And there's nothing wrong with that. It doesn't mean that there can't be good football played in those leagues. But for these players who are coming from such small schools and just different backgrounds, typically that don't have exposure to how would I put it, sort of large football environments, Hub has sort of, in a way, at least in my opinion, become the middleman where you have Division II and Division III players, and then some Division I's mixed in there too, of course, and some older guys and whatever. It's a diverse group, but typically speaking, you have unrecognized players being coached by, some of the best really in the business. I mean, the coaches that they've got there are, it's a pleasure to be working with them, in the same environment as them. Norm Chow has been there a few times. I mean, he's a genius. If you ever get a chance to talk to him, he can go on and on and on about football, and trust me, you won't get bored. and then the most recent camp now, because this is the last camp that they just had was the first one, with the official partnership. So they had John DeFilippo there, who was like, the quarterback's coach, like the sort of offensive guy, but he's also the New Orleans Breakers coach. So you're kind of getting that double exposure where it's like, hey, I'm working with a guy that has a ton of NFL experience, who's coached players like Kirk Cousins, Justin Fields, the list goes on and on. But this is also someone who is currently working in one of these leagues who I can get in contact with and possibly, get on his team. So I think that concept is just very well thought out, and it's something that they've been working very hard for a while now, is finding their identity. Because for a while it was like, general free agents, they'd have some guys from the NFL come in, a couple of guys from the CFL come in, but there was no sort of clear. It was just kind of like, hey, turn up, let's see what you got, and then maybe this will lead to something and we'll call it a success. Now it's a lot more sort of focused and rounded. And I've been told, they were trying to change their business model. And I do think that the way they've gone about it will be very successful for many years to come.
Paul, do you like DeFilippo to the Breakers to replace Larry Fedora?
I think he's a name that should be recognizable. So, absolutely. What I would have liked to have seen with some of the USFL coaching hires from day one, honestly, is a bit more diversity. Not only from a physical standpoint, but also from a career standpoint, where you'd have some less experienced coaches getting a good shot. I go back to the original USFL, where you had a guy like Steve Spurrier getting a shot to coach a pro team. So I would have liked to have seen maybe a little bit more of that. Just a no-name guy, but an imaginative guy who runs a creative offense. Not the direction that the USFL went. They're going more with experienced names, where they can pull up his NFL resume, and maybe that is more impressive to the players that they want to reach. But I would have liked to have seen a little bit more diversity in their coaching hires.
A couple on here. Josh Watson going to the Renegades, Tuzar Skipper to the Sea Dragons, Rod Henderson to the Vipers, and then we're flipping. What was that?
That's my guy. I know him pretty well. He was with the Wildcats, Rod Henderson.
Talk about that.
Yeah, I don't, to be honest, I've had a few communications with him. I know he's an older guy, played at Alabama State. Couple of NFL experiences, but nothing really to write home about. I can't remember if he was in the USFL, but I don't think so. No, yeah, he was with the Wildcats. I think that was his last experience, I want to say, unless he went indoor, but I can't confirm that.
And then we had, I just pulled it up here, Juwan Johnson too, going to the Vegas Vipers. That name sounds familiar to me, but I could be making that up.
I want to jump in here because we're talking about the partnerships with, Hub Football and the USFL, the XFL, and the IFL. Another partnership that we're really seeing come to fruition today is the XFL's partnership with the NFL Alumni Academy. We're at the point in the season where we've had 2 sessions now of the NFL Alumni Academy, and if you go onto their roster list on their website, many of those players from the first 2 sessions have been drafted in this draft. So remember that part of the deal is you get an automatic opt-in to an XFL contract. So a lot of XFL coaches are taking advantage of that. Don't forget that the NFL Alumni Academy now is practicing down there in Arlington, in the same area that the XFL is based in. So it gives coaches and XFL personnel easy access to watching them. I think there was a picture of Bob Stoops one day watching practice from the Alumni Academy. So I think you're seeing the players from the first 2 sessions being put into this draft pool, whereas the players from the last 2 sessions, there's supposed to be 4 sessions during the NFL season. The last 2 sessions, those who graduate will go on to the supplemental draft pool, as is my understanding from how it was explained on the ITL call last week. So a lot of players from the NFL Alumni Academy who participated in that first 2 sessions being drafted today.
No, I think it's good, and because there's been like, okay, is there Team 9? What's going on with that? USFL didn't have that. Having the guys there, and then I think they're going to keep a stock of guys around Choctaw anyway after the academy, but for the XFL that way, I think works. I really like that partnership, and the more I've talked with Charlie and even like Brian Hill and players involved with that, I think that that's a really smart partnership. I know that there's some confusion online of like, well, what does that really mean? And the XFL did they're very closely aligned there. And I think that that's a positive for both of that. Paul, have you followed any of that, the Alumni Academy stuff and the XFL working with them?
I haven't, but I think that's a very good partnership. I mean, you have pro level players showing a willingness, to continue on, and so that can only be helpful.
Evan, in terms of the hub kind of, I lost our stuff there. There we go. Instead of with the hub kind of expanding this, is that going to be more of a USFL exclusive? Like the hub is just working with the USFL and maybe not as much the XFL?
I wasn't at the last camp, so I'm not going to be able to confirm that, but it certainly sounds like, yeah, it's definitely going to be more exclusive. Like in terms of access, it's pretty much just USFL scouts and USFL coaches. Maybe again, like John DiFilippo was kind of cool because he was like the hub coach, but coach. And it was interesting timing too because they didn't announce him as the Breakers coach until probably a week or two before the actual camp. But I assume that they knew that something was maybe going to happen when they brought in DiFilippo. But yeah, I mean, I imagine that it will be pretty USFL exclusive, if not entirely.
Let's see here. Sean, waiting. We have the last few picks here of the round 7, and then one more today. Doing the Lord's work. How's everyone holding in? Greg, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, man. I'm worried about you, though. I hope you're drinking some hot tea or something to keep your voice on track.
Just trying to keep everyone on here. Paul's got to head out in a little bit. I appreciate. We'll go as long as we can. I had a couple other people that were going to hop on. It looks like we might have some cancellations on that, so we'll do what we can. Paul, what have you made of all this nonsense today?
It's fun. I mean, like I said, we had such a dearth of news for so long, and then all of a sudden, just this explosion over the last couple of weeks. Starting with the names and the logos, and now we have the rosters filling out. You had the coach assignments. So, I mean, definitely a lot of fun because these teams are taking shape, and it gives us some material to speculate on and some additional things to look forward to. So this is a much better situation than waiting for news. Waiting for that Las Vegas stadium situation to resolve itself. And then USFL, at least one more hub name, but things are really kind of rounding into form for the start of this next season.
Yeah, Paul, do you like Detroit as the northern hub? That's been rumored.
It's been rumored. I saw that there was an article that they have talked to Eastern Michigan University. I'm not entirely sure that that's going to be a great hub for them. And a lot of it's going to depend on the spring weather. When you get up north, you don't have nearly as many sunny days as you do down south. And even down south, as we saw in Birmingham with some lightning, can introduce some fun to your schedule. The USFL still has some name cachet in Detroit. That may help, but it probably would not hurt if they had another hub near the Philadelphia area where Philadelphia and New Jersey could settle. As it is, this is a step in the right direction for the USFL, having more games, which should have more fans in front of them rather than kind of a almost practice level atmosphere that permeated 3/4 of the games last year.
Greg, do you like Detroit as kind of getting in that northern? We're going to house the 4 northern cities there.
Yeah, I think if you're going to do hubs, multiple hubs, I think you want them spread out, close access to some of the teams, because really, that's the big thing. It's about that atmosphere that was missing, I think, for a lot of USFL games last year, and that comes across to the television viewer. So you want if you're going to do a hub somewhere, you want it to be as centrally located as possible for the teams that are using that hub, just on the chance that you can draw out fans from some of these other cities. And, the other thing about this too is one of the other arguments for the hub that the USFL used is, they didn't have to go into these cities and market in these cities. They didn't have to put boots on the ground in these cities to attract fans to these stadiums. Now they're going to have to do that a little bit more. So we'll see how much investment the USFL does in really marketing in these cities, these other hubs that they're going to use to try to draw fans to those games.
Right, and one of the USFL's other arguments was that it was a tremendous cost savings to headquarter in Birmingham and have everyone there. You didn't have to travel the games. Well, unless Birmingham is going to play New Orleans every single week and Houston's going to play Memphis every single week, you are going to introduce a lot more of a travel component this year. So, how much of those cost savings has the USFL given up with multiple hubs? And then how far are we from seeing every team in a home market? Where's kind of that cost benefit to giving up a lot of the stadium experience and even how that relates on TV because you have no fans in the stands, in exchange for all these cost savings? Well, you're losing a lot of those cost savings now. So does this multiple hub approach really kind of fast track all the teams appearing in their own stadiums, probably, in 2024?
We're rounding out the group here. We got DeCleon Brooks going to the Guardians. Mike Tivdev.
Easily my favorite part of this show is you trying to pronounce these names, Reed.
But am I doing any better than anyone else would? It's really hard to me. Phil Campbell. There you go.
That's one you nailed. That's one you nailed right there.
We got Jordan Williams going to the DC Defenders. Jaquan Artis.
I'm going to talk about that guy for a minute.
Evan, please talk about anything you would like to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, hey, look, in terms of, just to talk about a player, Jaquan Artis, so you're going to like this. This is actually a Vince's player that he represents, Vince McGree, I believe, at Alt Football Scout on Twitter. I would highly suggest anybody in this stream go follow him right now because he is a very knowledgeable dude. Anyway, Jaquan Artis, we were talking about the IFL. He played for the Northern Arizona Wranglers and came out of Division II, Lenore-Rhyne, which has actually produced some pretty notable NFL talent. Kyle Duggar, the safety for the Patriots, came out of there. And then this year they had Derek Young get drafted to the Seattle Seahawks. Jaquan Artis, been following him for a bit. Pretty cool to see him get picked up, especially because, that's Vince's player who's now in the XFL. So good stuff.
I've been working to get Vince on today. Vince has, I think, been busy, fielding calls and stuff and dealing with his players. Vince was one of my afternoon ones here that we were going to see. I just hit him up again. I said, do we get, anyway, that would be exciting. It'd be exciting to get Vince on here as well with one of those players on there. Paul, anything else before we let you go? I don't want to hold you all night. And Greg, you let me know as well. I mean, we're going to, but at least Paul let go in the meantime if he needs to head out.
Yeah, I do need to head out, but guys, enjoy the rest of the draft. It's been fun, and I look forward to seeing kind of the rosters as they develop, not only after tonight, but then after the supplemental draft and after more players are made available in late December.
Yeah, it's going to be good. Check out Paul's work, rsportscentral.com. And Paul, I'm sure will be back on, God willing, to talk USFL and XFL and everything else. Really appreciate Paul's extensive knowledge of everything, and he's a great guest to have on.
Thank you for having me, Reed.
Thank you, Paul. So we'll see how we do, guys. This is kind of hitting the bricks here. We got our O-line coming up. All my afternoon guests have fallen through. So you guys let me know what we plan out here the rest of the day. But this could be the end here, waiting on this final lunch break. You tell me, Greg, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm here for you if you need it. Hopefully there's not a big break between the offensive line or the defensive front seven and the offensive line, and they get right into it, and we can kind of motor through these guys. Offensive line coming up, that's one of those key positions when you're talking about an alternative football league along with the quarterback, because there are so few quality offensive linemen out there, even for the National Football League, let alone having to split with the XFL and the USFL in terms of secondary leagues. So Doug Whaley mentioned on the ITL call, the question was asked to him, what positions are you still looking to fill for your draft pool, or what positions are you looking to improve upon? And he said offensive line. And he said sort of the same thing. It's always hard to find quality offensive linemen. So what I'm looking forward to as we hopefully start the offensive line phase here in a few moments is what kind of offensive lineman, what's the familiarity that we have? I know Evan and I really like to dig into these players. What kind of familiarity do we have with these players drafted, or are they just completely off the wall that, even we've never heard of, or what kind of quality is that going to be? Because the quarterbacks are going to be the stars, and in order for them to do what they need to do, you got to protect them. So the XFL in 2020, I thought did a really nice job. They had higher quality offensive lines than I thought. So hopefully that's the case here in 2023 as well.
Evan, anything to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, look, I would almost say all good offensive play starts with the offensive line, because if you can't protect the quarterback and you can't open up lanes for your running back, then nothing's going to function. You're not going to get anywhere. You're not going to be able to throw the ball. You're not going to be able to run the ball. You're not going to be able to move the ball, period, right? So as much as this might be to some, the point in the draft where they log off and they say, oh, well, I'm not going to look at the offensive line. Well, you might, because offensive line is incredibly important. It's an incredibly valuable part of football, and especially in a league like the XFL where, you're not gambling with certain positions, but the quarterbacks, some of them, might need a really good offensive line if they want to thrive, depending on what system they're in, right? So there's a lot of, trial and error in some aspects.
Yeah,
but if you just start by having your, 5 guys up front be the anchor, then it's going to take a lot of weight off everybody else's shoulders.
I'm curious, we were talking with them. We were down in Arizona. They said that the Hawaii showcase gave them some good O-line. They were still looking. It's just been the constant battle. We had Eric Galco on last year talking, what do these leagues, and it's quarterbacks and offensive linemen. And Eric had even said the story where he had a list of every single available free agent, and he would check them off the list as, people got injured or whatever during the season. And he said, had COVID not stopped the league, they were very close to the end of that list of available talent. So that, it'd be curious, what would have happened? Let me get rid of that. What would have happened, if the XFL had continued? They would have maybe potentially had an issue there. So with the USFL as well, something to keep in mind here. USFL certainly had issues with O-line as well. So looking on here, we're still waiting on that to start. Philip says big boys are next. I can't show. I wish I could show. I prefer the other view, but then it covers us with the comments. Chris wants to know, why has DC not drafted Nathan Rourke? Curtis Rourke, Nathan's brother, I saw had an injury last night. Evan, were you tracking that?
I didn't get to watch that game. I was watching the other game in the MAC, Toledo and Bowling Green. So I didn't actually see what happened, but yeah. It didn't look good. And I've seen Curtis Rourke play a lot this year, actually, because, again, the MAC, at least for a bit, has been playing, midweek MACtion. So, yeah, I've seen a decent amount of Ohio football. And I'll say, they give a lot of praise to Curtis Rourke. And the comparisons have already been drawn. ESPN in Ohio's game last week, they brought up Nathan Rourke talking about how, he was going to play in the Western final against Winnipeg. And everything that he had done in the season. And, people were saying, well, Curtis might be the next one up because Nathan has possessed enough talent to go to the NFL. And I mean, just yesterday, Adam Schefter, of all people, put out a tweet saying, yeah, Nathan Rourke is going to work out with some teams already now that BC's season is over. People have been taking notice. So, yeah, Curtis Rourke, a pretty interesting prospect. I mean, it'll be interesting to see what'll happen to him. There's been some rumors that he might be drafted into the CFL, so a team will get his rights. But yeah, I mean, you never know. Maybe he'll end up in the XFL or the USFL at some point down the line. I'm not one to tell. I mean, I can tell you that Ohio is a pretty small program, and there's a reason that Nathan Rourke didn't go straight to the NFL from Ohio. But yeah, it's pretty clear that Nathan Rourke is one of the most talented quarterbacks the CFL has seen in a long time, a Canadian quarterback especially.
I think we're gonna have one more run in here. I think this is going to be exciting. I'm frantically messaging people here, trying to get to fill our last little bit here. But I think this is going to be exciting. Let me get rid of that. And how do I do that? There we go. Greg, when are you going to start CFL coverage for XFL Board?
If I didn't do USFL coverage, CFL is not my thing. Look, the owner, Mark Nelson, is Canadian. He's a big CFL fan. So my advice is if you're looking for a CFL conversation, XFLboard.com forums, there's a CFL section in there where you can join in the conversation there. But look, same reason I'm not covering the USFL. I only have so much time in my life, and I'm dedicating it to the XFL. I've done it since 2001, so I would love to have all the time to cover all of these alternative football leagues because I think they are worthy of coverage. I'm just glad that I could, other people put in a lot of time covering these leagues, and so I would direct you to those articles and sites as well. But yeah, you kind of have to, even when you're just covering one league like I do with the XFL, you do have to be aware of some of the players, some of the happenings in those leagues, because they can peripherally affect what's going on in the XFL. I got to know who the players are, because as we saw today, a lot of USFL players coming into the XFL draft pool. So you like to have a little baseline knowledge of what's going on in these leagues, even if you can't dive in head first.
I did have an actual. This is an honest question for you. So we got the XFL coming up, right? Rock's schedule's been clear. They promote the XFL. Do ever is the Rock facing Roman Reigns this year? Is that going to get it? Is that going to interfere? And I mean this seriously. In like XFL hype with Danny and the Rock and all of that, where the Rock's focus is more on WWE.
I think that could be advantageous to the XFL to have the Rock in that position where he can be on WWE TV, be on WrestleMania, and also be plugging the XFL or have WWE plug the XFL. I think that would be a pretty good partnership. Obviously, there's been a partnership before with the WWE and the XFL, so that would work well together. But look, I mean, this having The Rock wrestle at WrestleMania has been a conversation that's been going on for at least 2 years now. And the whole Roman Reigns storyline seems to be heading toward a culmination against The Rock. The Roman Reigns story, head of the table, his character, everything like that. So I think WWE would love to have The Rock at WrestleMania. It's just a matter of, is The Rock willing to do that? Is he willing to, does he see the same thing that I do in terms of, yeah, I can do this and be a part of WWE again while also propping up the XFL? Or is he only going to want to be single-minded and focusing on the XFL? I don't know exactly what his day-to-day duties are within the XFL and whether or not it's possible for him to do both at once. But I mean, he's not going to be doing house shows. So at max, he does one TV appearance a week. I don't think that's going to be straining him in terms of whatever XFL duties he has as well. So yeah, I think it's possible. I don't know, with Vince McMahon stepping down in July, I don't know if that makes it more or less likely that The Rock participates in WrestleMania or the same. But I think that would certainly make WrestleMania a lot more exciting. And truly, XFL fans should be hoping for that, because it gives the XFL a different platform to be advertised on WWE television.
Bringing this gentleman in who is very excited right now, just had one of his players drafted and knows all the ins and outs of all this stuff. We have Vince here, all football Scott. How are you doing, sir?
Hey, can we hear me?
I can. You sound great. How are you?
I cannot hear anybody. I suddenly did hear everybody, and now I don't.
Well, I can hear you. So let's we'll vamp here for a minute. Vince will get his settings going. Vince is very excited. His player just got drafted in the XFL. Vince works for Pro Football Scouts, and we had Jaquan, our artiste, going on there. I will mute Vince for a minute. Evan, let me get him out of here. What do you make of Jaquan getting drafted? And then we're going to try to get Vince's audio figured out.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, I know we talked a bit about the IFL partnership, and that's just another example of someone who is slowly working their way up the ranks. And I think for a lot of the guys in the IFL, they're aware that the NFL might not be in their future. I mean, of course, everybody would love for that to be the case, right? But with a league like the XFL, it kind of acts as the bridge where, hey, I can still level up and go play outdoors in a proper format, but it doesn't necessarily have to be on the biggest stage in America. So for that purpose, I think, the more IFL guys you can get with that outdoor exposure, I think the better things will be for football as a whole.
Yeah, that's exciting. I think Vince is working with his audio there, but Vince is, I think when I was hitting him up earlier, was going to come on. He said, I really would like to get some of my guys in, come on, talk about them. You don't want to come in and say, how was your day? Well, it was poop on that, but very excited for that. And the partnership here, we're getting ready. Final stretch here, hour 7 as we approach the mark. Crazy day. Greg, how was school today? What did you
It's getting toward Thanksgiving break, so the kids are getting a little more squirrely than usual. So it's about keeping them occupied for every minute of the class period, because if you don't have them occupied for every minute of the class period, they're going to run roughshod over you. So, we're doing some, unfortunately, I teach civics, 7th grade, middle school, and civics is not always a subject that is super entertaining for 7th graders. And right now we're into some content. We're talking about the Constitution and the structure of the Constitution, actually. So not exactly thrilled with this content right now, the kids are. So it's about, keeping their attention and keeping them into the content at least until Friday. Then we can figure out what's going on the week after Thanksgiving and kind of take a deep breath during Thanksgiving break.
All right, let's check Vince here, and then we might have one more surprise guest here. I think people are listening. I put the bat signal out here. We're gonna Vince, can you hear us now?
Yes. I don't know what happened. The moment you added me, my sound completely crapped out. I apologize.
Vince, who are you for the people listening, and why are you so excited at this very moment?
Aside from being alt football scout, which is what maybe some of the longtime listeners know me as, I was on the show a couple times. It feels like centuries ago at this point. I'm a president of football operations at a pro-level sports agency. We've had 37 players get draft pool invitations to today's draft. It has been a very trying day because it wasn't until about maybe 15 or so minutes ago that one of our first players got drafted. So shout out to Jaquan Artis, my defensive end. He's an incredible player. Defensive player of the year in the IFL this past season. Championship MVP. He led the league in sacks. He led the league in tackles for loss. He's probably the most dominant player on any field in the league all season long. And I'm floored now that, it was about a year ago he signed on with us, and nobody was checking for him. Nobody knew what was going on with him. He was just former Division II sack leader that just kind of got thrown by the wayside because of COVID. And we managed to get him in with a team that ended up making a championship run. And now here he is in the XFL a year later.
What have you made of the day so far? How have you made all the team shaking out?
Saw a lot of names we recognize from 2020. Saw a lot of names we recognized from earlier this year in a different league. But for the most part, kind of what I was expecting. Just a lot of mostly former NFL players. Almost feels like exclusively Division I players. Very, very few outside of the Division I ranks, and just definitely not anything that's not surprising. But I saw a lot of good players already go today. Just been more so focused on what's going on with my guys, and finally just happy to finally have someone off the board.
How excited are you that we're finally all this is happening?
It's crazy, man. It's just like I remember going to the Guardians' last home game in New York right before COVID. I dragged one of my friends along with me to one of 12,000 people there that day in a very, very cold, very rainy, very sloppy football game too. I watched a lot of people walk out right after someone dropped a very wide open touchdown pass. But yeah, just like I was just like everyone else, sad to see that the league was gone because of COVID. That turned into burying hours and hours on end into just reading about leagues and watching highlights and everything, and then following the spring league, following fan-controlled football, dabbling into the CFL, following all these leagues across Europe, over in Japan, all the indoor leagues, just kind of waiting for the XFL to come back. And, finally here we are. We've got our teams, we've got our coaches, we've got most of the rosters now at this point. I'm ready to go. I'm looking forward to it once we got some football finally happening.
More or less impressed, new quarterbacks coming in or old quarterbacks returning? Oh, here we go. And as we say that, we got some offensive linemen coming in here. Jack Snyder going to the Roughnecks. Cameron Hunt going to the Renegades here. Finally popping up. Oregon. There you go. My mom will be proud. But Vince, thoughts on, are you more impressed with the old names returning or the new names coming in for the XFL?
Let's see. I like that they got Kyle Sloter. I like that. That's a good move. I like that they got Ryan Willis, who was in the spring league in 2021. They won the championship with the linemen. He ended up going to the Bears for a little bit too. Who else was in there? I mean, can't remember all the other names right now. To be honest with you.
There you go. We got Drew Plitt, Kyle Sloter, Eric Dungy, Caleb Ellaby.
Right. I like seeing Perez again. I know Perez. Some of these names I don't know as well, to be honest with you.
DiNucci,
Ben DiNucci is very good too. I like AJ McCarron as well. They got a pretty solid group of quarterbacks to start with. I'm hoping to see some of my quarterbacks get picked up in the open rounds later on, but that's neither here nor there.
Who are you representing?
I got Bobby I can't. I'm gonna be mad if he's watching and I'm butchering his last name. Bobby Frolich. He played at D3 Wittenberg. Played in the CIF this past year. Only had a couple of games before he went down with injury, but very, very good gunslinger. Slept on with his mobility as well, but the right size. I want to say he's like 6'5". Tyrone Williams was over in Austria this past year playing for the Graz Giants. Had a great season. One of the best QBs in the league out there. Ended up losing his homegrown or the American wide receiver that was out there with him, and was finished out the season with all local talent and still ended up doing a really good job. And one of my other QBs, Marco Aguinagua, is down in Brazil right now. Actually, he was with the Galos FA, Futebol Americano, however it's properly pronounced. He's down there, league MVP. They're going for championship, I think this weekend, maybe next weekend.
Well, there you go. Greg, you were talking before, we're getting on the offensive line here. I know Oregon's always got big boys there. What are we, what are you looking forward to seeing here and kind of in this final round with the offensive linemen?
Yeah, part of it is, positionally, Jack Snyder goes the first overall. He's an offensive guard. Usually you think of a team wanting to build starting with their left tackle, but instead the Roughnecks going with a guard. Cameron Hunt out of Oregon, as you said. He was with the Birmingham Stallions of the USFL last year, was with the Chargers, made it to second cuts with the Chargers in camp this year. So, it's going to be interesting to see. We saw the Tampa Bay Vipers in 2019 take a center with their first pick. They were kind of off the beaten path because if you remember, they took Nick Truesdell too, a tight end with their first pick, which was the only tight end taken with the first round pick as well. So, just kind of seeing how this progresses again, just seeing what the quality is for the offensive lineman here, because that is such an integral part of deciding the quality of play, at least on offense, for a league like the XFL.
Yeah, Max points out just another USFL guy getting cut here. It's going to be, I'll tell you what, Vince, you were with me on the USFL draft, which at this point in my 7-hour day feels like another lifetime ago.
Feels like a fever dream.
But what do you make of, all the way from quarterbacks, we've seen, defensive, now offense, like, what do you make of this just gutting of the USFL by the XFL here, it seems?
I thought that the USFL had kind of had their contracts set up to not have this happen. I thought that they would have like a second-year option that was kind of almost like enforceable, but I guess I was misinformed when I was told that or whatever. The other thing it may be is that they may have just straight released everybody from their contracts when they got up to the NFL opportunity anyway. So once they got released from their NFL contract, they were just a straight free agent, and the USFL maybe just didn't do the legwork to have some type of partnership in place to retain the rights, so that if they did get released, they would still, kind of have to come play for them for year two. Whereas, now everybody's coming out the other side and can decide, all right, well, if the XFL is paying more money, that's the way I want to go.
The thing, what I remember about those USFL contracts too was, and this may have changed, was that anybody who went to the NFL, and this may have changed because I know this stuff changes all the time, but any player who went to the NFL and got cut automatically reverted back to their USFL contract. Obviously, that is not the case, because a lot of the players that we're seeing being picked up in the draft was players who were in the NFL this summer. So players who had taken that opportunity, showing out in the USFL and going to the NFL, and instead of going back to the USFL, they're going to the XFL. So that's what seems to me to be most of the players that we're seeing being picked that played in the USFL are ones who were in NFL camps, not necessarily who played out the USFL season and didn't get that NFL opportunity.
Richard has a question, and then we're going to bring in our final guest. I hope this will be the right, and whoever, if anyone needs to go, but I think this will get us through. This is my last. Richard wants to know, is there a show on, where'd the equipment go? Is there a show on Friday? We will be live. I am going to Regina tomorrow. We will be live for probably about a 3-hour show on Saturday, pregame for the CFL. So we could have some XFL talk in there, could have everything else, but that is going to be exciting as Antonio Garcia just gets drafted to the Vegas Vipers. Adding in our last guest today, we have Troy with the XFL Reddit coming on. This is exciting. I have been trying to get Troy on the show for a long time here. Runs the XFL Reddit board. Troy, how are you doing?
Hey guys, I'm doing well. How are you doing?
We're good. What's your day been like today running the XFL Reddit?
A little hectic. I had to just kind of keeping like a mega thread to date with the player picks and stuff, which hasn't always been easy with the tracker slacking. A pretty interesting day, pretty eventful day. So,
Greg, it sounds like it's going to have to head off here soon. Greg, I appreciate it. Any final words from you before we let you go?
No, just Reed, God bless you for doing this. You'll be going on 8 hours by the time the last picks are done. So you planning on doing this for the supplemental draft?
We'll do the one in January. I would do tomorrow if we were around. I got to fly tomorrow, but we'll do the one in January. So maybe we'll get the gang back together.
Awesome. Well, you've done a fantastic job. Thank you for being a platform. I know we talked about how the XFL is not airing this on ESPN. It's not somewhere where people can follow. So it's really awesome that you took the entire day, almost quite literally, to broadcast and give XFL fans a place to go and to be a part of that XFL draft conversation, because I know a lot of people are excited about it. So, I appreciate you having me on here and getting to talk about the XFL draft.
Greg, doing the Lord's work. Check him out over at the XFL board. We appreciate it, Greg. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Troy, what has been your biggest takeaway today? Just kind of seeing the names come off, the USFL stuff, everything else.
I got to say, I think Vegas is stacked. Maybe I'm biased. I'm a Vegas fan. Guess we'll see. I think having Blacknall and the debt kind of the main weapons for probably Luis Perez. I'm gonna say I'm not entirely familiar with Jalen McClendon. He was with LA, but I do think Luis Perez, with how efficient he is and with how well he played in the USFL, I do think he will end up being QB1, unless we might end up seeing a battle. I saw some rumors about Brian Scott potentially going to Vegas. See a lot of different things floating around on Discord and stuff, but right now, Perez is QB1 on that team. He's got weapons, for
Vince, were you happy to see Perez come back? Do you think that Perez is going to get that QB one spot, or is he going to play more of the backup? Like it was kind
that's
of
my guy. That's my guy right there. I was in New York Guardians fan, so that's my guy right there. I was always all in on the what's it called on the spring league too when he was playing for the Jousters, and then he was with Jersey this past year too. I'm Jersey born and raised, so that's my guy right there. I like Luis Perez a lot. I definitely think he's going to end up being a starter in this league. Even if I'm not going to say anything about Jalen McClendon. I don't know too much about him myself either. If they both end up being starting quality QBs, Perez was in that same exact situation in 2020. Having to end up getting traded over from LA to New York, and LA going with Josh Johnson. So it's like, whether or not the other guy is good, I think Luis Perez will be a starter in this league one way or another.
A couple more: Brandon Murphy, Guardians, Luke Juriga going to the San Antonio Brahmas, and Jared Jones-Smith going to the St. Louis Battlehawks. Evan, did we get your thoughts on that? Like, do you see Silvers, Perez, or are we just helping guide the locker room?
I mean, for a guy like Luis Perez, we know what he is now, right? He's reliable, and it's the same with Brendan Silvers. Both those are reliable options that might not be too flashy, but they can go into a system and they can do their job, right? And I think, for both of those, from what I'm hearing, Houston might not even have their starter yet. And with Jalen McClendon, it could be a 2-quarterback system. I don't know a whole lot about him either. He was with the Wildcats for a bit. He could do some things, maybe add something to the run game when they need that. But just for a minute here, I want to talk about two of these offensive linemen. So Brandon Murphy and Luke Juriga were both guys that I saw at the Hub Camp. Separate camps, but I've met both of them. Brandon Murphy's a fascinating story. He played basketball initially at Indiana State, ended up going to Memphis to play football for, I think it was only a year or two. Then started doing, he does a bunch of things. He's an actor as well. When I last saw him, he was filming the DirecTV commercial with Dak Prescott. So you can actually, he's in a few clips if you look closely whenever that ad pops up. Brandon Murphy, he's had a few NFL stints, most recently with the Jaguars, before he was with Washington, and then the Ravens, I think before that, maybe 2 or 3 years ago. Fascinating guy. Was also in the that Kurt Warner movie, as one of the extra offensive linemen there too. And Luke Juriga, he was great to see. He's a mammoth of a human. Luke Juriga from Western Michigan, played there at Western Michigan with, I think he was with, I want to say he was there at the same time as Caleb Ellaby, who just got drafted by the Roughnecks, and then obviously Sky Moore, who was drafted high by the Chiefs this year in the NFL draft. Luke Juriga, I saw him literally, like the scouts, like I think it was one guy from the Buccaneers was there, and he was fascinated with Luke Juriga. Juriga signed, I think, back in 2019 or 2020. I think it was 2020 with the Eagles, played in most of the 2020 season, not as a starter, but he has some great experience working with guys like Jason Kelsey and, Jordan Mailata and just everybody else on that offensive line. We all know how great the Eagles offensive line is. So I had a good chat with him too. Both of those guys, I would say, are going to be very stout and very powerful offensive linemen in the XFL season. Both of them have great height. Murphy is like, again, he used to play basketball, so he's up there at like 6'7". He was a huge dude when I saw him in person too.
Vince, any big surprises from you today? Cody Conway coming in here, TJ Stormont. I feel like I'm having these same conversations, but it's with different people. So I don't want to make sure I'm not going crazy here, right, as we continue to have this conversation. I'm going to toss to Vince, and then Troy pick up after that. I'm going to go get one more glass of water here. So Vince, any big surprises? Let's go to Troy, and then I'm going to be back here in about 2 minutes. I appreciate it.
Gotcha. So real quick, we do have a little, alternate football crossover. Antonio Garcia, offensive lineman that went to Vegas. Was a CFL player, was with the Rough Riders last year, and was with the Edmonton Elks this season. And Jared Jones-Smith that just went to St. Louis, spent 2019 with the San Antonio Commanders in the AAF. As far as surprises go, honestly, I think the thing that surprised me the most was the amount of USFL players. that did end up going in the draft today. I didn't expect there to be that much crossover. I really did think that they kind of had everybody kind of locked in. I was not expecting that at all. Was not expecting to see Kyle Sloter be one of the QBs to go. Seeing like Channing Stribling pop up as well, Sal Cannella, a lot of big names from the USFL that were all some of them big names in the spring league before that. Definitely was expecting them to be locked down by the USFL, but I guess not.
Yep, I 100% agree. I was before you came on the show, Vince, I literally said the same thing. I said, we were so focused on like the USFL quarterbacks initially, Kyle Sloter and Perez, heading out, and then it looks like Tamu and Brian Scott are going to be next in line at some point, whether that's during the open rounds or it's probably not going to be until January, given the contract situation. But yeah, I was surprised, especially too with the defensive backs, and I brought that up earlier. Juwan Neal, Channing Stribling, a couple of other guys there. The fact that the USFL didn't kind of jump on and like try and lock them down was, that was interesting because there's been a lot of talent poached from the USFL. And, I'm not saying that it's going to be a problem for them, but I can't imagine that they're that happy about it. Let's see. Who else have we got? Darius James, Kamali Matthews.
Yeah, he played fan controlled. Kamali Matthews. I'm pretty sure he played fan controlled. I'm pulling up some names here. I think Shane Carpenter might have been a spring league guy as well.
Yeah, that name rang a bell. I couldn't tell where it was from, but he was somewhere.
He played some CFL too.
Yep.
We're back on here. How do we do, guys?
Not bad.
Look at that. So we've
not
got
great, but not bad.
Camila Matthews here, Orlando Guardians, Darius James, San Antonio Brahma, Shane Carpenter, St. Louis Battlehawks. Excited to see, especially like with DC talking about a big run game, excited to see some of these teams fill out, DC with the double back there. And then obviously with Houston, kind of the number one draft pick over there from San Jose State. Curious about that. Louisiana Tech, Shane Carpenter. Looking good so far here. Max is pointing out that Chris Owens was one of the Alumni Academy members.
Oh, okay.
And so we talked about Perez. We talked about all of that. Anything else I missed from your wonderful conversation while I was getting water?
No, just surprised that so many USFL players did end up, making the switch over. Kamali Matthews is a FCF player, by the way. He was there in 2021.
That's actually a good question. With DeAndre Francois coming in and a couple others, are you happy to see that transition? I know that we've had our misgivings with FCF over the years. Thoughts about them, getting some of those players in?
I wouldn't necessarily credit it to them.
Well, expound.
I mean, here's the thing. He's a former D1 quarterback. So, you put someone that was high profile like him into various different leagues. If he was playing in the IFL the past 2 years, I think it'd still, be him. If he was playing overseas the past 2 years, I think it'd still be him. I think just where he chose to play ultimately, didn't matter as much.
Ben Petrula here going to the Vipers. Do you see this FCF getting some guys, DeAndre Francois, do you think that it helps increase? Does FCF lean into that of like, hey, now we can, I know they don't want to pay attention to anybody else, but I do think that's a good spot to be like, hey, we can help you get into some of these leagues.
If they pitch it that way, yes. I'm not going to act like I know what's going on with them now. Truthfully, I've been pretty much tuned out to what's going on with the fan-controlled sports enterprises or whatever they're calling themselves now. I'm not about it that they're like getting like all this basketball now too. I'm not personally a fan because there's too much of a focus on stuff that's not happening on the field. But if they actually angle themselves to say, hey, we can get you into the XFL, then that's great because that's where they actually exist on the totem pole. If they continue to carry themselves as if they are rivaling the XFL like they used to, I don't know what the deal is with them now. I'm not, tuned into really what's going on, so I make an informed opinion. But yeah, I think if they angle it that way, then that's great. But if they're gonna definitively try to act like they're the better league, the proof is in the pudding. Their best players all just left.
We have a comment here. So Mike is saying that the Rock and Daniel are on Sports Center right now. We have Michael Manette going to the Sea Dragons, Garrett McGinn going to the Arlington Renegades. They said that uniforms and schedules are coming up next. I see it in the reverse order. Evan, what order do you see the events coming through? And then we'll go to Vince in terms of like, do we get uniforms, schedules, and how do you think they roll that out?
I mean, I certainly think it makes more sense to do uniforms first, right? Because you've done the logo unveiling and the name and the brand. Like the next thing to me seems like the uniform, right? You're going to have, sort of furthering your identity as a team is the uniform, because that's what is going to be shown on TV whenever you play. So yeah, I think it makes a lot more sense to have the uniform than the schedules, because I mean, I'm sure everybody is anxious to know, when things are going to happen, especially like the playoffs and the eventual championship game. But you can't jump too many hoops. Like you gotta reel it in, bring it back. And I think the uniform, like that just seems natural to me, would be the next step.
Garrett McGinn was on the Generals. Max was pointing out.
That. Yeah, he played at East Carolina. He's been with a few NFL teams too. He was with the Giants as recently as this year. And then I remember him. He was with I believe it was the Jaguars. I remember him being on their practice squad for a couple seasons, and he bounced around before that. Yeah, McGinn's another one of those familiar names, I guess we'll call it.
All USFL 2022.
Yep. Yeah, he was good.
Evan, you got to hop off here in a minute. That's okay. Vince, you got to ride with me here. We got to ride or die here. We've had a big day. Vince was my ride or die with the original USFL draft. We have Mike Horton coming in here, Shamarius Gilmore, Desmond Noel, the Roughnecks getting back-to-back, and then the Arlington Renegades, they're 15th and 18th. Evan, anything else from you? You have been a godsend today coming on. Anything else before I let you go?
No, I think I'm just going to let this one ride out. I'll see if there's any more offensive linemen that I know. But yeah, at this point, it's been a long day, a good day, I will say. Enjoyed being on the show, enjoyed breaking down some picks, and I know Vince is going to do a good job in my place for the next, I guess, a couple of offensive line selections, however long this continues to go for.
We seem to be cruising now. Jacob Capra coming on, and Mike Court. Yeah, hopefully it won't be too much longer. Evan, I appreciate it, guys. Check out Evan's work at XFL News Sub. He's covering the Houston Roughnecks this season. Really excited to see the work Evan's putting out, and I appreciate it.
Yep, thanks, Reed.
Perfect. Thanks, Evan. Vince will ride. Pat's going to call back in again. Troy's on the phone with his girlfriend, and then we're going to get rolling here. How are you feeling here as we are 7.5 hours into the XFL draft?
I mean, personally, I wanted to see more of my guys go. I'm just happy that at least one of our players was, able to get drafted. I'm hoping that we see a much higher turnaround in, the open rounds phase. I think part of it is, we work with a lot of guys that are smaller profile that, came out of D2, D3, and it's just barely any D2 players coming off the board, let alone any D3 NAIA guys. I always have felt very strongly that, if you can play, you can play. Where you went to school didn't matter. That guys from smaller schools should get the opportunity. I think that, when you're doing it position by position and you're doing all the big earlier rounds of the draft, maybe you've got the NFL players, former NFL, former pros higher up on the board. So hoping that we get to, start eating it up in the in the open rounds tomorrow, because we got 36 more players that didn't get drafted here tonight. So as happy as I am with the one, there's a lot more guys that I want to see go tomorrow, hopefully, and a couple of our offensive linemen that can still potentially go tonight.
Donovan West is going to the Vegas Vipers. It hasn't popped up on here yet. I have a question. Someone wants to know, how long is the draft going to last tomorrow? I imagine it's a similar time frame. They have the specialists, they have the open rounds. I think a lot more being done tomorrow. But Vince, I have a question. I think you're uniquely qualified to ask.
Okay.
And then I do have a comment here we missed about the team uniforms and stuff.
Okay.
Oh, Max thinks it's only going to be like an hour. Okay, well, I wish I could do it, but I think it's, oh no, it is at 8:30. But Vince, XFL has done all this work this year. We're doing the showcases. We're doing, we're traveling to HBCU. We're doing all this. We have all the scouts. We're finding out, right? Like you're saying, you're still finding it's the same schools, the same types of players that are being drafted, right? Am I reading that correctly?
It's more of like they did put a lot of resources in, and I'm not knocking what they did. I'm not trying to say that they didn't do a good job with searching for players. I think that it's just typically they went and did the same pro days and same events that NFL scouts were at too, just looking for the guys that maybe were just missing the cut. As opposed to maybe setting up, a D2 event, a D3 event, an NAIA event. I don't think they did anything like that. I think it'd be very rare to see a pro team do something like that. I know that, occasionally they'll do like a D2 pro day where like they'll invite all the D2 schools from, one state to come out to one school and go from there. But, I think that they did a good job, though. I think that it's just the general mindset, I guess, of kind of professional scouts that just some of these other levels of collegiate football just are kind of overlooked. D2, I'd say is less overlooked. There's still a solid like 50, 60 some odd, former D2 products in the NFL right now. But I think it's like 10 when it gets to D3, and I honestly I couldn't tell you how many like NAIA graduates have actually made it to the NFL and are still currently in the NFL.
We have Ja'Kai Baker here going to the Guardians out of South Alabama, Willie Wright, Tulsa, San Antonio Brahmas, Steven Gonzalez, Penn State, St. Louis Battlehawks, Ty Clary, Arkansas. We had a comment here. West was a solid C prospect coming out of ASU. I believe that was from Donovan West on there. We had a comment. And then, Richard was saying, hoping for more D2 HBCU people to get drafted. I think that Vince would agree with that. I
would agree too. Yes, 100%.
So the question here, so Danny and the Rock were on Sports Center, and where is the comment here? Mike says, Rock says there's a great detail and nuance in every uniform. This is what they were saying on Sports Center today, and speaks to the city and logo and what the brand means.
Okay. I like that.
This is also the same when Danny was on Axios, was it 3 weeks ago now? And they said, like, why did you pick the team names and whatever and all this? He goes, well, we picked all this because it has a strong ties to our communities. And then we moved the Vegas Vipers to Vegas. We moved the Vipers to Vegas. So, like, I appreciate that on surface level, right? I think that's a good tie. But I mean, are we getting the Alamo on the Brahmas jersey? Like, I don't think so. What does that mean? Level of, and the nuance going into the uniforms and stuff.
I mean, it could mean something like that, where maybe they try to like, put something like the cityscape in the background or something like that. It'll be something like in the trim maybe. Like just like the Chargers will have like the extra bolts coming down their sleeves or whatever. So they'll find some way to tack it in. I honestly couldn't tell you what I'm expecting on that end.
Well, that's the thing too. Is like, because for the DC Defenders, we have Greg Long here. Just speaking of, I just drafted O-line and Ty Clary, Purdue for Greg Long and Arkansas for Ty Clary. We'll bring Troy back in here in a second. For the DC Defenders, they were like, oh, the corners of the D looks like the Pentagon or whatever. I mean, these things could be very like minutia of it that doesn't necessarily, like I said, having the Alamo or having, that's on the river on there. Jay Williams, Florida A&M is going to the Battlehawks. Troy, how are you? What do you want to see with the XFL uniforms?
I'm sorry. Do I sound better? By the way, you said I had some mic issues.
You sound great.
Awesome. Okay. I mean, I would kind of just like to see pretty much exactly what they did with the logos. I just really want to see at least somewhat of a throwback for the teams that had returned, like keep the shoulder stripes for the Guardians. Maybe, I'm sure it'd probably be sacrilege to change the helmet for the Battlehawks. I'm sure they're going to do the wings on the side, sword going down the middle, but just, I really didn't have any complaints about the 2020 uniforms, so I really wouldn't be disappointed at all if they just kind of kept it along the same lines. But I'm very curious as to what they do with the Brahmas. Yellow helmet, yellow uniform, or the how much neon green is there going to be for the Guardians? I haven't really heard any kind of rumors about that or anything, so I'm very curious as what direction they go with it.
I do think with it being like the San Antonio Dwayne Johnsons, I do think the Brahmas get like the most treatment of like, we got Heinz Ward, we want to appeal to him. Vince, is that to me, they're like, okay, we'll do the Battle Hawks. Okay, we got to deal with 2020, but like the Brahmas, that's our team here.
Yeah, I mean, I like the logo. I had no idea what a Brahma was. I still, honestly, I don't know what a Brahma is. But I like that it's like the what is that, like a dead cattle skull or whatever. I like the vibe for it. It's supposed to feel a little more westerny. I wouldn't be like how you said the Alamo might be on the jersey. Like, I feel like that could definitely kind of play hand in hand with that. One way or another, but I don't know.
Marcus Tatum here, Central Florida, going to the Brahmas as we speak about it. I hate the name. I love the logo. I think it looks really good. I think the hats look horrible right now. I saw some merchandise being posted that looks a little subpar in terms of like alignments and branding. Vince, have you been we're going down the deep hole here now, Troy, have you been impressed, underwhelmed with the XFL merchandise so far?
I've not ordered mine yet. I will say, looking forward to it. I'm kind of waiting for a little more variety, I guess, some better hats, something that isn't a trucker hat. But I guess I would say I'm properly whelmed, like you said.
Properly whelmed.
Yeah, I am whelmed. I mean, but in general, I love the branding, so I think it can only get better. But I do like the sweatpants and everything that they just put up. I'd like to see more, because XFL 2020 there was like patches, a lot more variety. I got those sweet iron-on patches. I still have them sitting in my closet somewhere, I'm sure. Yeah, I mean, it's looking good so far, and I'm waiting for them to finally announce Under Armour as like their main merchandise and everything supplier, because I mean, it's just kind of a given. We've seen the logos all over the coaches, so once they finally start putting out some Under Armour stuff is when we're going to start really seeing some really good stuff: quarter zips, polos, better hats, everything.
Yeah, Darts Ali here going to the Renegades. UTEP, Julian Davenport, Bucknell going to the Sea Dragons. Jamil Denby, Maine going to the Vipers, and TJ Bradley. I don't think I said that before. Orlando Guardians. It's just so weird to me. Like the spring leagues. Yeah, Jared, merch gets better as time goes on. XFL. Yeah, but like, what are we doing in the meantime? Like that's always my thing. And here we are. Thanksgiving's in 2 weeks. They better have some cool Black Friday stuff. They better be getting ready for Christmas with that. Like, yeah, I get it. And especially now we're seeing the Under Armour hats, the draft hats, and everything. I think there's opportunities they could have done stuff along the way here. Like, I buy the new Commanders hat every 3 months when they have something come out. I think that's a way to generate cash, right?
I mean, yeah, I think that they probably should have something more updated. I definitely haven't gotten anything yet because it is just mesh trucker hats, and that's, just not what I wear. But, I also don't need to buy anything because conveniently the only player that I got drafted went to the Roughnecks, and I bought the retro Roughnecks logo jerseys before they ended up taking them all down, because I remember when the lawsuit was going on, I was tweeting, I was like, everybody buy your Roughnecks stuff before I take it away. It's not coming back. Because, I mean, it is back, but it's a very different, not very different. I think this is still pretty spot on, but I don't know if this one's coming back at all.
No, yeah, I think the what is that? The Flying Elvis, the man. I think that logo is called the Man. Here we have a couple. Sam Cooper, Roughnecks, Tommy Champion going there to the Roughnecks back to back, and then Cam Carter going on from Murray State. I'll be. I don't love the Roughnecks rebrand. I appreciate them keeping the simplicity of it, but it does kind of feel like we just flattened it and shortened it a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to butt in there.
You're good.
Well, I mean, one thing I actually I really liked on the new Houston logo is, of course, they still kept it along the same lines. They made it more of an H. But one thing I really love that they did with it is they kind of gave it a little more depth. It just looks. I don't know how it comparatively to 2020, not really speaking, but I just love that the logo right now has like some really cool depth on it. Just the outline, the outline doesn't go all the way around. It just kind of makes it look more like a proper oil derrick and stuff. And I think that's really cool. I love the new branding.
I want to have more conversation about that, but I did want to pull this out because Vince hasn't seen this. Since we're killing time here, we have, let's remove that. Leon Jimmins just went to the Seattle Sea Dragons. Vince, what do you think of me?
Quick, I'm sorry, I got to give a shout out to Cam Carter that just got drafted, was one of the Northern Arizona Wranglers offensive linemen from this past year. So as a teammate of Jaquan, who got drafted, and a teammate of like 5 or 6 of my clients as well. So congratulations, Cam, and shout out to the Wranglers.
Shout out. I appreciate that. I was just going to show you this because I haven't seen you on the podcast since I got this bad boy.
Ah, there you go. Whose is that?
It's McNeil. I don't know. Offensive line. It was the only one that I had to get a double XL because they're so tight. I couldn't fit into anything any smaller.
Love that. I can't believe you finally got it. It took what was that, 2 years to get it, basically?
This was good. I have a whole pile of them to give away, but this is, and I wear this out. Like I wear this to the bar. I mean, I don't.
If anybody ever asks you, why do you do a podcast? Just pick up the jersey and show them that and say, this is why.
Yeah. Let's see here. A couple more picks came in. Clayton Bradley, the Vegas Vipers, and then Max is pointing out that Thomas Zach should get picked later as well because he's the alumni academy person. Troy, overall, since you run the Reddit, I mean, has the revamp been well received by the people that are in the Discord? And I'm going to go put this jersey back.
Yeah, really quick, I got to give a shout out to the UNLV guy, Clayton Bradley, getting drafted to Vegas. That's pretty cool. Hometown guy. I'm being a Vegas guy myself. I've been trying to keep an eye out for UNLV and Nevada guys. So seeing a UNLV guy go to Vegas, that's pretty cool. But yeah, going back to the Discord and the Reddit and stuff, it's been very mixed. It's hard to say. It's been mixed. A lot of people, of course, everybody's happy that the Battlehawks are back. Some people aren't happy with how, just kind of basic, I would say, some things look. I personally love the new Battlehawks logo. People aren't too happy about the Vegas logo. People aren't happy about Vegas in general. I hear so much talk about people saying that Vegas is a terrible market. They don't have a stadium yet. Granted, yeah, currently homeless, but it's I don't want to just keep talking about Vegas. I know I'm biased, but yeah, no, there's definitely been some good, some bad, but I think the bad is more vocal. So I think you end up hearing more bad stuff, particularly about. Yeah, exactly. Particularly the Guardians. People don't like the neon accent. People don't like the new Guardians logo. I hear a lot of debate about what the heck it even is. Is it a cat? Is it a bear? It's a Guardian. I don't know.
I just look at this here. This is got shared.
Those are sweet. I saw that.
Oh, that's tough.
I like the boa laces on that too. That is really cool.
Everything. See, this is what I'm talking about. Like, I mean, and I know that everything builds, but even the Commanders, when they had their revamp, at least have like, flex, like have a flex fit hat you can buy. Have a couple of, I haven't bought any merchandise. I don't know if I will. Yeah. Everyone's oogling over the shoes here. When I went to the town hall event, I had my Dragons starter jacket, and everyone's like, that is the most amazing thing I've ever seen. I'm like, they could do this again. Like, it's not that
Mhm.
hard to do that. Troy, did you go to the town hall, or did you hear anything about the town hall in Vegas last night?
I will say, though I'm from Vegas and I cheer for Vegas always,
Okay.
I've moved since, so I'm currently not living in an XFL market, so I wasn't able to attend anything. But I heard that attendance wasn't great. I'm still going to stay hopeful. I still think it's a really, really good market, and I think overall, I think maybe the league could probably be doing a little bit better with local marketing and kind of marketing in general. But I think there was some talk about it earlier about whether or not they should have televised the draft. And I do think they made the right call in not televising the draft, because if you start marketing the heck out of the draft, televising it, saying, "Oh, hey, look at these big names we have," maybe those guys don't get drafted and pass the first round, maybe the second round. A lot of these people you don't know. So if you're going to get people to tune into ESPN to see the drafts, there's going to be a lot of people that people don't know, and it's not going to get very good viewership. That viewership is going to go steep decline. So I think they did make the right move in just having a tracker. But I do think after this is when marketing is really going to start picking up. I think it was a slow burn at first. There were some periods where we didn't have a lot of news, but I definitely think things are really about to start ramping up, and we start seeing a lot more coverage, a lot more social media presence. I think it's only uphill from here, and uphill quickly.
Yeah, well, someone posted like Jim McClendon signed with the Ravens. I was like, wait, what? And I'm looking it up. I think that was old story. The lack of fans and we have Malcolm Bunch on here going to the Brahmas UCLA. Does that startling that there was so few people at the Vegas? I think Max texted me that there was like 12 people at the town hall.
Yeah, I was talking to Max too. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Max said that there wasn't a lot of people. It's I guess given the potential lack of marketing, it's not all that surprising. But I do think Vegas is still a really, really good market to be able. They just have to figure out a way to get connected with the locals, because with Vegas and the Golden Knights coming in the NHL, everybody, it wasn't just their success. One thing that they did really, really, really well is connecting with the community and the locals, especially after tragedy of October 1st. They had the players hitting the dirt, shaking hands with first responders and things, and doing really, really good moves to say, "Hey, we're the Golden Knights. We're here to stay." And that took notice with Vegas locals, families, people started buying season tickets. It really started. You go all over Vegas in that first year, and you just see Golden Knights logos everywhere, see jerseys. There was a lot. So I think one thing that Vegas has to do is connect with the locals, get your name out there, put the logo out there, and go up and down Fremont Street and have players hand out tickets, shake hands, sign jerseys, do all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, we'll bring Pat's going to call back into the end of the show as well. We have a couple more. John Toth is going to the Battlehawks, Kentucky. DeMarcus Hayes is going to the Defenders. Got 2 pages left here. We're getting there. Michael Maedi is going to the DC Defenders. The crazy thing about and Tyson Gray here just added is going to the Battlehawks. I was going to fly into Vegas. I had a wedding show that Monday because the shooting was on that Sunday. And I remember like going to bed Sunday night and it was like, oh, there's or whatever day I was flying in. It was like, oh, there's shooting or something's going on. I'm like, oh, this is crazy, whatever. And I woke up like at 3 a.m. to get on my flight. It was like Vegas is shut down. Like it was the craziest thing. And we ended up going and they did the wedding show, but it was certainly a crazy time to be in Vegas. Pat, how has your day gone since we last spoke to you?
What's that book? I've had a no good, terrible, very bad day.
You've had a bad day?
I think you picked up something like a couple times I was working and we won't get into what I do for a living, but there was a couple times where it was like, oh, okay, gotta go. So
we're at the offensive lineman. Pat, we're approaching 7 hours and 49 minutes. I was thinking about putting this on the podcast feed, and I think people would probably kill me on their audio download. So this will probably be a YouTube exclusive. Zach, our longtime listener, wants to know, how is St. Louis looking? Pat, you're the St. Louis guy. How is St. Louis looking?
I mean, I think starting off with the gentleman they picked up from Oklahoma State, big guy. Then you add in Jamarcus Bradley was another guy that I liked. I haven't really dug through the defensive players because that's when I was working.
Yep.
But the most recent offensive lineman they picked up, John Toth, was a part of XFL 2.0. I think started 5 games, has some NFL experience. So anytime you get these guys who've, been the kind of these back end of the roster guys, we talked about it. I think Reed, you were stepping away. That's high quality talent. And I know we make the joke about the Rock being player number 54, which if you talk to Warren Sapp, he was not. But being that 54th guy in the roster, that's the top number 54 in the whole world. So you're picking up a lot of great talent coming from these back end roster guys that do have NFL and XFL experience. It adds up.
We have here Rubens Joseph is going to the Brahmas. Zevion Fucron is going to the Guardians. Michael Miller to the Vipers. Paul Gratan to the Sea Dragons, and Bo Wilson going to the Renegades. I do know that name too, John Toth. That struck with me as well, Pat.
Yeah, and then you see a couple of the USFL guys that have transitioned over. Once again, Garrett McGinn, quality NFL backup, practice squad guy. Cameron Hunt, I think he was an all USFL guy as well. And then there was one other name that stuck out to me. 2 other names. It was Ben Petrula. I believe he had a stint, kind of in that practice squad. And Jacob Capra, I know, was associated with the Packers for a while. So, I mean, the only names that I could see poached come what's the date again? December 31st is Jordan McRae, was with the XFL, and Terry Poole, who was with the XFL and AAF. Both those guys have started out of, I guess now we're at 8 plus 5 out of the 23 post UFL games. Terry Poole is one of 3 players that has started and played in every AAF, XFL, and USFL game that's ever happened.
We have a question here. James wants to know, Jake Stetz for the Renegades, Darian Parker to the Roughnecks, Kerry Kutch to the Roughnecks. I think a lot of these players are locked in. The question is, if you see the question on the screen, how many of these players you think will actually commit in December? I think that's why the XFL is a good time, because even if you're a fringe NFL player, what else are you doing in February? You're going to play, you're going to get tape, you're going to do whatever. I mean, Troy, what do you make of that? I mean, I think that most of these guys, even the ones that got signed to the NFL back today, are probably going to commit in December.
Exactly, but that's a really good point that I did actually want to talk about, is that it's good that the XFL is being 100% upfront about it too. There was some talk about the USFL contract situation earlier with the guys being even able to sign to the XFL, and that whole thing was because like somebody already said, they went to the NFL and they got cut, and so they were able to sign to the XFL. That issue is because that they signed the old contract. They amended the contracts, and players that had agreed to the amended contracts or signed after the amendment was made, they revert to their USFL contract. That's mandatory now. If you get cut from the NFL after the USFL, you're mandatory back to the USFL. You still cannot go back to the XFL. However, not back to the XFL, but to the USFL. However, the 12/31 out is always there, because the two year thing. Some people were confused on that. Some people aren't sure how it works. People think that it's a USFL's choice. That's a bilateral decision. The player does have to agree to the 2 year to the additional year extension. So as long as guys don't agree to that bilateral year extension, they are free to go wherever they want. December 31st. And of course, Mike Mitchell and a bunch of other guys have talked about, Jordan Tamu, Brian Scott, a couple of the other guys. coming after then, and even soon tomorrow we're going to see other QBs like Carson Strong potentially getting picked up in the open phase. So I would say that the talent pool is a lot deeper than people realize. I mean, there's 1,700 players on the list, and there's going to be more coming because of that 1231 out that the USFL contracts have. So I'm really not particularly worried. And like somebody said earlier, even if they do get signed to NFL, CFL, whatever, that just means you're scouting right. That just means that you have the right guys.
Well, and that's the thing is, even if you said you don't want to come back to the USFL, let's say you get cut by the XFL, something happens. It's not like the USFL is not going to take you back then. Like if they want you, I mean, it's kind of the fail safe at that point. I mean, they get the sloppy seconds if you want to look at it that way. But I feel like just in the course of the year, it's like NFL, XFL, USFL, it just goes in that order. Quintarius Etman is going to the Vipers. Frank Ball is going to the Seattle Sea Dragons. Pat, do you want to hop on here and then we'll go to Vince?
I did some digging on who the Battlehawks picked up on the defensive side of the ball, and Mike Rose, linebacker out of Iowa State, true NFL rookie, spent camp with the Chiefs. I remember watching him throughout the season, the preseason, being in Missouri. They also picked up two NFL caliber players, and Channing Stribling and Quentin Meeks both went there. So now you have a tough secondary. Donnie Abraham's DC over there. So things are looking pretty up. As far as with these last couple linemen, no one's really jumping out the off the page at me right now.
Yeah, someone commented that Toth was with the Commanders. I thought I remembered that too. I couldn't remember where I knew that name, but that definitely vibes. James says for spring leagues to work, they need smart player contracts. I get being fair, player friendly, but you want to keep some of these guys around. Vince, what do where's the line to draw there between like FCF hoarding people or USFL or XFL? Like, where do you put that?
It needs to be, honestly, they need to do it like how the IFL and the XFL got a partnership now. Basically the way that works is that if the XFL wants to call a player up from the IFL, sign a player from the IFL, the IFL puts them on, what is it? I don't know if it's called suspension. I think it may just be like a suspension, essentially, where they suspend your contract while you go up to the XFL, or exemption. It's exemption. That's what it is. Exemption-XFL. They got partnerships with the CFL and the NFL for the same thing. So they'll, be able to bring people up, and then if they get cut, if they get hurt, and then, get released or whatever, the IFL team that they were with still retains their rights if they come back down to that level. So I'm pretty sure the XFL has that set up and has had that set up kind of from the beginning, that if somebody does sign them, if they do get released, they come back down. And I think what the issue was with the USFL is that their original contracts didn't include that, and that they were just straight up releasing them to just go to the NFL. And that's why so many guys are coming out the other side, and why you were just saying earlier that some of these guys now have the newer contracts that, aren't able to do that, and why some guys have to be waited out. So I think if everybody can just kind of agree where they sit on the totem pole and just kind of have, partnerships in place so that it can be an ecosystem and not a competition, then it'll work. But the moment leagues start competing against each other, it becomes a problem for everybody involved, players, both leagues, fans, everyone.
Yeah, it's so interesting. I was going to have Emery Hunt on today, and then he just ended up having to work too much on TV. He had pointed out when he was on the show months ago that it's almost like everyone looks at the XFL and the USFL like, okay, we're all scouting the same talent. Like, USFL really is for those guys that have been out of the league a couple years. Kyle Sloter, like, okay, I don't want to be back on the practice squad. XFL way more, hey, I just was cut. Let me go to the NFL Alumni Academy, whatever. Let me bounce back on. And they exist in the same world, but they are fundamentally looking for, slightly different players in that regard. Perfect, Troy. Thank you. Pat, what do you think of this in the leagues competing or, but not want to fight or live together? What do you think?
I mean, I think if you kind of have the Kyle Slaughters of the NFL, I'd like to see someone with a little bit more experience than Kyle Slaughter. Maybe some a quarterback with maybe between 5 and 100 pass attempts, kind of sporadically. And if the XFL wants to go and just pick up all these younger guys, maybe a rookie mini camp or 1 year of the practice squad or vice versa, whatever each league feels like is the solid business model, then go for it. I think they both have a place in the scouting world because in the end, until you start throwing out everyone getting 6-figure contracts, the goal is to get to the NFL. That's why De'Aaron King left. We talked about it yesterday. He's got an opportunity to make about $100,000, for the next 8 weeks of the season versus, coming to the XFL. So, there's a place for both of it in the league. It's kind of funny. This is where the XFL is now compared to in 2001, when all their guys that they picked up were all like guys who've been in, professional football for like 5 to 10 years. Tommy Maddox, the MVP of that league, was like a 9-year vet at that time. Wally Richardson, another quarterback. There's a couple of them, that Jim Drunkenmiller, he had like 5 to 10 years on them. And then the receivers all had time on them as well.
We have your Deshaun Dixon going to the Battlehawks, Norman Price going to the Brahmas, Jordan Igafos going to the Orlando Guardians. I think it is interesting setting up that. Vince, do you look at it that way too? Because we're in all the it really needs to go like XFL, just not in terms of like XFL and USFL, like one's better than the other, but in terms of like transition throughout the year. It's like XFL, you fall out, go to the XFL, fall out, you go to the USFL. Like they're kind of picking up that contracts or not. Is that kind of how you look at that?
Honestly, for being real, I just don't think both leagues will be able to survive. I think one of the two will eventually fold. It's just inevitable. It's been way too much of a process to get one spring football league to survive. Anybody saying that both are going to survive for the long run is kidding themselves. I do think one is going to have to outlast the other, and that it's just the ecosystem, in a sense, won't work if there's two leagues splitting the same level. If you have the IFL feeding players into the XFL and the XFL feeding players into the NFL, then yeah, I think that works. But if it comes down to, we got some guys going to this league, some guys going to that league, it splits the fans, it splits the sponsorships, it splits the talent base. The on-field product isn't going to be there. Viewership may not be as strong because as much as I try to support both leagues, there are XFL nut jobs that draw the line in the sand that, refuse to support the USFL because that's trash league. And then there's USFL fans that do the exact same thing. To me, I don't care if y'all are listening and getting offended. It's strange. Don't be like that. Support both leagues. It's more opportunities for more players, and that's what matters more at the end of the day.
Dwayne Wallace going to the Defenders. Max says that's the player 51 guy from The Rock or whatever. Player 51 from Grandma. Is that what I'm reading that right? Dwayne Wallace. That name sounds familiar to me.
He was on the Spring League. He was in the Spring League on the Blues for 2 years. I remember him a lot, actually. He's very good. And I'm pretty sure he was up in the USFL too. He might have been with the Maulers, maybe?
I know that name. I gotta look that up. Vince, what do you make of this? And that we're having a lot of questions and comments here. Merging, going together, the league.
Never gonna happen. No, he is very right. Ranger King. I'm not going to say those numbers, man. Get it together. But you are 100% right. Merging is never going to happen. And if you're talking about expansion now, slow your roll, man. They got to get off the ground before they start moving to expansion markets. They got to actually fill the stands in the stadiums that they got before they start renting out more stadiums. Expansion should not be even in anybody's mind right now. They have to have a functioning league before they start putting teams in more markets. If they do really well in year one, that's different. You know what I mean? But there's a reason why the USFL is still 8 teams.
Troy, get your thoughts on this. Tyler Witt's just going to the DC Defenders as well, back to back.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with the whole merge thing. That's what, during the whole news drought in the Discord specifically, that was a question that was asked more times than I care to count. XFL, USFL going to merge? They're going to have a partnership, or the one going to be below the other? It's just, I don't think they're going to have any sort of formal partnership, even in the long run. As to whether both could be viable, I think only time will tell. I think it definitely all just comes down to which one has lasting power. If they both do, I think they certainly both could, as long as they both have the right backing and as long as they both can keep a TV deal. I've always been of the mindset that as the talent pool, or as the opportunity widens, then the talent pool is going to get deeper. You're going to have more guys realizing, oh, hey, even if I don't get drafted, I could still have a shot in these other leagues. That kind of, it's all been said before. I think, but as far as lasting power, it definitely depends who's behind it, who's profitable. Are you gonna keep fans in the seats, and are you gonna keep a TV deal?
Let's say Dwayne
Dwayne Wallace was XFL.
That's it. Dwayne,
Dwayne Wallace right there.
If that's you, Dwayne,
hey, there he is.
Dwayne, if that's you better hop on the stream here. You send me a DM, buddy. We'll get you on here.
Well, congrats on getting drafted, man.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Here, you just, I know you. I'm looking at the damn jersey on the photo of you, the Wildcats. You click that link, man. We'll bring you on here. We're riding this thing out. Max says that the Vipers dropped a 2-minute video with Martavius. I did see that. Troy's got his DC Defenders hat on.
It's old, but it still fits.
I'm gonna say one thing about Martavius Bryant. If anybody watched him in the IFL, do not be surprised if you are disappointed when he plays in the XFL. And I will leave it.
Now you got me worried. All right.
I will leave it at that.
32-year-old man, he's taking hits upon it. I'm not expecting a world beater over here. It's name recognition. It's a good PR move. And
no, I'm not saying it's a bad move for the league. I'm just saying if you're expecting him to come out and be like a lightning bolt player, like some people might be expecting, just saying from what I saw in more recent years, you might be disappointed.
Let me rattle off these last names real quick here. Bryce Foxworth going to St. Louis. We are going with Cole Leveo to the Brahmas and Jalen Spady to the Guardians here. Page and a half left here. Yeah, we need Dwayne to call in. Dwayne Wallace, I knew that. He's sitting here in the chat. We got to get Dwayne on here. We'll get this last page up here. Yeah, Max says everyone seems to be really down on Martavius Bryant. That does kind of seem to be the overwhelming thought today.
Yeah, but you'll buy a ticket.
Wow.
Who doesn't want to see Johnny Manziel play Martavius Bryant? That's what makes the FCF cool. It's the same thing. It's all about selling tickets. When we're talking about the business model, eventually they do need to get to comparable practice squad salaries for all these guys. I'm not saying do it like how they did in the 1980s with the USFL, like being competing with the actual league. But you do want to make your product, attractive to other people who are like, you know what, I could play in the NFL for 3 years, maybe make $900K over 3 years, or I could play in the XFL for 12 years and then make $4.3 million when it comes down to breaking down the finances. What we don't mention a lot in these leagues is what's going to happen when people actually own these teams. That's going to be the big game changer in a lot of this, I feel like. Because if Jerry Jones wants to buy the Arlington franchise, that's going to work. It's going to be figured out, and he's going to take care of his boys, because now it's also taking the stress off all the money put in by the actual conglomerate of the XFL and Redbird and Danny and The Rock. So that's a very exciting thing for me coming up in the next couple of months.
Sorry, I cut you off.
Oh, I mean, like, can we get owners, whether it be in the XFL or the USFL?
Troy, who do you think, here, USFL, they just announced the other hub yesterday, the FedEx, right? Over there, the FedEx owner, and they got the Memphis Showboats now, and people are like, oh, okay, is he going to help buy a team? XFL, meanwhile, Redbird and all this kind of stuff. Like, who do you see realistically of either of these leagues actually getting people to spend money to buy one of these teams at any point in the near future?
I kind of think both teams are set up perfectly for it, really. I had this thought process when I was just chatting on Discord the other day. I think both teams, particularly the XFL now, I think both teams are kind of in the perfect position to kind of transition to private ownership should that come down the line. Of course, they need to get through a couple of seasons, prove that fans are going to keep coming to games, prove that the product is good. But I think they're in the perfect position right now I think these next couple seasons are basically going to be the platform, like the audition to prospective owners. There's going to be lots of businessmen in Vegas, Arlington, Seattle. They're like, hey, fans are coming to these games. I think I might be interested in buying this team with a group. I think, it's just the perfect audition to explore prospective ownership, because you could easily have an ownership group come in and say, you could just put out a list. So like, hey, we need these things. You're going to need to provide facilities. You're going to need to provide subsidized housing or even comped housing for players. Players are going to have this salary. You're going to need team facilities. You're going to need a front office staff, everything. You could easily have prospective owners come to you with all those things and then make an offer on a team, and you could easily sign it right over and then have all the players get ready to move over from Arlington to their new home. I think that's a perfect opportunity. And even the USFL is in the perfect spot to do that. I mean, they're kind of working on they're not exactly doing the modified hub like the XFL is, but they're doing the multiple hub thing, which is perfect along the same lines, the eventual move to private ownership.
Just a couple names here: Alex Millette, Houston Roughnecks; Dylan Pasquale to the Roughnecks; Brian Folkerts to the Renegades; Tyron Arcana to the Sea Dragons; Avery Young to the Vipers. We got 14. We got 14 picks left. I think 18 picks. No, a lot more. We're almost there. We're getting close to it. What do you make of Vince? Expansion, team ownership? I mean, USFL. People were thinking they were going to announce yesterday the FedEx guy was going to buy one of the teams.
See, here the thing is that when it comes down to bringing in new ownership, individual ownership is kind of what's killed almost every other alternate based league. It'll be one or two teams that are actually well run, and then everything else is just like, someone who's the owner just doesn't understand what's required of them and doesn't hire somebody to do all of that and just thinks that they can, run a football team themselves. And then they don't consider things like workers' compensation, or they don't, have a food set up for every single day of the week, or the housing that they have set up is just like a discount hotel. They found the cheapest thing they could get. So I think for leagues like this to survive, you need to have consistency across every single team. And you can't get that unless you have central ownership like both leagues have started with. I think that they can definitely break off and start to sell off these teams at some point. I think both leagues are too far away from that right now, though. I think neither of them have been well established enough to do that. I think the USFL's got to play, if it not in 8 markets, at least in 4 markets, and have 4 strong markets that come and support, at least the home team every time. I don't blame that, Birmingham's attendance still fell off throughout the end of the season because it was still weird that like all 8 teams are playing there. But if it turns into only 2 teams are playing here, like, okay, whatever, occasionally the other, like for Birmingham, I think it's New Orleans. So it's like, all right, New Orleans will play their home games here too. But like otherwise, if we're here, it's a home game. And technically that's 1 extra home game we get for when we have to play New Orleans on the road. If it gets to that and you actually have solid attendance at each one going into year 3, it's considered. But to think that, an outside owner would come in year 2, I think would be a bad move for the USFL unless, because the thing is that either you're going to get someone that's going to come in and not have enough money to do it and they're going to do it wrong. or they're going to come in with way more money than what the league is allocating to the rest of the teams, and they're going to be way too good. And either way, it's going to be imbalanced, and it's going to hurt the image of the league in a whole. Because if you got one team that's got way more money and beating the hell out of everybody, nobody else wants to watch the rest of the teams. You know what I mean? What's the point if Birmingham had, or if it's Memphis has a private owner that can pay X amount of dollars? You know, even if the league has rules, there's going to be ways to go around it. There's going to be ways to do it under the table. They're going to find a way to get, you know, bigger name players that cost more money, maybe guys that would be on NFL rosters to come down anyway because, hey, I got the money, I can afford it. And now suddenly you got a team that can't be beat.
A couple of things with the USFL now doing this, like you guys, you know, it's not the modified hub, but it's, you know, we're in 3 cities. I'll be curious with attendance because you're losing less excuses when it was all, you know, it was all in Birmingham. It's like, okay, it's not like, it's not the Stallions. We can't deal with this. Like, but now, like, I mean, now there was a ton of people there for the Memphis press conference yesterday. I mean, a lot of those are business people. Like maybe Memphis is jacked for this. I don't know, but you lose the excuses of like, you know, that we don't have, you know, hey, it's not the home team, whatever. If you start moving people in the markets, the other thing, and with talking with the Danny and The Rock, like, I feel like this organization is so controlling of the message right now. I don't know if they ever bring in like other people to own anything until they start really selling it off. I mean, look at how everything has been so far. I mean, Pat, do you realistically see that on the XFL side?
I mean, I think it's the only way to survive at some point, right? Unless that's not the goal. And then maybe the goal is something different. Maybe it is kind of merging into the NFL, like putting all the teams together to be a 33rd franchise. You know, I'm throwing comparisons out there, but eventually I think if you want to keep expanding, maybe you sell the 8 teams and then the next 8 come in to keep building that up. And like, I don't see how any league survive long-term without actually having, you know, like bona fide ownership management teams for one franchise that goes beyond like Russ Brandon and Doug Whaley. Like at some point you need to take the kiddie wheels off, you know, the training wheels off, and let these franchises exist on their own.
Well, like you said, even now, and we have Christian Olmstead going here to the Battlehawks, Jonathan Izari to the Brahmas, Sean Page to the Guardians, Tony Adams, we got a bunch here to the Vipers, Javon Latuli to the Dragons, and Keeney Forbes to the Renegades. That's the thing too, is like even now where we're doing, I mean, it was one thing we have Birmingham, like Birmingham is a super powered hub, and that's fine, and whatever. Like now we're going to have 3 of that. It's becoming the battle of like haves and have nots, right? And if you start bringing in like other hubs, or we have like, okay, yeah, like you said, 2 teams have owners, and then the 6 don't, and they're spending money, or like, I don't know how you scale that where there is not an imbalance of team ownership. I know, Troy, you need to go soon. Do you have any other thoughts on this? I don't want to hold you up, but I want to make sure we get your thoughts in.
No, you're good. Yeah, no, I definitely did want to chime back in on that real quick. I definitely do agree that it is very volatile and very dangerous. It definitely could be very dangerous to transition into private ownership. It definitely will take a long vetting process. It definitely will have a lot of ground rules to it, like you said, with you know, under the table payments, things like that. Of course, they're going to need to make sure that they have solid businesses and solid ownership teams. You know, you can't just have a you know, if some crypto company wants to come in and buy a team for an outrageous amount of money, but you know, FTX just imploded the other day. If you have if you have whatever prospective owner or whatever current owner just suddenly go completely under the table one day, it's, you know, your whole franchise is gone in a second. So it's gonna be very dangerous to do that, and they would have to have a lot of ground rules, you know, hard minimums on player benefits and pay, hard maximums on all of that. So there would definitely still have to be a lot of oversight. I very much agree with that. There would still have to be a lot of league oversight, a lot of rules, and a lot of checks and balances between the teams, and from the league checking in on them auditing them regularly and making sure that everybody's still playing by the rules and making sure that they have lasting power. Because absolute worst thing that could ever happen is a franchise just disappearing overnight, or ending up in a couple of years of turmoil, like the Raiders right now. There's so many rumors about the Raiders not being able to sign high dollar free agents, or not being able to fire their head coach because they don't want to have to pay him. There definitely has to be solid money, and they're gonna need consistency, of course.
We say Mark Weber, when the Dragons go up for sale, it's the Sea Dragons, Mark.
Markcast Media Investment Group.
Markcast Media Investment Group.
You got $5 from me. I'd like to be an investor.
I have $3.
Now we just skipped about 4 picks here, and with the Guardians getting Sunday, like I know they're able to opt out of picks at that point. I wouldn't expect O-line to be something they're opting out of. Vince, what do you make? Is this a glitch, or are we gonna?
I'm gonna say glitch.
Oh no! Look!
Oh wow! Yeah. I was wrong.
Wow!
Wow! Hold on. Are we done?
Wow! That's it.
Done. Well, congratulations, Sunday Dang.
Wow,
that is pick of the day's draft. Wow.
I'm so confused right now.
Maybe
this is.
I think they just said it's time to go home.
I mean,
right.
But those are hard. Those are straight up passes. I mean, are they waiting for USFL contracts to expire? Are they just waiting for the open phase?
They're done.
I mean, I'm just going to sort by Vegas here. I mean, that's 1, 2.
That's quite a few picks though. Like DC just gave up 3 offensive linemen in their picks. That just has to mean that they're that confident in the 8 that they have that they won't need the rest.
Yeah, I mean, Vegas has 9. I feel like that's not enough depth, especially because we were just talking about the XFL 2020. The O-lines were much better than expected, and that's something that I actually kind of looked into statistically. I was just out of curiosity. Unfortunately, one of the DC Defenders offensive linemen had passed a little while ago, and I was just kind of curious. I wanted to look into how O-lines performed between the AAF and the XFL, and I kind of discovered that even with the AAF having restricted blitz rules, I don't know if you guys remember that, they straight up restricted the amount of blitzing players. And even with that, the XFL still had a lower amount of sacks and tackles for losses, which I kind of thought was interesting. So the XFL linemen truly were a cut above. And I think that contributed to the league being so much fun and having so much offensive, there were so many great offense moments. So, and they need that's definitely paramount, is getting offensive talent to be as good, if not better, than 2020.
Well, this is it. So I think this is like the end of the road for today. I have a feeling they're holding these spots, waiting for maybe the other USFL guys that are under contract, or waiting for the, practice squad. Interesting way to end it. That all kind of came in a flashbang there. Sunday Dang was it. And then that was moving on from there. I think we have done it for today.
I got I think my guess, I'm guessing with these passes, because I saw that DC had only took Eric Dungy in the quarterbacks drafts. I'm just gonna assume that this means that they can then take these picks and have more picks in the open rounds. So you may end up seeing some of these teams take O-linemen in the open rounds, but they probably just said, okay, these were our top 8, top 9, whatever guys we got. Let's rock with them, go into the open rounds, see if, maybe they've got 3 fringe guys that are, a D3 player that, came to one of their workouts and probably didn't go to anyone else's workout. So they're just counting on, nobody knows who this guy is. He's going to be our 3rd best offensive lineman, but no one has any idea who he is. So we're going to grab him in an open round instead and see if they can, I see, but here's the thing. Another pick just came in.
Fernando Fry.
So maybe there's just a delay here.
Oh yeah, no, both of Vegas's last picks just got filled in.
Yeah, Trey Johnson just came in as well for Vegas.
And Liam Fornadell.
Yeah, that's new too. So
I think we're just
maybe,
gonna have to wait a minute to see
I think we're just
what.
gonna have to sit
that's
here a
fine.
little
That's
while.
fine. You guys bear with it. Hey, I got nowhere to be except the plane to get to Regina tomorrow.
So I'll share one fun thing. So
Yeah.
my player that did get drafted, I don't know if you've seen all the pictures that have been coming up. It's normally a former NFL headshot or XFL 2020 headshot, but for him, he's got his shades on, his backpack on, and his hat on.
I love it. I'm trying to find it on here. Where was it?
He was in defensive front
That's
seven. He would have
right.
been
That's right.
he would have been in pick round 11. He was pick 84. So probably like the last page.
There
Yeah,
we
right
go.
there, Jaquan Artist.
Love
Yeah,
it. Love it.
sitting there with his shades and his hat and his backpack on.
Well, let's see here. Fernando Fry, that looks like that filled in. I'm checking my text messages. Oh, here's an interesting tidbit that our listener Seth just pulled in and sent over to me. ESPN's Drive to the XFL, which was delayed because of the MAC game last night, finished 106 out of the top 150 cable viewers. The show grabbed 137,000 total viewers for their draft. The drive to the drafts last night. Better or worse than you expected? 137,000 people. Troy.
I think it's better than I'll say. I think that's definitely a little bit better, especially because of the delay. People had either had to wait or wait for the rerun. So I do think that's a little better than I expected. I'd love to see that getting some attention because I thought it was extremely well made, and I'm really excited to see the series coming. You know, I think Jay Rothman is doing really great work with the league.
Vince, what do you make of the viewership on that?
I think that's pretty solid, honestly. I think you'd be hard pressed to get the typical random like, okay, I'll watch the games fans to tune in like that for something like the draft, and even then that was just kind of like a bonus coverage type of thing. That wasn't even the quarterback selections, right? That was something separate. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Say that one more time. Sorry, I was reading the comment.
That was something separate than the quarterback selections thing, right?
This was the thing on ESPN2 last night after the MAC game that was like Danny and the Rock, like, this is why we built the XFL.
Yeah, I think that's very good viewership then. I think, having that many fans interested to tune in that late at night on a weeknight just to hear about the backstory and, behind the scenes and stuff like that, that's a really good showing that the typical I like to watch football games fan isn't going to turn that on. So to have that many people that are like, hey, I care enough what's going on with the league that I want to know more in detail, I think that's a good sign for how many people are going to be interested to what's actually going on with the league.
I think so. Troy headed off. I think we're about wrapped here. We're about 8:27. Get here at 8:30. Call it a day. Anything else from either of you guys? Vince, I so appreciate you hopping on here to ride this out. Pat, off and on throughout the day. I think you called in 3 or 4 times to kind of help bridge everybody else that's been on today. Cody and Eric and Paul Reese and Greg Parks and Andy. And I don't hope I'm not missing anyone. Anything else from you, Pat? Any takeaways? I'm going to have a big recap show next week. So we are not doing the draft tomorrow. I got to go to Regina, but we will be doing a big recap next week. I have a couple of good guests that we're going to line up for that. So, the episode this Friday will be Saturday. It's going to be a CFL Grey Cup preview. Please like and subscribe for that. Pat, anything else from you before we tune off here?
So as I'm going through my spreadsheets, out of the 55 USFL players that went to, that were air quote released, 18 of them went to XFL teams, with about 13 now kind of in limbo who aren't on NFL contracts or re-signed with a USFL team. So, 13 more guys for a couple rounds that could possibly be jumping ship. So something to think about as far as with the battle of the leagues, the war of the leagues right now.
Wait, Max just put up, I'm going to move Vince so we can see him here. I expect uniforms either next week. Yeah, I don't see uniforms next week at all. I see new hats and stuff next week. I don't see that in time for Black Friday. Do you, Vince?
I mean, it's possible, but, I wouldn't hold my breath on it. I feel like it would be the time to do it, you know what I mean, right before Black Friday, but I just don't know if that's where they're at, I feel like the merch just hasn't been as much of a focal point for the league. I know it's important to have it, but if you've only got so much time, there's certain things you got to cut out, and that may end up being what you end up deciding. All right, we got to, just kind of deal with some low grade merch until maybe a month or two before the season, and then once the people are actually in stadiums is really when it matters to have everything. I think that putting up merch now, like, yeah, you'll get the sales from all of your existing fans, but I think it's more important to have it once you're actually in the stadiums, because that's when you're going to be looking to sell to all of your new fans, all the fans that are coming out to the games and everything like that. There's only going to be so many fans that are actively dying to buy an XFL 2023 jersey right now. You know what I mean?
I just got a text here. Yeah, if they're passing on picks today, they're going to have more spots to use in January. So that's probably part of that.
Okay.
I'm just checking XFL Twitter. Like, do we get like a thanks for watching? And all around, I think we're done. I think it really looks like it. Here, I'll share this so you guys can actually see when they look at that. All around mean hands. We got round 10. They were just putting up recaps now.
Yeah, I think you are correct. Yeah, I refreshed and it already went to the specialists page. So yeah, we're definitely done here. All in all, I say pretty good draft. Pretty good draft.
We did all right. I had a couple people I was hoping would bounce in. They didn't, but we had some other people I didn't expect to bounce in, like Troy. Really appreciate that. I've been trying to get Troy on for a while. Anything else from either of you guys, or I think we'll put it to bed here?
All I say is Jaquan Artist led D2 in sacks in 2019. He led the IFL in sacks in 2022, and he's going to lead the XFL in sacks in 2023. Go Roughnecks.
I love it. Pat, anything else from you?
Nope, that's it. Can't wait to do this next week or whenever.
This has been fun, guys. Like and subscribe. Thanks for sticking here. I had sustained viewership throughout, peaked really high early on, which was great. I appreciate that. And just everyone, like I said, for coming on today. Check out Saturday afternoon. It'll be 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 Eastern. We're going to be up in Regina for the Grey Cup, previewing that. Even if you're not the biggest CFL fan, lots of work going into that, getting all the media people up for that. I'll be tweeting, and then we'll be at the Grey Cup game. Have lots of comments here. Mike, solid show. Thanks for the effort. Russ, great show today. So I appreciate that, guys. Like and subscribe. Pat's done. Vince, my ride or die again. I'm going to play the outro here. And here, let me get rid of the comments. And how do we do that? Now I've forgotten how to do this. All right. Thank you so much, Vince. I love and appreciate you. And have a good night, everyone.
Yeah, appreciate you having me on. Have a good one.
Thanks.